Hello, and welcome to the 6th lecture. By now you've seen a lot of the basics of Bitcoin, how the system works, how mining works, and how to use Bitcoin as a currency. Now let's get to what has been one of the most controversial aspects of Bitcoin, which is the anonymity properties of Bitcoin. And in fact, there's a lot about Bitcoin and anonymity that you'll hear different opinions on. Is Bitcoin anonymous, first of all? Are anonymous cryptocurrencies even a good thing? Is it good for people who have a stake in Bitcoin? Is it good for society? And what of the various proposals that have been made to improve Bitcoin's anonymity? How well do those work? Which of those should we adopt? And so on. So in this lecture, what we're going to do is help cut through all of that confusion. And we're going to discuss where things are, what are the options, and where things seem to be going. So let's start like this. Let's start with a basic understanding of what we even mean when we say anonymity in Bitcoin and some of the overall concepts like how does anonymity tie into privacy? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Can we only have the good aspects of anonymity without the bad? A variety of questions like that. And then we'll see a variety of proposals, some already existing and some that may be implemented someday, for improving Bitcoin's anonymity or creating different anonymous cryptocurrencies altogether. And what's interesting about them is that they offer a variety of increasing levels of cryptographic sophistication as we go down this list, and we'll learn to see what the trade-offs are and analyze the anonymity properties, how deployable these are, and so on. All right, let's get started. If you look online, you'll see there are a number of people in groups saying that Bitcoin is anonymous. There's no shortage of opinions on this. Let me just pull out one quote in particular. This is the WikiLeaks donation page. It says, in plain and simple terms, Bitcoin is a secure and anonymous currency. Is that actually true? Well, you'll also find a variety of opinions to the contrary. Again, I'm just pulling out one example. This is the Wired UK saying, Bitcoin won't hide you from the NSA's prying eyes. So how can we resolve this confusion? Let's look at what the word anonymous means. At quite a literal level, anonymous means without a name. And so what does that mean exactly? Well, there's two ways to interpret it. We know that in Bitcoin, addresses are public keys. You don't need to put in your real name in order to interact with the system. Or public key hashes instead of real identities. But we can interpret this property of being without a name in two different ways. We can interpret it as interacting without your real name, or we can interpret it as interacting without any name at all. Now, if you interpret it as interacting without your real name, then certainly Bitcoin is anonymous in that sense. But we do have these public key hashes that act as some sort of pseudo-identities. And so when computer scientists look at this situation, they don't use the term anonymous to describe this. They call this pseudonymity. And there's a very clear difference between the two, and it's an important one, and we'll see why in a second. You might wonder, yeah, even though you're using a pseudonym, which is your public key hash, you can create any number of them. You can have as many pseudonyms as you want. Does that make it anonymous? Well, the answer is not quite, and we'll get into that as well. Okay, so if computer scientists call this pseudonymity, what is anonymity then? Is there a clear definition of what it would take for something to be called anonymous? At a conceptual level, the answer is very simple. Anonymity in computer science is just pseudonymity together with unlinkability. So what is this property called unlinkability? At an intuitive level, we'll get into better definitions in a little bit, but at an intuitive level, what unlinkability means is that as a user interacts with a system repeatedly, these different interactions should not be able to be tied to each other from the point of view of some adversary. So you have to be talking about a specific adversary for this to even make sense. Now, this distinction here between full anonymity and mere pseudonymity is something that you might be familiar with from a variety of other contexts. And one good way that I like to explain this is to look at online forums. And again here, the distinction between a mere pseudonymous interaction and anonymous interaction comes up in different forums. And Reddit is a good example of a forum where you pick a long-term pseudonym and interact over a period of time with that pseudonym. You could create different pseudonyms, but it's going to be practically infeasible to create a new pseudonym every single time you want to post a comment, and it's not even very meaningful. So Reddit offers pseudonymous interaction. The opposite of that, fully anonymous interaction, where you can make posts with no attribution at all, is the model that you typically have in 4chan. And there's a similar difference in Bitcoin as well, and Bitcoin is in the pseudonymous model more than the anonymous model. Okay, but let's talk about why this difference is important in Bitcoin. Why is mere pseudonymity not sufficient if you want privacy? After all, if you have pseudonymity, it seems like even if somebody can create a pseudonymous profile of all of your interactions on the system, they can't tie it back to your real identity. Well, here's the answer to that. It turns out that if you have this pseudonymous profile, it's pretty fragile. It's very easy for it to get linked back to your real identity at some point. And if that happens at any point, then of course, all of your transactions, past, present, and future, have been linked to your identity. So here are a couple of different ways in which that can happen. One is that a variety of Bitcoin businesses, online wallet services, exchanges, and others, even vendors in a lot of cases, are going to want your real-life identity in order to let you transact with them. Consider this analogy. You go to a coffee shop, you pay for your coffee with Bitcoins, and of course, if you're there in the store, then the person who's giving you your coffee sort of knows who you are, even if they don't actually ask for your real name. And so your physical identity does get tied to one of your Bitcoin transactions. And if that Bitcoin transaction then gets tied to all of your Bitcoin transactions, then that is a complete violation of anonymity. So this notion of a pseudonymous profile is very fragile. It could easily get compromised in a variety of ways. And also, even if such a direct linkage doesn't happen, these linked profiles can be de-anonymized due to side channels. What do I mean by side channels? Well, here's something that I find intriguing that might seem like a tall claim, but in fact such things have been known to happen. Maybe somebody looks at a profile of your pseudonymous Bitcoin transactions and finds that you interact at certain times of day, and they're able to correlate the times of day when you're active online with the times of day when your Twitter account is posting tweets, and so they're able to find a connection between your Twitter identity and your transactions on Bitcoin. Similar attacks have been known to happen, so this is why this notion of a pseudonymous profile is considered quite fragile, and for real anonymity, we want the stronger notion of unlinkability. So let's try to define it in a little bit more concrete sense, what unlinkability means in the context of Bitcoin. And we can do that in a variety of different ways. One is that it should be hard to link together different addresses of the same user. Another is that it should be hard to link together different transactions made by the same user. Both of these seem intuitive. Look at this one though. It should be hard to link the sender of a payment to its recipient. This one might sound a little confusing at first, because if you interpret a payment as a Bitcoin transaction, then of course that transaction has inputs and outputs. And these inputs and outputs are inevitably going to be in the blockchain publicly and linked together. And so you might think that this is impossible to achieve. But if we interpret this notion of payment in a different way, not as a single direct Bitcoin transaction, but perhaps an indirect sort of payment that goes through a circuitous route of transactions, then one might imagine that the ultimate sender and the ultimate recipient of that payment might not immediately be linkable looking at the Bitcoin blockchain. So these are all somewhat more concrete, but still at an intuitive level, varieties of unlinkability that one might want to shoot for. But if you look at this last definition, it might still be not entirely convincing. Let's say that you pay for a particular product and it costs a certain amount of Bitcoin, and then maybe you send that payment through a circuitous route of transactions, but still you might think somebody looking at the blockchain must be able to infer something, specifically that Bitcoins left some address, a certain number of Bitcoins, and Bitcoins showed up at some other address. And these two might be slightly different because of transaction fees and so on, but roughly equal. And also roughly in the same time period, because there can't be too much of a lag between the sending and the receiving of a payment. And so clearly, even if we try to achieve this kind of unlinkability, it can be unlinkability between all possible transactions, but some smaller subset of transactions that look like each other. So let's make this a little bit more concrete now. And this is how we quantify anonymity. We usually don't try to achieve complete unlinkability, which is unlinkability among all possible transactions or addresses in the system. But instead, we go for something more measured. We try to maximize the size of our anonymity set. The anonymity set is the size of the crowd of other addresses or transactions that we're trying to hide in. So if I can be reasonably sure that with respect to some adversary, there are these 1,000 other transactions that look just like mine, and the adversary can't tell which one was mine, then that we might consider to be a pretty good level of anonymity. And to calculate this anonymity set, it's not trivial at all. It takes a few steps. You have to first define concretely what your adversary model is. And you have to reason carefully about what that adversary knows, what they don't know, and what they cannot know. And there's no general formula for doing this. It requires carefully analyzing each protocol and system and doing it on a case-by-case basis. I want to point out that in the Bitcoin community, often people carry out intuitive analyses of anonymity services, for example, mixing services that we're going to see later in this lecture, and often they come up with ways like taint analysis. This is an intuitive way that tracks the flow between a particular sending address and a particular receiving address. And intuitively, it might make a lot of sense, but if we consider it from the point of view of how we actually should calculate anonymity, taint analysis is not a very good measure of how much anonymity you get from a system. And the reason for that is that it assumes a particular type of attack the adversary might carry out, a rather naive attack looking directly for quantities of flow between a sending and a receiving address. And if your adversary were a little bit cleverer than that, then you might carry out taint analysis and think that you have a lot of anonymity in a certain situation, but in fact you might not. So the bottom line from this slide is that quantifying anonymity must be done in terms of the anonymity set, and in some cases probability distributions on top of that anonymity set, and it requires a careful analysis of the protocol in the system. You can't apply a simple formula. Okay, let's switch gears a little bit and talk about the ethics of anonymity. Why do people want anonymity? We've already seen a little bit the connection between anonymity and privacy, but let's make that very concrete. Now, in blockchain-based currencies, because all transactions are recorded on the ledger, they're totally and publicly and permanently traceable. And so if your identity ever gets linked to these transactions, you're in a situation where your privacy level is much worse than you get with traditional banking. Why? Because anybody might be able to carry out this type of de-anonymization attack, not specifically a company or a government that you might be worried about, any member of the public. And your transactions, since they're permanent, your loss of anonymity years down the line could affect all your transactions today and vice versa. So we really want anonymity to even get the privacy level of cryptocurrencies to the level that we enjoy with the traditional system. But also people hope that it can give us a new level of privacy. Of course, we have to acknowledge the concerns as well, and one of the major concerns is money laundering and all of the bad things that that can enable. So let's talk about that. This is definitely a legitimate worry. I wouldn't be in favor of studying anonymity in cryptocurrencies and ignoring the ethical aspects and saying, oh, that's not something I'm going to worry about. I'm only interested in the technology. I think it's important to consider the ethical aspects. There's one item of comfort that I will offer, though. If you look at how things stand currently in Bitcoin, the difficulty of things like money laundering is not necessarily because the blockchain is not so anonymous and so it's easy to trace flows, but instead the difficulty stems much more from the fact that moving large flows into and out of the currency rather than within Bitcoin is what is really hard. In other words, cashing out is hard. And so anti-money laundering efforts have great promise if they're focused in this part of the system. And the good news is that all of these attempts to improve anonymity in Bitcoin don't affect this part of the equation in any way. And so I would recommend that Bitcoin researchers and developers coordinate efforts with anti-money laundering efforts by law enforcement and others so that the technical aspect of Bitcoin anonymity can be relatively separate from law enforcement and legal aspects and so on. Nevertheless, one could try to ask, can't we design the technology in such a way that only the good uses of Bitcoin anonymity are allowed and the bad uses are somehow permitted? Well, this turns out to be a quite common conundrum in computer security and privacy. In a lot of scenarios, we want something like this, but it never turns out to be possible. Why? Because these different uses that we're talking about that we perceive as being very different morally are going to be almost identical technologically. And if we want to encode some sort of moral rules into the technical rules of the system that are going to be automatically enforced by miners, it's not even clear how to do that. And so hence my recommendation of separating out the technical anonymity properties of the system with the legal principles that we put on top of it in terms of how people use that currency. It's not a completely satisfactory solution, but it's perhaps the best way we have of trading off the good with the bad. I do want to point out that this is far from the first time that we're considering this dilemma. It's come up in the context of Tor, an anonymous communication network. And anonymous communication enables bad actions at least as much as anonymous moving of funds does. And so Tor has really had to grapple with this problem. In a very simple and single picture, Tor is a communication network that routes messages between a sender and a receiver through a network of nodes. But further, through some clever encryption, ensures that as long as at least some of the nodes in that network are honest, then the adversary is not going to be able to link the sender to the receiver. So that's what Tor does, and you can see how it can enable a lot of bad activities. Let's look at some activities, good and bad, that do happen on the Tor network. It's used, first of all, by normal people who want to protect themselves from being tracked online by marketers or various other privacy properties online when they're browsing websites. It's used by journalists and activists and dissidents and so on, and so that's clearly an important use case. It's also used by law enforcement, because if they wanted to do an electronic sting operation, then you want to be able to visit websites without revealing that your IP address is coming from a law enforcement block. So clearly a lot of activities that we might approve of, but it's also used by botnets, for example, for spreading malware between nodes in the network. And unfortunately, there is also child pornography in the network. So distinguishing between these uses at a technical level is essentially impossible. And so Tor has grappled with this issue, and as a society, we have grappled with it. And by and large, we've concluded that it's better for the world that the technology exists than it doesn't. And in fact, one of the main funders of Tor is the US State Department. They're interested in it because Tor helps dissidents in other countries who might be fighting oppressive governments and so on. And in fact, recently there was a news story about the FBI having a successful string of sting operations against people using Tor for child pornography. And so, of course, we have to remember there is a level above the technology that law enforcement can exploit, a variety of ways to get to people who are using these systems for bad purposes, and so it preserves a sense of balance. So let's switch gears a little bit once more. Let's look at the history of anonymous eCash. Even though with Bitcoin these questions are quite controversial and there are debates about how anonymous exactly Bitcoin is and what are the options and so on, this is not the first time that we have thought about anonymous cryptocurrencies at a technical level. These efforts have quite a long history. In fact, all the way back in 1982, more than 2 decades ago, cryptographer David Chaum proposed something called blind signatures that helped him develop anonymous electronic cash. So what are blind signatures? Blind signatures are a two-party protocol. Two parties communicate with each other, and at the end of that, one party has produced a digital signature of some input without actually knowing what that input is. I know it sounds a little bit like magic, but I encourage you to look it up. It's not that sophisticated at a technical level. It's quite simple to understand if you work through the details, but since I'm not actually going to go into the details now, let's for the moment assume that this works by magic. So assuming that we have blind signatures, how can that help us achieve an electronic cash protocol? That's what David Chaum did. And as we go through this protocol, try to see if you can spot any other flaws with it other than the anonymity properties or lack thereof. It's quite a simple protocol. I'm going to show it to you in just one slide. Now, imagine that there is a bank, and this is a protocol for anonymous eCash through blind signatures. Imagine that there is a bank, and the bank stores various things in its database. In particular, it stores these two tables. The first table has a mapping of users with the balance that they have in their bank account. These balances don't refer to any sort of cryptographic currency. It's just a plain old number sitting in a database, just like your actual bank account or PayPal or something like that. In addition, it has another table called spent coins, and you'll see in a moment what this means. Let's say that a user now wants to withdraw an anonymous coin from the system. And now this is where the crypto magic is going to come in. So the user wishes to withdraw an anonymous coin of a standard denomination. Let's say that that's $1 denomination, and all of these values refer to dollars. So the first thing that the bank is going to do on receiving this request is deduct this user's balance. It's gone down from 10 to 9 in this example. The next thing the user and the bank are going to do together is execute a two-party protocol, a blind signature protocol, at the end of which the user, having picked a random serial number of a coin, that's what's being depicted here. This is a serial number for an anonymous coin, and the user was completely at liberty to pick that number. She did, and then they executed a protocol, at the end of which the user has received a signature of this serial number, but in such a way that the bank did not in fact learn the serial number. The bank had no idea what number it was signing. It just knew that it was some number that it signed. Right? And now this signed number represents an anonymous token. This is a token that the user can pass around to another user. So let's say that she wants to make a payment to another user. What she'll do is send to that user not only the signed token, but also the plain text value of the token of the serial number. And what the receiving user will do immediately is the following. She will immediately contact the bank and try to deposit this anonymous coin. Because without actually trying to deposit it, this red user here cannot be sure that this blue user is not trying to double spend. The blue user could be sending that same anonymous coin to 100 different users. How can they know that they're not being tricked into accepting a double spent coin? The way they're sure is when the red user receives the coin, they have to immediately contact the bank to verify if it's valid or not. And only if the coin turns out to be valid will the red user proceed to complete the rest of whatever transaction she was having with the blue user. So the bank now receives the message to deposit the coin, and note that it now gets finally the plain text serial number as well as its own signature. The bank looks at the signature, verifies that it's a valid signature, and here's the key thing. It also verifies that the serial number that it received is not on the list of spent coins. That's how it knows that this is not a double spend attempt. This is the legitimate first spend of a coin that the bank signed before. So it's a legitimate anonymous token. And since the bank didn't see the serial number the first time around, the bank does not know which user initially withdrew this anonymous coin. And that's the key anonymity property. In the period of time between the blue user withdrawing this coin and then perhaps much later sending it to the red user who immediately deposits the coin, many other pairs of users might have deposited and withdrawn coins, and the bank has no way to tell them apart. So coming back to this part of the protocol, the bank verifies that this is a new serial number that it's seeing for the first time. It puts that serial number into its list of spent coins so that it cannot be spent anymore, and adds $1 or whatever the denomination is to red's account, and then sends back a message saying this is okay. And now the red user has verified that they received a legitimate anonymous coin from the blue user and can now proceed to complete the transaction. Right? So this is the entirety of a very simple anonymous electronic cash scheme, and the key property here is that the bank cannot link the two users. So I asked you to think about whether this has any drawbacks other than anonymity. And of course, the glaring thing that you probably noticed is that all of this depends upon trusting this bank. I mean, look at this part of the system. This is simply the bank keeping numbers in its database of who owns how much money. Right. So this seems to be a trust model that's very, very different from the model that Bitcoin operates under. So a lot of the traditional cryptography research on anonymous eCash was in this model where you were willing to trust a bank for many things, including keeping your money, but you were not willing to trust a bank with anonymity. You wanted to be sure that the bank didn't know who was interacting with whom. Okay, it's an interesting model, it's a valid model, and many such schemes were developed under this model. But in retrospect, it seems to have been that the decentralization problem was a much more important one to solve than the anonymity problem in order for anonymous electronic cash to become successful. People were willing to accept a decentralized eCash system with only sort of pseudonymity properties and not real anonymity, and then get to work on maybe improving the anonymity, instead of starting from a fully provably anonymous electronic cash system that relied on a single central authority. But more generally, anonymization and decentralization, as we'll see repeatedly in this lecture, are in conflict with each other. There are at least a couple of reasons for this. One is that, as we saw in the last slide, often for anonymity, you might want to rely on certain interactive protocols with a bank in order to do some blinding, which we saw in blind signatures. That's where you get anonymity from. But how are you going to do that without a central bank to carry out that protocol with? It's not clear. But even if you got rid of this blinding and were willing to accept just pseudonymity instead of true anonymity, you still have the problem that in order to decentralize and still get security properties like resistance to double spending, often the way to go is to record and trace everything in a public ledger, as Bitcoin does. And so you might even further compromise your anonymity and privacy properties. So these are two big challenges to overcome. And as we'll see much later in this lecture, ZeroCoin and ZeroCash are cryptographic, anonymous, decentralized electronic cash schemes that have some similarities to the blind signature-based protocol that I showed you earlier, but some of the giant challenges that they have to tackle involve these two limitations. All right, I said several times earlier that Bitcoin is only pseudonymous, and so all of your transactions or addresses could get linked together. Let's now go in and see how that might actually happen. Let's in fact start from WikiLeaks again. I showed you a quote from them saying Bitcoin is a secure and anonymous digital currency, and this is actually the page that was taken from. This is their donations page. And here you'll see that in addition to this blurb about Bitcoin being secure and anonymous, they have a donation address over here. This is, of course, the hash of a public key. You've seen things like this in previous lectures. But they also have this interesting refresh button right next to that. What do you imagine this refresh button might do? Well, as you might expect, if you click on that refresh button, it'll give you an entirely new donation address. Let's go in and take a look at that. So a totally new address popped up on the page. So what is going on here? What WikiLeaks is doing is it's making sure that each time a person visits the page, each time a person wants to visit the page and make a donation, they send that donation to a totally new public key that WikiLeaks creates just for that purpose. So here, WikiLeaks is taking advantage of the ability to create new pseudonyms, new public keys to the maximum. Every single transaction that they receive, they want to receive it at a new address. And in fact, this is the Bitcoin best practice for anonymity, to always receive new transactions at a fresh address. So you might look at this and think, surely then, these different addresses must be unlinkable. You receive a transaction over here, and then much later you spend it by sending it to somebody else. You receive another transaction at this address, and then you send it to someone else over there. So how might somebody link? Well, here's the key. Let's imagine this scenario. Alice, a customer, goes to a big box store and wants to buy a teapot. So in this scenario, Alice has a few Bitcoins lying around with these different denominations, and the store lists the teapot for a price of 8 Bitcoins. That's a pretty expensive teapot at today's exchange rate, so imagine that's centi Bitcoins or something, if you like. At any rate, Alice has these different addresses and wants to pay for the teapot. How is she going to accomplish this? She doesn't actually have an address with 8 Bitcoins sitting in there. And so what she's going to do is she's going to combine several different input transactions into a single transaction in order to pay 8 Bitcoins to the store. So this reveals something. For somebody who's looking at this transaction that gets recorded permanently in the blockchain, they're going to think, aha, 2 different inputs to this transaction. That could only happen because both of these input addresses are under the control of the same user. They were able to use their wallet software to create a transaction that combined both of them into one. So in other words, Shared spending is evidence of joint control of two different addresses. And it doesn't stop there. This is not just about linking two different addresses that are inputs to a transaction. You can do that transitively, and every time Alice has a whole cluster of addresses that have been linked, and then she creates a new transaction that combines one of those addresses with a new address, you can add this new address to the cluster. Right. So this is the first insight behind being able to link transactions together. And we'll see later on that an anonymity technique called CoinJoin works by violating exactly this assumption. But if you assume that people are just using regular Bitcoin wallet software, not doing anything special on top of it, then this technique tends to be pretty robust. And this has been explored in a variety of research papers. And just a note about this lecture, a lot of what we're going to be discussing today gets into the frontiers of where the research knowledge are. So a lot of this, the state of the art, may have advanced in a few months or a few years. So every time I talk about a technique that we know from a particular research paper, I'll give you a reference to that paper so that you can look it up. You can look up papers that cite it, and you can build up that knowledge on your own. Now, in particular, one of the papers that used this technique used it for a particular purpose. There was a well-publicized Bitcoin theft a few years ago, and what they wanted to do, the authors of this paper decided to see how this thief has been moving Bitcoins around between multiple addresses of his own. And so this is that paper in question. It's called An Analysis of Anonymity in the Bitcoin System. And so this is one of the first major research efforts that did what we call transaction graph analysis. So you can use the techniques that I showed you in previous slides, and you can draw a lot of these pretty graphs and deduce that this represents the thief moving money around between his own different addresses. This is the thief sending money to someone else, and various things like that. I haven't yet shown you anything that allows you to link any of these clusters to real-world identity, but let's defer that question for a bit. Let's defer that question and go back to the scenario of Alice and the teapot. So let's look at it again. Maybe the teapot has gone up in price to 8.5 centibitcoins. So what is Alice going to do now? She can't combine any subset of her transactions or her addresses to produce the exact amount of change necessary for purchasing this teapot. So instead, what she's going to do is exploit the fact that transactions can have any number of inputs and outputs, and create a single transaction that looks like this. It combines these two inputs to produce this output that goes over here, and another output that goes to an address that she herself owns. And this is called a change address, which you saw in a previous lecture. This presents a conundrum for an adversary who's looking at this. The adversary might be able to deduce that these two addresses belong to the same user. He might suspect that one of these addresses also belongs to that same user, but has no way of knowing which one that is. In this particular example, the change address is a small amount, but it doesn't have to be that way at all. Alice might own an address that has 10,000 bitcoins and might spend a little bit on the teapot and might send most of the rest of it back to her in her own change address. And these transaction outputs don't have any particular ordering in the blockchain. That order is not meaningful at all, so it's not clear what the adversary might do. It's not clear how the adversary might determine which addresses change in a multi-output transaction. So what is the adversary to do? There's another pretty cool technique for this, again from a research paper, which I'll tell you about. But the technique is this. The authors call this idioms of use, and they exploit idiosyncratic features of different wallet software. For example, one thing they found is that most wallet software use an address as a change address only once. That means that this, in fact, seems to sort of follow Bitcoin best practice for anonymity in a sense. If you have a new transaction where you need to create a new change address, don't use an address that you've already used before as a change address. Create a new address and use it for this purpose. Right? Now, not all addresses that are outputs of transactions might have this property. Going back to the example of the big box store, the store might advertise a long-term address at which it wants to receive bitcoins instead of receiving bitcoins at a different address every time. So not every non-change address has this property, that it's used only once as a change address, but every change address does have that property. So they used this, and they found that it works pretty well. On the other hand, this has some limitations. It just happens to be a feature of wallet software. And so there are a lot of false positives that might creep in to these clustering techniques if you use techniques like this. So it required a lot of manual intervention. Nevertheless, they were able to use the technique that I showed you before, which is clustering shared inputs together, as well as a few heuristics for change address detection. And then what they were able to do is they were able to look at the entire Bitcoin transaction graph and create some giant clusters that they hypothesized belonged to various major service providers. And here's what that graph looks like after applying these two heuristics. And this is the paper in question. This is by Sarah Mickeljohn and others. There's a whole bunch of authors of this paper. Now, this graph looks very interesting here. The sizes of these circles represent the amount of money flowing into those clusters, and the number of edges going out of a cluster represent the number of transactions. Let's try to just stare at this for a second and see if we can guess what some of these major service providers and other clusters of nodes might be. This huge one here that dominates in transaction volume compared to any other cluster, given that this paper was written in 2013, we might guess that it's Mt. Gox, which was a very prominent exchange at the time that later went under. We might also guess that this little one here, that only has a little bit of transaction volume, in spite of having a very large number of transactions, sort of corresponds to the profile of the gambling service, Satoshi Dice, because the way that it works is you send a tiny amount of Bitcoins and you either win that bet or you lose that bet, and so you might get double the Bitcoins or none of the Bitcoins. So that's the gambling service Satoshi Dice. We might guess that it's this one here, we might guess that it's Mt. Gox, and so on. But this kind of guessing is suboptimal. The authors wanted some sort of reliable way of identifying what are the service providers corresponding to each of these clusters. How did they do that? Well, one idea you might have is you might think, oh, why not just go to the Mt. Gox website and see what address they advertise for receiving Bitcoins? Well, that doesn't quite work because they're going to advertise a new address for every single transaction. And if you just go to the website, look at the address, and actually don't complete that transaction, you don't send Bitcoins there, then they're simply going to discard that address. They're not going to reuse that address for another customer. In other words, that address will never get used. You simply won't find it in the blockchain. So what's the way around this? Well, the only way to reliably infer addresses that are associated with a service provider is to actually transact with that service provider, which is exactly what the authors did. They went ahead and bought a variety of things and interacted in a variety of other ways with a bunch of service providers comprising 344 transactions in all. Mining pools, wallet services exchanges, various merchants, even gambling sites, and so on. And they got a bunch of cool things to show for their efforts, and Mickeljohn informs me that in fact the cupcakes were really good. At any rate, the authors used this very clever technique to go ahead and label the major clusters in the graph that I showed you on the previous slide. And so this is what the labeled graph looks like. In fact, this was Mt. Gox, as we might have guessed. This was Satoshi Dice, but a lot of the others would have been very difficult to guess. And by actually transacting with these services, they were able to identify most of these service providers. So already now, we've seen something pretty interesting beyond just clustering and being able to put labels on the clusters. So the next question is, sure, you can do these labels for these major service providers. Can you put labels for individuals? In other words, connect little clusters corresponding to individuals to their real-life identities. Well, there's at least a couple of different ways in which that can happen. One is intuitively what I told you right at the beginning. You could simply interact at a coffee shop or with some other merchant so they learn some transaction or some address that corresponds to you, and they might use that to tag your cluster. There are at least a couple of other ways in which this might happen. And one is that there's high centralization in these service providers. So the intuition here is that most users in the course of normal usage of Bitcoin over a period of months or years are going to interact with at least one of those major service providers that were labeled in the previous graph. So if somebody wants to identify a cluster corresponding to a particular user, there's a very high chance that they're going to be able to identify a transaction that ties that cluster with a known labeled cluster, and then they can go to that service provider And if they have the appropriate authority, subpoena that service provider, or if they're a hacker, try to hack into that service provider, and so on. And so this is one major avenue in which regular users can get de-anonymized because they eventually inevitably interact with one of these major easily identified service providers. Another one is simply carelessness. A lot of users end up posting address information in forums. They might post one of the Bitcoin addresses that they own, for example, to receive donations when they're posting comments on forums. Now, that might be because these users are not worried about getting de-anonymized. It could also be because they don't realize that posting one of their addresses is almost going to inevitably allow somebody to connect all of their different addresses together. Okay, so hopefully I've convinced you that there are clever ways that an attacker might utilize in order to not only link different addresses or transactions belonging to a user, but go from there to real-world identity. And our experience, our history of these de-anonymization algorithms shows that they only get more powerful with time and more auxiliary information, as we call it, for attackers to utilize in order to link together to get to users' identities. So this is something to worry about if you care about privacy. Before we look at how to make things better for anonymity, let's look at a completely different way in which users can get de-anonymized. So far, what we've looked at is all based on what is available to the attacker in the blockchain, right? The part that is permanently and publicly recorded. But recall that that's not the only part of Bitcoin. There's also a peer-to-peer network in which a lot of messages are sent around that don't necessarily get permanently recorded in the blockchain. So the blockchain in networking terminology is called the application layer, and the peer-to-peer network is, of course, the networking layer. And so de-anonymization can happen at this totally different layer, at the networking layer. Well, how could that happen? Here's an example. This was first pointed out by Dan Kaminsky a few years ago in a talk at Black Hat. Here's the peer-to-peer network. What he noticed is that when a node creates a transaction and wants to broadcast it, it's going to connect to a lot of nodes at once and broadcast that transaction. And so if a few nodes on the network put their heads together, they can figure out that, hey, this new transaction, this is the first we heard of it, and all of us first heard of it from this particular node. So this must be the node, this must be the IP address corresponding to the user who created this transaction. So here you have a linkage not between a transaction or a cluster and a real-world identity. Instead, you have a linkage between a transaction and IP address. And of course, IP address is something that's very close to a real-world identity. There are a lot of ways to go from there to the next level of finding identity. So this is already a serious problem. Luckily, though, this is not a very hard problem to solve. Why? Because this is now a problem of communications anonymity. And communicating anonymously is a problem that has received a lot of attention from the research community. And as we already saw in the introduction, there is a good system called Tor that you can use for communicating anonymously. Now, there's one little caveat. Tor is intended for what is called low latency activities, such as web browsing, where there is a large volume of flow and you don't want to sit around waiting for too long and you get the response immediately. So it makes some compromises in anonymity in order to achieve low latency. Bitcoin is inherently a high latency system, right? Because it takes a while for transactions to propagate through the network and especially to get confirmed in the blockchain. So we don't have this low latency constraint. So it's possible that we could come up with a more specific, fine-tuned sort of anonymity network for this particular purpose. And there are such things called mixnets. The only problem is that Tor is the system that's most widely deployed and analyzed and robust and functional today. But it's possible that somebody might develop a mixnet solution for anonymizing your Bitcoin communications. And if that happens, that would be something to switch to. So let's summarize what we've learned so far. We've seen that based on the information in the blockchain, different addresses could get linked together, could also get linked to identity. We've also seen that based on the information at the network layer, a transaction or address could get linked to your IP address. Luckily, this latter problem is simple to solve. If you care about your anonymity and privacy when using Bitcoin, it's a good idea to do it through Tor. But the former problem is much trickier, and that's what we're going to spend the rest of this lecture talking about. So there are a variety of solutions to inhibit what we've been calling transaction graph anonymization, or transaction graph analysis, pardon me. And the first of them is called mixing. So what is mixing? Well, the intuition behind this is very, very simple. It's the same intuition that comes up in a lot of contexts, which is that if you want anonymity, use an intermediary to route your communications or your funds or whatnot. So let's look at what that might look like visually. Here's an intermediary, and in a second we'll get to who these intermediaries might be. But assume that there is some intermediary, some service, that allows users to put in Bitcoins. But the key property that it gives you is that after these Bitcoins have been put in, it forgets who put them in and treats its entire store of Bitcoins as indistinguishable from each other. And in fact, it might further combine them all into one giant transaction, or it might further mix them or split them and merge them in different ways, whatever. But the key property is that when users later come in to withdraw their Bitcoins, it's not tied to the coin that they put in. They're going to get some other, say, randomly picked deposit that the intermediary received. So when these three users come back, they're going to withdraw these coins in a random order. And so somebody looking at this in the blockchain who doesn't have the records that the intermediary might or might not store, just from the publicly available information in the blockchain, is not going to be able to link the ultimate input addresses to the ultimate output addresses corresponding to the same user. So that's the intuition behind intermediaries. Now, looking at this, does that strike a chord? Have we seen in previous lectures something that offers services that are similar to this, that allows you to deposit Bitcoins and then withdraw them later at a later time? You might recall that this is exactly what online wallets do. There are services where you can just store your Bitcoins online until you need them. And so you might wonder, well, is that the solution to our problems? Do online wallets provide anonymity? Let's think about that. The answer to this is not obvious, but I will start by mentioning that it's taken well-known researchers by surprise. Here was a post on the New York Times Bits blog reporting on a preprint of a paper released by two Israeli researchers saying that there was a link between Dread Pirate Roberts, the pseudonymous creator of Silk Road, which we're going to see more about, and Satoshi Nakamoto. This was, of course, very surprising. But as it turned out, all that had happened was that they had mistook this link that went through an intermediary, and that intermediary just turned out to be Mt. Gox, which you can think of sort of as an online wallet service. And so a few days later, this other post was published at the same venue. See if you can spot the difference. They had to retract their study, and I think they had made a very simple mistake of not accounting for the presence of this intermediary. So it's clear that at least in some sense online wallets provide some sort of anonymity because at least somebody tried to make a connection between an input and an output address and completely failed at that. So let's try to understand exactly the sense in which online wallets provide anonymity. And I think a good way to do that would be to, in fact, contrast online wallets with the online services that exist specifically for the purpose of acting as these intermediaries for anonymity. And those are going to be dedicated mixing services. We'll talk about mixing services in much more detail, but very briefly, the two things that they promise that you won't get simply by putting your Bitcoins into an online wallet and retrieving that again is that they promise not to keep records. It's not just that as a side effect, they sort of randomly give you Bitcoins that came from some other address, but they specifically say that they won't keep records, and so even if they tried to, they wouldn't know which Bitcoins were the ones you put in, and so with a high probability, you're going to get some other Bitcoins back. And furthermore, even if someone came knocking for their records, or if they got hacked and so on, there would be nothing to find. There would be no records. So that's something that a mixing service promises. And the other thing is that you don't need your real-life identity in order to interact with these services. And this is in contrast to most of these online wallets. Why? Because online wallets are typically reputable and in fact often regulated businesses. And This fact has two consequences. One is that they'll typically require your identity. In banking, there is the know your customer principle, which essentially at a technical level translates to learn the customer's identity and store those records. And in fact, they will keep records. If they receive a deposit, they will keep the link between the identity and the Bitcoin address. If they move money around internally, they will probably keep records of all of that. And just because when you withdraw your Bitcoins, they come from a different address, does not mean that the online wallet does not know the link. That link probably does exist in their records and will exist for all eternity. Even if they don't explicitly ask for your identity, think about this. To even interact with an online wallet, you do need a persistent long-term identity. You can't possibly use a different pseudonym every time, because if you did, they'd have no way of associating an account with you, of knowing how many Bitcoins they owed you. Right? So because of that, even if they didn't ask for your identity, at the very least, the online wallet knows the address of every single deposit that you made of the Bitcoins that you put into the system, and more importantly, every single withdrawal that you made. And so when you make a series of withdrawals from an online wallet and proceed to spend those Bitcoins, the wallet service can now connect all of those together in a profile. And of course, it's not just the wallet service. People who care about anonymity are also worried about those records getting hacked, insider attacks, somebody who has a subpoena for getting those records, and so on and so forth. So with respect to the wallet service itself and whoever they might be cooperating with, you have no anonymity in this context. On the other hand, there is something cool about this. If you are willing to trust them with your Bitcoins, then what's going to happen is you're going to keep them in the wallet service for much longer than you typically would with a mixed service. Why? Because you don't trust a mixed service as much. You want to put in your Bitcoins and you want to receive it back immediately from some other address at an address of your choosing. Right? So unlike that, for an online wallet service, you're going to have a bigger anonymity set. Why? Because your anonymity set, from the point of view of someone with no privileged information, from the point of view of someone who's merely looking at the blockchain, your withdrawal could look indistinguishable from every single withdrawal ever made from that service provider. So with respect to the wallet service, you have no anonymity. With respect to everybody else, you have a bigger anonymity set than you possibly would with using a mixing service, or at least with using a single mixing service. So if we look at this looks suspiciously similar to the kind of privacy properties that you have with the traditional banking system. There are these centralized intermediaries that know a lot about our transactions. But from the point of view of a stranger with no privileged information, we have a pretty good amount of privacy. So even if this gives you some sort of anonymity, it's almost at best what you get with the traditional system. And so those are not the kind of people who are typically looking for anonymity in Bitcoin anyway. If they were happy with the anonymity properties of the traditional system, they would have probably stayed with that system. And so generally, people who are looking for anonymity properties in Bitcoin simply do not want to accept the trust requirements that these online services, online wallet services require. And they don't want the sort of anonymity properties that it gives you. They don't want to have to trust that service with their anonymity. And in fact, we've seen that there have been a lot of closures of these exchanges and services, and so there's good reason for believing that if you put all your trust in an online service, you might simply lose your money. Okay, so having rejected online wallets as an anonymity solution, let's turn to these dedicated mixing services that I told you a little bit about. Before looking at their details, let's talk about the terminology a little bit. I like to call it a mix. Some people call it a mixer. These are really the same thing. Some people also call them laundries. I don't like this term at all. And the reason for this is that it needlessly attaches moral meaning to something that's a purely technical term. As we've seen earlier, there are very good reasons why you might want to protect your privacy in Bitcoin and use mixes for entirely good reasons for everyday privacy. Of course, we must also acknowledge the bad uses, but it seems a little bit weird to me to use the term laundry that implies that your coins are dirty and you need to clean them, and attaching a negative moral value to the whole thing, and for that reason, I'm not going to use that term in this lecture. We'll go with the technically neutral term, which is mixing. So, in talking about mixing, there are several of us, about 6 of us, who got together, researchers at Princeton, Concordia, and Maryland, including all 4 of us who are doing this online lecture series, and analyzed the existing mix ecosystem and proposed a series of changes for improving the way that mixes operate, both in terms of anonymity and the trustworthiness of mixes. So let's look at those principles. Before I show you those principles, as a quick reminder, at a very fundamental level, how does a mix operate? It asks for an address at which you want to receive bitcoins, and it gives you an address to send bitcoins to the mix, and then you both execute that transaction. It's a swap, basically. In a second, I'll show you what that looks like visually. But what were our principles for running these mixes properly? Well, the very first one is that you might want to use a series of mixes instead of just a single mix. And this is a very well-known principle. Using a series of routers is the same principle in the anonymous communication system Tor, and it's a good idea because it allows you to not have to trust a single mix, but instead be sure that as long as any one of these mixes is promising to delete its records, then you have a good guarantee of anonymity. And in particular, mixes should implement a standard API so that this can be very easy for clients to accomplish. And right now, this is not quite the case. And this is our paper for your reference. So now let's go in and look at what a series of mixes would look like visually. So here it is. Here is a user who starts with a coin or an input address that we assume that the adversary has managed to link to this particular user. They're going to send it to the mix at this address and get back a Bitcoin at this other output address that they provide. They freshly generate this output address and provide that address to the mix. The mix will hopefully return the same amount of Bitcoins at this output address. There's no way for the user to force the mix to do that. The user has to trust the mix. And this is, as we'll see, a recurring problem with the whole notion of mixes. And either immediately or after a time gap, it doesn't matter, the user will take the Bitcoin or Bitcoins of whatever value they've received at this address and send it to a different mix, which is hopefully not cooperating with the first mix, and repeat this process over and over again. So from an adversary's point of view, looking at the public blockchain, they're merely going to see, along with all of these transactions, a variety of other mixed transactions that other users are executing. And hopefully, the adversary will have no way to tell apart which of those transactions correspond to this particular user and which one corresponds to some other users. So that's the first principle. And the second one, if you think about what I've just said, in order to make that possible, you want to make these transactions as uniform as possible so that this linkability is minimized. And what does it mean to make these transactions as uniform as possible? One important consequence is that all of these mixed transactions, not only from a particular mix, but all of the mixes in this mix ecosystem should have the same value. So we think that all mixes out there providing service should agree upon a chunk size, a standard chunk size. And of course, there can be multiple denominations, but there can't be too many, and you can't simply allow the users to put in whatever amount of Bitcoins they wish to. That wouldn't work. So you need this kind of standardization. In addition to this, we found that there are a variety of possible attacks in which a clever adversary might infer various things, not just the amount. Even if you remove the amount, some other properties, including timing, for example, in order to try to link users' input addresses and output addresses together. This type of linking can be avoided, but human users, if they interact with the mix, are not going to be able to take into account all of those possible linking attacks. So instead, what needs to be done is this client-side software must be automated and built into desktop wallet software, so that this desktop wallet software automatically knows how to interact with these mixes in order to preserve the user's anonymity. So that was our third principle. Our fourth principle is a subtle one. Now, these mixes, why do they provide this service? Typically, it's because they're a business. And if they're a business, they want to be paid. How are they going to get paid? Well, it turns out that pretty much the only way for these mixes to get paid is to take a cut of the transaction that the user is sending to the mix. That seems a bit weird because if a mix takes a standard percentage, then an adversary might be able to use that to link the input transaction and the output transaction. So some current mixes try to randomize the transaction fee. They might say we take a random cut between 1% and 3%. We found that this is not a good idea either, because if you put that through a chain of mixes, then the amount of the value in the chunk is going to dwindle in a predictable way, and this is an important side channel for the adversary. So what is a way to avoid this? We proposed that these mix fees should be all or nothing. In other words, the mix should either swallow the whole chunk with a small probability, or should return the whole chunk. So if the mix wants to charge a 0.1% mixing fee, this is, by the way, very different from the transaction fee that mining nodes charge. This is a mixing fee on top of that. So if the mix wants to charge a 0.1% mixing fee, then 1 out of 1,000 times, the mix should swallow the entire chunk. And 999 times out of 1,000, the mix should return the entire chunk without taking any mixing fee. This is a tricky property to accomplish, which means that the mix should generate a random number in a way that can convince the user that the mix is not cheated in generating this random number, and has genuinely flipped a coin which has a 99.9% chance of coming up one way versus the other. But we do show how to do this using cryptography in a way that both parties can be satisfied has worked correctly. We think that really all 4 of these principles are necessary to have anything approaching mathematical confidence in having a large anonymity set and in our ability to resist clever inferential attacks by an adversary that looks at the blockchain to try to link input to output. The sad news is that virtually none of the current mixes follow these principles. They're in a very different model where each mix operates completely independently, and they have a web interface, and the user interacts with them totally manually instead of automatically through their wallet software. And will manually put in the amount. Instead of a standard chunk size, it's whatever amount the user chooses typically. And the mix will take some cut of that as a mixing fee and send the rest to the user. So we don't think this is a situation that gives mix users a lot of anonymity, but we think that by moving to a slightly different model based on these 4 principles, the anonymity properties of the mix ecosystem can be dramatically improved. All right, so through these 4 principles, we've seen how the anonymity properties of mixing can be improved, but there is still one major problem, which is that users still have to trust these mixes. So again, we had a few ways that we talked about in our paper for what to do about this. Mixes can do several things to improve their trustworthiness. One is that simply by staying in business for a long time and not stealing users' money, they can build up a reputation. You might wonder, does this reputation count for anything? Because it's simply a matter of he said, she said. In fact, a mix operator can claim that a competing mix operator stole all their money, even if that did not in fact happen. Well, generally, reputation systems in the real world manage to operate even though there can be conflicting claims that are made. In this context, for example, users might learn to only trust the word of prominent members of the Bitcoin community who they think have the best interests of the ecosystem at heart. Another way is that in the system that we proposed, the chunk sizes are going to be so small that in the regular course of mixing, users are going to mix a pretty huge number of chunks. Or at least the system can be configured in that way so that the chunk sizes are relatively small. So in that context, if a mix has even a 1% probability of stealing a user's chunk, then after 100 or so interactions with small chunk sizes with a particular mix, the user is going to know, the user is going to detect the theft, and so the user will learn to never use this mix again. And so the system might sort of correct itself by users testing mixes for themselves for trustworthiness. An important thing to keep in mind here is that the chunks that users are sending to mixes have typically already been through other mixes. So the mix itself can't know which user the chunk is coming from. And so the only thing the mix can do is to essentially steal randomly from users. The mix can't steal from a particular user. So from the user point of view, on average, they won't suffer losses that are more than the average rate at which the mix steals. So they don't have to worry that a mix might particularly have it in it for that particular user and steal all of their money. There's no way that that can happen. So that's what I mean when I say users can test this for themselves. And finally, we proposed a cryptographic mechanism where the mix can issue sort of a promissory statement to the user that once it receives a chunk at a particular address, it will send a chunk back at some other address that the user provides. And so if the mix fails to keep this promise, our idea is that the user can publicize this warranty and everybody will know that a particular mix is cheated. And so everybody will stop using this mix and the mix will lose business. And in combination, all of these three mechanisms provide incentives for mixes to act honestly. So these were our calculations anyway in our proposal. We haven't proved that this will work in practice. That remains to be seen. All right. On that note, let's quickly look at how things are in practice right now. It doesn't seem that there are any reputable services providing dedicated mixing that users have learned to trust, or at least enough to use on a regular basis. In fact, this is from the Bitcoin wiki, where the original is also highlighted in red, so I took the liberty of doing that myself. Mixing services may themselves be operating with anonymity, and so if your funds are not delivered, you have no recourse, use at your own discretion. So we're proposing moving to a different model where mixes stay in business, become reputable entities and so on. That hasn't quite happened yet. And note that there is sort of a bootstrapping problem here. If mixes were reputable entities, they would have a big volume of transactions. And so by interacting with them, you'd get a pretty good anonymity set. And so users would be more confident in interacting with them, and mixes would realize that they're making more money by staying in business and taking a small cut than by trying to steal the small amount of money that they're controlling at any given time. And so mixes would be further incentivized to stay in business. So you can imagine that once a mix ecosystem gets going, it will be self-sustaining. But whether or not that can eventually happen, we can say for sure that it hasn't quite happened yet. So the fact that this mix ecosystem currently doesn't exist is a big part of the reason why many people have proposed decentralized mixing. And there are a variety of reasons for decentralized mixing, some of which we've talked about, in that there is no bootstrapping problem. So the reason there's no bootstrapping problem is that in decentralized mixing, you don't go through a particular dedicated mix service. Instead, you find a community of peers who all want to do mixing. And somehow, without any central coordination, or at least a central service that collects your funds, you manage to mix with each other. So that avoids the bootstrapping problem, because as long as there is enough interest from Bitcoin users, they can meet with each other and start mixing. How to do that, we'll see in a second. Also, theft is impossible, and this is enforced through technical means because nobody is explicitly sending Bitcoins to another user. Again, we'll see how this is accomplished. It could possibly provide better anonymity, and we'll look into more details on that as well. And finally, I just want to point out that this is just more philosophically aligned with Bitcoin. If you can get rid of having to have a centralized service for some purpose, then there are a lot of users who are Bitcoin users who find that appealing. So how might this work? The main proposal for decentralized mixing is called a coin join, and this is something that was proposed by Greg Maxwell, who's a core Bitcoin developer, who will meet again in the next lecture, actually. So what he proposed is different users coming together to create a single Bitcoin transaction, and what are the outputs of this transaction, we'll see in a second, but somehow create a single Bitcoin transaction that combines all of their inputs, presumably of equal value. Now let's think about this for a second. What is necessary in order for these three users to create a single transaction? Well, one way of thinking about it, we might imagine that in order to produce a signature, somebody has to collect all three private keys. That's not actually how it works, though. In Bitcoin, all the signatures corresponding to the different inputs are totally separate. So each input signature is entirely separate. So what it allows the users to easily do is create different inputs that correspond to different users and also different output addresses that correspond to different users and randomize the order between them. So in this situation, maybe the users participating in the protocol might necessarily have to know which input address corresponds to which output address, although we'll see in a second if we can avoid that as well. But certainly someone looking at the blockchain, looking at only this single transaction, even if they realize that this is a coin join transaction, will not be able to find the mapping between the input and the output. It's that simple. That's the essence of CoinJoin. Of course, this is just one round of mixing. On top of this, you have to apply the same principles that we talked about before. So the principles that I discussed, they're not only for centralized mixes, they apply essentially with very few modifications even to the CoinJoin scenario. So you want to do a sequence of CoinJoins. You want to make sure that these chunk sizes are standardized so that you don't introduce new side channels, etc., etc. Okay, but let's look into this single transaction though. Exactly how would this work? There are a lot of details that are still not clear. So let's look at this in algorithmic form. So if we write it out like this, what needs to happen is that a group of peers who all want to mix somehow need to find each other. That's the first difficulty. And then they have to exchange their input and output addresses with each other. And one of these users, it doesn't matter who, will construct this transaction. Not yet a signed transaction, but just the transaction that corresponds to these different inputs going to these different outputs. And then they'll pass it around to collect signatures from each of the peers. Now, if the peer who constructed the transaction were disruptive and, for example, left out one of the peer's outputs, then the whole thing will collapse, because when that particular peer gets the transaction in order to sign it, they will simply refuse to sign, and the process will not be able to go forward. But if everything's okay, everybody acts honestly, then the transaction is constructed, and now any peer, again, doesn't matter who, can broadcast the transaction to the network. Two of them could do it independently, it doesn't matter. The transaction will, of course, be counted only once. So that's it, that's the whole protocol. The entire security property comes from each peer checking that their output address is represented, and that their output, of course, receives at least as much value as went in from their input. So that seems simple enough, but what are the remaining problems here? Well, there are three problems. One is, how did this group of peers find each other? Right? And the second is that, as I described in the previous slide, this protocol involves each of these peers finding out the mapping between inputs and outputs, or at least one of those peers. So that seems like a problem. In fact, I want to point out that this is a worse problem for decentralized mixes than for centralized mixes. And why is that? In the centralized mixing case, you could hope that these different mixes are run by entirely different entities who are not colluding with each other. And at least in some cases, these will be reputable real-life entities who you would imagine have incentives not to collude with each other because they have different goals or for whatever reason. Again, the reasoning is similar to Tor. You have a variety of different types of people who are running Tor nodes. They don't all have the same incentives, so we imagine that they're not all going to collude with each other, and also that they're not all going to get compromised by the same attacker. A similar principle holds for decentralized mixes, and that only works because you know something about the identities of these mixes. So these mixes, having known identities and being reputable entities, helps anonymity in this case. We don't have that luxury with decentralized mixes because we have no idea who any of these peers are. Right? So it could be a single attacker creating lots of Sybil accounts, and accounts in the sense of just creating lots of Sybils, and trying to get into every single CoinJoin transaction that's ever carried out in order to learn these input-output mappings. And so even if you do a series of CoinJoins, it might be the case that in each of those CoinJoins, at least one of the participants was an attacker or was controlled by the same attacker, in which case your entire anonymity is lost. So that seems like a problem. And a third problem, and kind of a tricky one, is denial of service. What does this mean? Well, it could happen that after providing the input-output pairs, one of the nodes disappears and refuses to sign the resulting transaction. So the transaction is not able to proceed forward. And secondly, even after creating the signature, before the transaction can get broadcast to the network and confirmed in the blockchain, one of the nodes who might be malicious might take this input and spend it in some other transaction that's unrelated to this CoinJoin. And so this CoinJoin will look like a double spend attempt and will be rejected by the Bitcoin network. So that's another way in which you can launch denial of service against CoinJoin. So now let's look at what are some possible solutions to each of these three problems. Well, the first one, how to find peers, is a very simple solution. It's not a perfect solution, but people consider this to be somewhat okay. You simply use an untrusted server. It's sort of like a watering hole where different users can connect and find each other, but the server is not necessarily involved in any way that the users have to trust in running the protocol. Right. And as we're going to see, each of these steps for solving these problems introduces a little bit of engineering complexity. So this already requires a whole peer-to-peer protocol for finding these coin-join peers on top of the Bitcoin protocol. And we're going to see similar factors that introduce engineering complexity for solving each of the other problems. So the next one, how do we solve the anonymity problem? Well, there's a simple straw man solution. You can frame the anonymity problem in this way. You need to communicate the set of inputs to all the peers, and also you need to communicate the set of outputs, but break the linkage between the input and the output. Now this becomes a communications anonymity problem instead of a Bitcoin anonymity problem, right? Because it's simply the matter of communicating these output addresses that needs to be unlinked from communication of the input addresses. So a straw man solution to that, since we already have seen Tor a little bit, is simply this. These peers come together, they exchange input addresses, and they disconnect and then reconnect over Tor after a while, and then exchange the output addresses. So this is pretty simple, but it may not be very robust in practice. A better solution might be to build a special purpose anonymous routing mechanism for these participants to utilize just for this protocol. And there are things called decryption mixnets that allow you to do exactly that, and such solutions have been proposed. So let's move to the third problem, which is a denial of service attack. Let's think about it this way. What's a traditional solution to a denial of service attack? Well, one possible solution to a denial of service is to make it a little bit expensive for the client to connect to the server and to receive service. Well, this is not a client-server model, it's a peer-to-peer model, but we can still try to adapt the same principles. And that's the principle behind the first two of the proposed solutions for denial of service, either a proof of work or a proof of burn. So what do I mean by this? Proof of work is simply repurposing the algorithm behind Bitcoin's proof of work to require each of these peer nodes to do a little bit of computational work before they can join a coin-join protocol. And the rationale is that if the adversary is going to disrupt every coin join that exists out there, they're going to be burning a lot of computing power, which will make it very expensive for them. Proof of burn is a similar concept. It's also called fidelity bonds in Bitcoin. It allows you to irreversibly destroy some Bitcoins that you own by sending it to an unspendable address, thereby proving that you've made a little bit of an expensive signal in order to get into this system. So that's the rationale between the first two solutions. The second two solutions, next to the third and fourth, also have a similar rationale, which is to identify the malicious participant, one or more malicious participants who launched the denial of service, to kick them out and to run the coin join with the remaining participants. And that could be done if you trust the server a little bit to carry it out. It could also be done in a purely decentralized manner, like this paper called Coin Shuffle proposed. And they came up with a cryptographic blaming protocol for doing this. And it involves something called zero knowledge, where you learn at least one of the players who misbehaved without necessarily learning much more about what happened. And then the rest of the peers can then redo the protocol. At various points, I've talked about side channels, so let's look at an example of that. And I want to point out that these side channels can be very tricky. Not all the mixing in the world can save you from what I call high-level flows that could be identifying. And here's a neat example of this. Let's say user Alice receives a very specific amount of Bitcoins, let's say on a weekly basis as income, and has the habit of always automatically and immediately transferring, let's say 5% of that to her retirement amount. Right? So think about the patterns that will be visible on the blockchain here. No matter what she does to obscure the link between the address at which she receives her income and the address to which she transfers to her retirement account, the patterns here are going to be uniquely identifying because this is a very specific value And the 5% of that is also going to be a specific value. And there's also a timing pattern. Every time money appears here, every time money goes to this address as well. So this is a problem. How do we protect ourselves from this? Well, one suggestion that has been proposed is not only in the context of mixing, but even in the context of regular Bitcoin wallets where users are not even trying to do any mixing, is by Mike Hearn, and he calls this merge avoidance. Merge avoidance is a very simple idea. When users want to do payments, the proposal is that instead of creating a giant transaction that combines as many inputs as necessary in order to pay the entire payment to a single address, why not have a protocol by which the receiver can provide multiple output addresses, as many as necessary, and the sender and receiver can agree upon denominations. And the sender can avoid combining different inputs and can make a variety of different transactions that send money from different input addresses to different output addresses. Right? So this avoids a lot of the problems both of high-level flows, because even these multiple input and output addresses cannot be linked to each other, so an adversary might not even be able to observe the fact that this is a high-level flow that's happening, but also avoids problems like clustering addresses together because of evidence of shared spending. And this is a proposal that one could think about incorporating right now into Bitcoin-based payment flows in order to improve anonymity for everyone. Now let's turn to zero coin and zero cash, which are a completely different approach to Bitcoin anonymity. The approach is sort of to bake it in at the protocol level, and these are cryptographic heavyweights. And so zero coin was first developed by cryptographers at Johns Hopkins, and later on they started collaborating with other researchers around the world who had been developing a very efficient cryptographic technique that would enable making some of the cryptographic operations in zero coin more efficient, and that resulted in zero cash. As you'll see, these techniques provide a qualitatively different level of anonymity than mixing solutions that sit on top of Bitcoin. But what's the catch? The problem is that this is not quite backward compatible with Bitcoin. Zero coin and zero cash are going to require altcoins. Technically, it's possible that zero coin can be deployed as what is known as a soft fork of Bitcoin, but the practical difficulties are high enough that this is not really considered feasible. And in fact, the zero coin developers intend to deploy it as an altcoin themselves instead of trying to be compatible with Bitcoin directly. Let's start talking about the details here. Let's review some of the things that I've just said. So zero coin brings protocol level mixing. And being baked into the protocol, what it gives you is a cryptographic guarantee of mixing. What does that mean? You don't need to trust a single mix or even a set of mixes or a set of peers or anybody at all to ensure your anonymity. You just need to rely on the underlying crypto being solid. You don't even need to rely on the miners enforcing this in order to achieve anonymity. It's purely a cryptographic guarantee. So that's really great. That's qualitatively better than what we have so far. And of course, it's not currently compatible with Bitcoin. And here's the paper if you want to look it up. So how does zero coin work? I'm going to introduce a concept called base coin, and I'm taking a few liberties with the presentation here in order to simplify and clarify the concepts. I'm going to do that by mixing some concepts from zero coin and zero cash, but toward the end I'll make very clear what the differences are between the two. So like I said, zero coin is an altcoin, and I'm going to call that altcoin base coin. I'm not calling it zero coin because zero coin is something else. It's an extension of this base coin. It's something that sort of sits on top of this altcoin. And the key property that gives you anonymity is that these base coins can be converted into zero coins and back again. And when you do that, it breaks the link between the original base coin and the new base coin. So think of this as a cryptographic mixing system that's provided by the protocol itself. So how might this work? Another way of looking at a zero coin is that it's a cryptographic proof that you owned a base coin, not anymore, but you owned it, and then you made it unspendable. A zero coin is something that allows you to assert that to, say, any miner who might care. And miners can verify these proofs, and that's what gives you the right to later redeem a new base coin in exchange for the zero coin. And the analogy is a little bit like poker chips. So how could that work, and what properties do these proofs need to have in order to enable this? So one challenge is how to construct these proofs, and the other trick is how do you make sure that each proof can be spent only once, can be used only once to redeem a base coin, because if you don't have that property, then it's going to lead to double spending. So let's see how to do that. It crucially involves a concept called zero-knowledge proofs. What are zero-knowledge proofs? I'm going to tell you at a little bit of an intuitive level, so I'm calling it crypto magic again. But what it is it's a way for somebody to prove a statement without revealing any other information that leads to that statement being true. A couple of examples are going to make this really clear. You might be able to prove a statement like, I know an input that hashes to this particular value. And notice that if the input that you had picked were long and random, you could, if you did a proof in such a way that you don't actually reveal the input, it won't necessarily allow somebody else to infer what that input is. A more complex version of this is you could say, I know an input that hashes to some hash in a following set of several different possible outputs. And the zero-knowledge proofs that ZeroCoin is going to use is something that's very similar to the second category here. Okay. Let's dive in a little bit more. So ZeroCoins are minted, they come into existence by minting, and anybody can do this. And ZeroCoins come in standard denominations. Let's assume for the rest of this that ZeroCoins are worth one base coin each. You could also imagine multiple denominations coexisting. How do you make a ZeroCoin? We're going to see that in the next slide. But let me just say for now that minting a ZeroCoin doesn't automatically give it any value. You can't get free money. It only acquires value once you put it onto the blockchain. And so putting it onto the blockchain is going to be about as expensive as the value of that ZeroCoin that you're later going to be able to redeem. So you have some sort of a conservation principle here. Okay. So here's how, specifically in cryptographic terms, we mint a ZeroCoin. It's something called a cryptographic commitment. What a cryptographic commitment is intuitively you can think of it as you're taking a serial number, a random serial number that you generated, and putting it into an envelope. So this intuitive notion of putting it into an envelope, cryptographically, what does that correspond to? What it corresponds to is generating another random secret R, which you're never going to make public, and computing the hash of the coin serial number together with this random secret. Now this is a little bit of a simplification, but it really helps you understand the properties of the system, so let's go with this description. So what just happened here? You generated arbitrarily, just like you generate Bitcoin public keys, a serial number for your ZeroCoin. And if it were long and random, hopefully no one else has ever picked that same serial number before. And you also generated this other random number that you're going to keep secret. And intuitively, generating a commitment to this serial number corresponds to putting it in an envelope and sealing it. And mathematically, it happens by computing the hash of the serial number together with this random value. Okay, once you've generated this commitment, what do you do with that? Well, the next step is to put that commitment onto the blockchain. That's when the ZeroCoin sort of becomes real, and doing this requires, in a sense, burning a base coin and making it unspendable. So in concrete terms, how would that work? You've got the blockchain over here, and one of those transactions might be a mint transaction, and if you zoomed in, it would be a transaction that's signed by Alice, who created this ZeroCoin, who minted this ZeroCoin. And what we saw earlier in the structure of transactions is that over here, you would have the recipient's public key or the recipient's address. Instead of that, here you have this cryptographic commitment. And just like before, just like a transaction having a pointer to a previous transaction, the same structure is carried over for ZeroCoin transactions as well. So what has happened here? We've spent this base coin in order to mint this ZeroCoin. And this commitment, this sealed envelope that we've put into the ZeroCoin, is what is going to allow us to redeem that ZeroCoin later in exchange for a base coin once again. So how does that work? To spend the ZeroCoin later, you will reveal that serial number that you put inside the envelope. And what miners will do, it's their job to verify that the serial number has not been spent before, that the serial number has not been revealed as a number that was put inside some other envelope. That's what prevents double spending in the system. Next, you'll create a zero-knowledge proof that we just talked about. And specifically, the zero-knowledge proof will say, I know a number R such that the hash of the serial number together with R corresponds to one of the 0 coins in the blockchain. And we'll make that statement more mathematically precise in a second. But think about what this says. It doesn't reveal that random number R. But somehow you're proving that you are in possession of that number, combined with this serial number that you have just made public, will result in the 0 coin that was once in the past put onto the blockchain. Right? So for somebody looking at this proof, this is all they need to know to verify that you earlier spent a base coin in order to get to this point. So this now should give you the right to redeem a base coin. But which base coin? And here's where the anonymity property comes in. You can pick an arbitrary 0 coin in the blockchain and use that as an input to a new transaction, out of which comes a base coin, and the miners will allow you to do that. Right? So put a 0 coin in, take a 0 coin out, but a different 0 coin. And all that anybody needs to know is that you have the right to do that because you put in some 0 coin in the past. Doesn't matter which 0 coin. And you can't do that twice. You can't do a spend twice corresponding to a single mint because the serial number now will become public. And there's only one serial number corresponding to one 0 coin. And you only know the serial numbers corresponding to your 0 coins and not anyone else's 0 coins. Great. So where does the anonymity property come from? Here's the anonymity property. Since you've kept this random number R secret, and this is what is available on the blockchain, there are a number of hashes or commitments corresponding to the different 0 coins that have been put on the blockchain. Even though you've revealed the serial number, not knowing this other random input R, nobody can try to brute force this and guess which of these 0 coins corresponded to your serial number. So even after the serial number inside an envelope has been revealed and it's been verified that this serial number was inside one of the envelopes, we still don't know which serial number it is. So this is the sort of magical property that zero-knowledge proofs in cryptography give us that you wouldn't get in a real-world, physical world, envelope-based analogy of this. So the next cool thing about this whole construction is the fact that these proofs are efficient. And I'm putting efficient in quotes here. And the sense in which they're efficient is that compared to what we know of zero-knowledge proofs and have come to expect on them, it's quite an achievement that these proofs are as efficient as they are. However, compared to the efficiency of Bitcoin transactions themselves, these are in fact quite slow. So it occupies a space in between those two. So exactly what I mean by efficient, the reason it's efficient is that it manages to avoid being linear in the number of 0 coins on the chain, even though that is what you would expect. Why is that what you would expect? Think about the statement that the spender is proving here. I know a random number R such that either the hash of the serial number with R corresponds to the first commitment, or the first hash, or the second commitment, or any one of these giant number of commitments that reside on the blockchain. Right? So it's a very long statement that the prover is proving. It's a statement whose length is proportional to the number of 0 coins on the blockchain. And yet, the proof is much smaller than that. It's not linear. It's only logarithmic in the value n here. And that's part of the magic of 0 coin. That's what makes it possible to even run the system. All right, moving on, let's talk about zero cash now. Zero cash kind of takes the cryptography sort of to the next level. It uses a cryptographic tool called snarks, which we won't get into at all. But the upshot of the use of these more efficient cryptographic constructions for proofs is that the efficiency gets to a point where the authors suggest that you can in fact run the whole system without having any base coin. All transactions can be done in this zero-knowledge manner. You don't need to have separate expensive transactions that are used only for mixing and a set of regular everyday transactions that you use when you don't want special anonymity properties. That distinction is now gone. The claim is that you can run all of these transactions inside these envelopes. And what I mean by that is the following. All transactions are zero coins, and so zero cash becomes untraceable in a sense because there is no base coin. And the reason for that is that splitting and merging of coins are also transactions that are supported in zero cash itself without going to base coin. And in particular, the transaction values, the transaction amounts, you can put those inside the commitments. Those won't be visible on the blockchain anymore. The only thing that the ledger records publicly is the existence of these transactions. You know that Alice put in some transaction. You know much later that Bob redeemed some transaction, who might be the same user, might be a different user. But the only people who need to know what the amount is are the sender and receiver of any particular transaction. The miners don't need to know that. If there's a transaction fee, then the miners need to know that fee, but that doesn't really compromise your anonymity property. Right? So the ability to run zero coin in this different configuration, where it's not two different coins anymore, it's not a base coin with a mix layer on top, but instead an entirely untraceable system of transactions, puts zero cash sort of in the next level when it comes to anonymity, because a lot of the possible side channel attacks that were true for mixing, that were true to a certain extent at least for zero coin, are no longer true for zero cash, because the transaction amounts will no longer be visible in the public ledger. But that almost sounds too good to be true. A completely untraceable electronic cash system. It is ledger-based, but the ledger doesn't record anything that might compromise anonymity or privacy. Well, there is one catch. Here's the catch in zero cash. It requires a certain setup process to even set up the system. Specifically, one needs random and secret inputs in order to generate the public parameters. Think of those as public keys, except that these are giant public keys. They're over a gigabyte in size. And not only that, not only is the size a bit of a problem, these secret inputs for the security of the system then have to be securely destroyed so that nobody knows what those secret inputs were that were used in order to generate these public parameters. That seems like a bit of a problem, and the reason that no one can know them is because if somebody knows them, it doesn't mean that they will be able to compromise anonymity, but they will be able to create new zero coins for themselves, and nobody will be the wiser, which is also an equally bad problem for the currency. So it's kind of an interesting sociological problem here. How could some entity set up the system and then convince everybody that they have securely destroyed the parameters that were, of course, necessary in order to set up the system? So it's not entirely clear how that can be solved. There have been various proposals for it, but at the moment, we don't have a very clear idea of how to go forward on this. So what have we seen so far in all of the different efforts to improve anonymity in Bitcoin? Well, if we put them on a line, as I'll show you in a second, we see that there are 5 clearly different levels of anonymity that we've seen in different proposed solutions. And what are these? So let's look at not only the levels of anonymity that these systems provide, but also the deployability of these systems. Let's start with Bitcoin, which is already here. It's only pseudonymous. It doesn't even aspire to be really anonymous. And we've seen that pretty bad transaction graph analysis are possible. I showed you many beautiful graphs with the clustering of different addresses, and in many cases, how to go from those addresses to identities. So not a lot of anonymity provided by Bitcoin. The next level is simply using a single mix, sort of in a manual way in which people are doing right now with some of these dedicated mix services. And that still allows you transaction graph analysis because, as you might remember from the 4 principles that I gave you, if you don't have this automated system that has uniform chunk sizes and so on, a lot of transaction graph analysis is still possible. In addition, you have to worry that this mix might not be trustworthy, is storing records, and might be sharing them with other people, and again, could get hacked, etc. The third level that we saw is a chain of mixes. And this can be in a centralized model or a decentralized model. It doesn't matter. Both models give you roughly the same level of anonymity. But where really the anonymity improvement comes in for this one compared to a single mix is that you have these standardized chunk sizes, and you have a series of mixes, and you have a variety of other bells and whistles on top of it, like automated clients and so on. And for this, some side channels are still possible, not as bad as before. Transaction graph analysis is no longer that easy. And you still have to worry about an adversary who might collude with multiple mixes, or in the decentralized model, some peers that might be malicious and compromise your anonymity. This is, of course, perfectly backward compatible with Bitcoin, could be deployed and adopted any day. Hasn't quite happened yet in a way that we would consider to be truly anonymous. And then we saw ZeroCoin, which is cryptographic mixing baked into the protocol. Doesn't depend on anybody promising to destroy their records or anything like that. You just need to trust the math. So that's a whole different level of anonymity. In my opinion, it still has some possible side channels, but it's not as bad as the other mixing-based solutions that we saw where it's not baked into the protocol. And ZeroCoin, of course, as we saw, is an altcoin, so it's not quite Bitcoin compatible in a way that one might hope. And finally, Zero Cash. The difference between Zero Cash and ZeroCoin is not so much at a fundamental mathematical level, but because of the fact that you can run Zero Cash in a configuration where you get rid of the base coin altogether, and the efficiency is not too bad in that configuration. And so what that gives you is untraceability, which is something on top of unlinkability. So that's a new anonymity property. And there really aren't any anonymity attacks that I can think of, at least. But the downside, of course, is that not only is it an altcoin, but it also has this very tricky setup process that we don't necessarily know how to make progress on. So we've talked a lot about Bitcoin's anonymity in this lecture, but Bitcoin's anonymity becomes even more powerful when combined with other technologies, in particular anonymous communication technologies. We've talked about Tor a little bit, we've alluded to it several times, but now let's go into more detail. Let's first set up the problem of anonymous communication though. So this is what the system looks like. There are a bunch of senders, there are a bunch of recipients, and messages are routed from senders through recipients through this network over here. And of course there's going to be an attacker. This attacker, and this is called the threat model, the attacker controls several things. Some of these nodes in red are compromised by the attacker. Some of these edges, some of these links between honest nodes to the network are also controlled by the attacker, even if the nodes themselves are not. Similarly, some of the recipient nodes over here and some of these links from the network to the recipient node are also controlled by the attacker. And finally, some of the internal nodes of the anonymous communication network, all under the control of the attacker. But crucially, not all of the communication network is controlled by the attacker. And we want to achieve anonymity in this hostile environment. And as before, anonymity refers to unlinkability between the sender and the receiver. So how does Tor accomplish this? It's the same old pattern of picking a chain of intermediaries to route your messages through. And here it is in a nice visual form. And I have to thank the Electronic Frontier Foundation for this slide. So what's going on? Alice over here wants to talk to Bob over here. So she pre-selects a path through this set of routers, and that number is fixed in the Tor protocol. It's always 3, but conceptually you can imagine that it would be any number you want, and the more nodes you route through, the more anonymity you get, or the harder it is, I should say, to breach anonymity. So these nodes denoted with a plus are all the Tor nodes, and she picks some subset of 3 nodes randomly in order to route her message. And the security property that we get is that as long as at least one of these 3 nodes that she picks is not compromised or colluding with the attacker, then she is sort of safe here in that Alice cannot be linked to Bob by somebody who's observing some of the nodes in the network. I should say that there are many attacks possible on Tor. One of them, for example, is called an end-to-end traffic correlation attack. So there are going to be timing patterns in the flow of traffic between Alice and whatever Bob is, maybe a website. And so if the attacker controls both of these links, then just by observing the correlation in those timing patterns, he might be able to determine that these 2 nodes are in communication with each other, even if he knows nothing about the route that the message took between them. So one key point here is, how do you hide routing information? What do I mean by that? When a message has gone from Alice to the first router, it has to have the IP address of Bob's computer somewhere in that message. Otherwise, there is no way that this router can appropriately forward that on to reach the right destination. However, we don't want this router to actually learn that IP address Because if the router does learn that IP address, then it knows both Alice's IP because the message came from her, and Bob's IP because that's where the message is eventually going. And now this router has the link between the two ends of the communication. And this would be a problem if this router were malicious. So as you might guess, the answer involves encryption. And as you can see in this picture, these links are in green. They're encrypted connections, and this one is an unencrypted connection. Let's look in more detail to see how this encryption works. It's a specific way in which encryption is used. It's called a layered encryption. It resembles an onion, so that's why onion routing is a related concept here. So what is going on here? Alice and router 1 share a symmetric key that's represented in purple. Alice and router 2 share this key that's represented in blue, and Alice and router 3 share the key that's represented in gold. Now, these symmetric keys are not stored long-term by any of these nodes. They're established as necessary using key exchange. The only persistent keys are the long-term public keys of these routers. And these routers do, in fact, have long-lived identities and public keys and so on. Alice, of course, does not need to have any long-term public key. When she picks a path of these routers, she finds their public keys, executes key exchange protocols, and obtains these shared symmetric keys. And what she's going to do is when she sends the message to R1, it's going to be triply encrypted. The outermost layer of encryption is a symmetric encryption between Alice and R1. And so what this allows R1 to do is peel off that layer of encryption like peeling off an onion. And when router 1 peels off that layer of encryption, inside it's going to find the IP address of router 2 and an encrypted message to send to router 2. And it's going to forward that. Router 2 peels off a further layer of encryption, and then to router 3, further layer of encryption. Now the message is unencrypted, consisting of the plain text message as well as Bob's IP address. And so router 3 now sends that message in plain text to Bob. Of course, what you probably want to do is further layer a protocol like HTTPS or secure web browsing on top of Tor so that even this message from router 3 to Bob is encrypted, but the Tor protocol itself doesn't guarantee that, has no way of guaranteeing that because Bob might be a regular web server that doesn't even speak the Tor protocol, and so there's no way that Tor can be responsible for the encryption between R3, which is called the exit node, and the ultimate recipient of the message. I'll leave you to think about why this wouldn't quite work if there were only one layer of encryption. For example, if Alice tried to encrypt the message all the way from her to R3, it wouldn't quite work. The routing would not quite work out. But as it is, the very neat property that you have is that R1 only knows Alice's IP address and R2's address, does not know R3's or Bob's address. And similarly, every node knows only the addresses of the node that was one hop before it and one hop after it. And in fact, when the message gets to this point, the IP address of Alice is not even present anymore, whether or not in encrypted form. So that's really how you get anonymity here. If any one of these, if R2, for example, were compromised, then it would learn R1's and R3's IP addresses, but not Alice's or Bob's. So that's how Tor works. And now let's talk about Silk Road, and in particular, the problem that a site like Silk Road has to overcome is this. Silk Road is what is known as a hidden service. In other words, the Silk Road server wants to hide its address for obvious reasons. If you haven't heard about Silk Road, let me just say a sentence about it briefly. You're going to see it in more detail in the next lecture. Silk Road was a website that operated for a couple of years. It was an anonymous marketplace. It sold a variety of goods, but the thing that it was most known for is selling drugs. And because of the pervasive anonymity, or at least pseudonymity in the system, the idea was that it was very hard for law enforcement to go after. And the story of what happened next I will leave to the next lecture, but let's look at the technology that made something like Silk Road possible and the implications of that. So here is a simplified algorithm by which a server can keep its identity hidden and yet provide services through Tor. What it does is it connects through what is called a rendezvous point, which is one of the Tor routers, through Tor. And then what it's going to do is it's going to publish the mapping between its name, its domain name, and the address of the rendezvous point through directory services that the Tor system offers. And these domain names are not your regular DNS domain names. That wouldn't work because it's this whole parallel system of routing. And so these are called onion addresses, and they're going to look like this long string .onion. And notice that it looks a lot like Bitcoin public keys, and it's for sort of the same reasons. It's because anyone can generate one of these. And now the client will have to learn the onion address of the site that it wants to visit. If when the Silk Road existed, if you wanted to go to Silk Road, you couldn't type in silkroad.com. That wouldn't make any sense because Silk Road is not even available over the regular web. Instead, you would have to, through some manner, and this was a widely known address, you would have to find, this is not Silk Road's address, by the way, this is the onion address of DuckDuckGo, a search engine that offers privacy and anonymity. But you would find a similar address that belonged to Silk Road and put that into your Tor-enabled browser. And what your client would automatically do is look up the mapping for the address of the rendezvous point, connect to that rendezvous point, and through that rendezvous point have an anonymous and encrypted connection to the ultimate server without the server having to publish its actual IP address. So that covers some of the technology behind Silk Road, in particular anonymous communication and how do you do anonymous payments, which is of course with Bitcoin. But still, you need more technology in order to make this whole system work. You need security. In other words, how can you be sure that when you pay someone on Silk Road, they're going to actually sell you the goods? Silk Road had a reputation system for that. And how do you do anonymous shipping? The site pretty much left this to the participants. It advised buyers to provide an anonymous PO box, for example, to ship goods to. So let's take a step back. We've covered a lot of technology in this lecture. Hopefully you've understood that Bitcoin anonymity is a very powerful thing. And it gains in power when combined with other technologies, in particular anonymous communication technologies. And also, anonymity is a deeply morally ambiguous thing. There are many moral distinctions that we would like to make that we're not able to adequately express at the technological level, and so some of this moral ambiguity appears to be inherent. Hopefully, it's also been clear that anonymity is very fragile. One mistake can create a link that you're trying to hide. But also anonymity is an important thing to protect. It's worthwhile protecting. It has a lot of good uses in addition to bad uses. So most of the things that we've talked about today are either at the forefront of research technologically, or they're the topic of serious ethical debates. None of this is really settled. And so this is an ongoing conversation, area of ongoing research. We don't know which anonymity system for Bitcoin, if any, is going to become prominent or mainstream. And so this is a great opportunity for you, either as a developer or in thinking through the ethical implications, to get involved in some of these issues. And hopefully what you've learned in this lecture has given you the right background for that.
Welcome to Lecture 7. In this lecture, we'll talk about all the ways that the world of Bitcoin and the technology touches the world of people. We'll talk about the community, we'll talk about politics within Bitcoin and the way that Bitcoin interacts with politics, and we'll talk about law enforcement and regulation issues. In Lecture 7.1, we'll talk about consensus in Bitcoin, the way that the operation of Bitcoin relies on the formation of consensus among people. Now, there are really three kinds of consensus that have to operate for Bitcoin to be successful. The first kind is a consensus about the rules. This is a consensus about things like, what is it that makes a transaction valid? How can you tell a valid transaction from an invalid one? Second, what makes a block in the blockchain valid? Which block should be accepted and which block should be rejected? Third, how the nodes in the P2P network should behave, how they should interact with each other, and what kind of protocol they should use to discuss with each other, and more generally, all the protocols and data formats that are involved in making Bitcoin work. You need to have a consensus about these things so that all the different participants in the system can talk to each other and agree on what's happening. And so the first form of consensus that goes into Bitcoin is just a consensus about what these rules should be in order for the system to go forward. The second form of consensus in Bitcoin is consensus about the history. That is a consensus about what's in the blockchain and what's not in the blockchain, and therefore a consensus about which transactions have occurred. And once you have a consensus about which transactions have occurred, what follows from that is, of course, a consensus about which coins, which unspent outputs exist, and who owns them. And so this consensus obviously flows from the processes that we've talked about in earlier lectures by which the blockchain is built and by which nodes come to consensus, the processes that we hope push Bitcoin toward a consensus about the contents of the blockchain. So that consensus about what's in the blockchain and therefore what the history is the second important form of consensus that Bitcoin relies on. The third form of consensus that Bitcoin relies on is just the consensus that coins are valuable. That is, the general agreement that Bitcoins are valuable, that Bitcoins are a good thing to have, and in particular, the consensus that if somebody gives you a Bitcoin today, that tomorrow you'll be able to redeem or trade that for something that is of value. Any currency needs this, whether it's a fiat currency like the dollar or a cryptocurrency like Bitcoin. You need a consensus that the thing has value. That is, you need people to generally accept that it's exchangeable for something of value now and in the future. And so that's the third kind of thing that Bitcoin needs. Now this form of consensus, unlike the others, can be viewed as a little bit circular. In other words, my belief that the Bitcoins I'm receiving today are of value depends on my expectation that tomorrow other people will believe the same thing. So consensus on value relies on believing that consensus on value will continue. And this is sometimes called the Tinkerbell effect by analogy to Peter Pan, where it's said that Tinkerbell exists because you believe in her. The same thing is kind of true here, that the consensus that Bitcoins have value exists because of the consensus that Bitcoins have value. So circular or not, it's a thing that seems to exist, and it's important for Bitcoin to operate. Now, what's important about all three forms of consensus is the way that they're intertwined with each other. And this diagram shows a little bit about what I mean when I say that. First of all, the consensus about the rules and the consensus about history go together. Because it's the rules that determine which kinds of transactions can go into a block and which kinds of blocks can come into existence. If you agree on the rules, that is, which blocks are valid, then it's possible to build a consensus about the blockchain and about history. Whereas without a consensus about the rules, then people are going to disagree about what's in the history, and you won't be able to come to consensus in that way. So consensus about rules and consensus about history are tied together. In a similar way, consensus about history and a consensus that coins are valuable are also tied together. Consensus about history means that we agree on who owns which coins. And agreeing on who owns which coins is a necessary prerequisite for believing that the coins have value. Because if there's not a consensus that I own a particular coin, then I'm not going to have any expectation that people will accept that coin from me in payment in the future. So consensus about history is a prerequisite for consensus that coins are valuable. But in the same way, the consensus that coins are valuable is needed to make the consensus about history work. And we heard about this in the earlier lecture when we talked about the incentive arguments, the ways in which the block reward that is built into the mining process creates an incentive for people to follow the expectations about mining. So the consensus that coins are valuable is what creates the incentives that allows us to get to a consensus about history. And so we have all three forms of consensus here, which are tied together, such that if any one of them failed, then the other ones would fall apart as well. And in a sense, the genius of Bitcoin, the genius in Bitcoin's original design, was in recognizing that it would be very difficult to get any one of these forms of consensus by itself. Consensus about the rules in a worldwide decentralized environment where there's no strong notion of identity, that's just not the kind of thing that's likely to happen. Consensus about a history, similarly, that is a very difficult distributed consensus data structure problem, which is not likely to be solvable on its own. And a consensus that some kind of cryptocurrency has value was also a very difficult thing to put together. What the designer of Bitcoin and what the continued operation of Bitcoin shows is that even if you can't build any one of these forms of consensus by itself, you can somehow stand up all three of them together and get them to operate in an interdependent way. And so when we talk about how things operate within the Bitcoin community, we have to bear in mind that Bitcoin relies on consensus, it relies on agreement by the participants, and that consensus is a fragile and interdependent thing. In section 7.2, we'll talk about the Bitcoin core software. This is a piece of open source software which is a focal point for discussion of and debate about Bitcoin's rules. The Bitcoin core software is a body of open source software. It's licensed under the MIT license, which is a very permissive open source license. It allows the software to be used for almost any purpose as long as the source is attributed and the MIT license is not stripped out. The Bitcoin core software comprises the most widely used Bitcoin software. And even those who don't use it tend to look to it to define what the rules are. That is, people who are building alternate Bitcoin software typically try to mimic the rule-defining parts of the Bitcoin core software. That is, they look at the parts that check which transactions are valid, they look at the parts that check which blocks are valid, and they try to behave in the same way as the core software. So this is the focal point for talking about what the rules are. In fact, the Bitcoin core defines the de facto rulebook of Bitcoin. If you want to know what's valid in Bitcoin, if you want to know what the rules are, this is the place to look. This or explanations of it. Another related piece of machinery is Bitcoin improvement protocols, or BIPs. These are formal proposals for a change to Bitcoin. And typically, an improvement proposal will include a technical specification for a proposed change as well as a rationale for it. So if you have an idea about how to improve Bitcoin by making some technical change, you're encouraged to write up one of these documents, you're encouraged to publish it as part of the Bitcoin Improvement Proposal series, and that will then kick off a discussion within the community about what to do. They're published in a numbered series. Each one has a champion, that is sort of an author whose job it is to evangelize in favor of it, to coordinate discussion, and to try to build a consensus within the community in favor of going forward with or implementing a particular proposal. Now, what I've talked about so far are proposals to change the technology. There are also some BIPs that are purely informational, just to tell people about things that they might not otherwise know, or that are process-oriented, that talk about how things should be decided within the Bitcoin community. But nevertheless, if you have an idea about how to improve Bitcoin, typically you would make a Bitcoin improvement proposal, and that would be the process for discussion going forward of proposed rule changes. And so we have a rule book, and we have a process for proposing, specifying, and talking about rule changes. Now, the other group we need to talk about with respect to the Bitcoin core software are the core developers. We have these 6 people, maybe arguably 5. Satoshi Nakamoto, who I'll talk about a little bit later, is not currently active, but the other 5 are currently involved as core developers of the Bitcoin core software. So these are the people who are leading the effort to continue development on the Bitcoin core and who are in charge of which code gets pushed into new versions of the Bitcoin core. So how powerful are these people? Well, on the one hand, they're very powerful in one sense. In another sense, they're not all that powerful at all. On the one hand, you could argue that they're powerful because the rule changes, that is, the changes to the code that get shipped in the Bitcoin core, will be followed by default. These are the people who actually hold the pen that can write things into the de facto rule book of Bitcoin. On the other hand, because it's open source software and anybody can copy it and modify it, anybody can fork the software at any time. And so if the lead developers start behaving in a way that the community doesn't like, strongly rejects, the community can go a different direction. So one way of thinking about this is to say that the lead developers are leading the parade. So they're out in front of the parade marching, and the parade will generally follow them when they turn a corner. But if they try to lead the parade in a direction that's disastrous, well, then the parade members, the marching behind them, might decide to go in a different direction. They can urge people on, and as long as they seem to be behaving reasonably, the group will probably follow them. But they don't have formal power to force people to follow them if they take the system in a technical direction that the community doesn't like. So it's worth, in this respect, thinking about what you as a user of a system can do if you don't like the way the rules are going or the way it's being run. And to compare a centralized currency, like either a fiat currency or a currency that's issued by a central entity, against something like Bitcoin. So in a centralized currency, if you don't like what's going on, you have the right to exit. You can leave the currency, which means that you can stop using it. You can sell any currency you hold or try to sell it, and then you can just stop using it. Just like any business that you do business with, almost any business, you have the ability to just stop dealing with them if you don't like what they're doing. On the other hand, if it's a currency and you've got a lot of business, you've got a lot of assets tied up in it, it might be expensive or difficult to actually exit. But with a centralized currency, that's really your only option. With Bitcoin, because it operates in an open source way, you have the right to fork the rules. That means you and perhaps some of your friends or colleagues can decide that you'd rather live under a different rule set, and you can fork the rules and go a different direction from where the lead developers have gone. The right to fork like this is more empowering for users than the right to exit. You can exit if you want, but you have the right to fork, and that actually gives you more power. And therefore, the community has more power in a system like Bitcoin, which is open source, than it would have with the purely centralized system. So although the lead developers might look like a centralized entity controlling everything, in fact, they don't have the power that a purely centralized manager or software owner would have. Let's look a little bit more at what happens if there's a fork in the rules. And I'm talking here, in a previous lecture, we talked about the distinction between a hard fork and a soft fork. I'm talking about a hard fork here. So what happens is the following. So here we have the blockchain, which is coming along, building up the history. And at some point, there will be a fork in the blockchain if there's a disagreement about the rules. And you get two branches. You get one branch, let's say this one up here, which is valid under rule set A, but invalid under rule set B. And conversely, you'll have another branch down here, which is valid under rule set B and invalid under rule set A. If there's a hard fork as to what the rules should be, then there will be some transactions that are valid on each side and not the other, and this will eventually happen. And once these branches go apart, they can't come back together because this branch is illegal under the B rules, this branch is illegal under the A rules. They're permanently separate. So if the currency that we had over here on the left we can think of as being Bitcoin, the big happy Bitcoin that everyone agreed on, after the fork, it's as if there are two new currencies, which you can think of as being A coin, corresponding to rule set A, and we'll call this one down here B coin, corresponding to rule set B. And it's as if at this moment where there was a fork, everyone who owned one Bitcoin at the moment of the fork will receive one A coin and one B coin at that time. And from that time on, A coins and B coins will operate separately, as if they were separate currencies. And they might operate independently. The A group and the B group might evolve their rules in different ways, and certainly their blockchains will continue to grow in ways that are probably inconsistent across the two coins. So when this happens, we might say that the currency forked, that it's not just the software or the rules that forked or the software implementing the rules that forked, it's the currency itself that forked. And that's an interesting thing that can happen in a system like Bitcoin that couldn't happen in a traditional currency where the option of forking is not available to users. Okay, so what happens if a fork like this goes on? What do people actually do? How do they respond? Well, after a hard fork like this, there are really two cases. The first case is where the fork was really not intended as a disagreement about the rules, but the fork was designed as a way of starting an altcoin, that is, of starting a new kind of cryptocurrency with different rules. And if somebody just wanted to start their own currency and they found it convenient to start with a rule set that was very close to Bitcoin's, they found it convenient maybe even to start with Bitcoin's blockchain and to fork off as I illustrated on the previous slide, then that's not really a problem. The altcoin goes its separate way. The branches coexist peacefully, and some people prefer to use Bitcoin, some prefer to use the altcoin. The interesting case is what happens if the fork actually reflected a fight between two groups about what the future of Bitcoin should be. If that's the case, then the two branches are rivals, and the branches will fight for market share. After the fork, there's an A coin and there's a B coin, and each branch will try to get more merchants to accept it. Each branch will try to get more people to buy it. The branches will fight for market share. The branches will fight to be seen, to be perceived as being the real Bitcoin. Probably each branch claims to be the real Bitcoin, and there's a public relations fight between them, which goes along with the fight for market share. Each one wants to be seen as the real thing, and the other one to be seen as the weird splinter group. Probably, eventually one branch will win and the other one will melt away. These sorts of competitions tend to tip in one direction. Once one of the two gets seen as more legitimate, gets seen as having a bigger market share, gets perceived more broadly as being the real one, the other one becomes kind of a niche currency and eventually will fall away. So this is the likely future if you had a fork that reflected a fight over the future of Bitcoin. And what this amounts to is a kind of rebellion within the Bitcoin community where a subgroup decides to break off and say, we think we have a better idea about how this should be run, and you have a competition between the new and the old, which eventually one of them probably wins and becomes seen as the de facto new rule set and the de facto new governance structure. In section 7.3, we'll talk about who are the stakeholders in Bitcoin. Really, the question is who's in charge. We've talked about how Bitcoin relies on consensus and about how the rule book of Bitcoin is written in practice. We've talked about the possibility of a fork or a fight about what the rules should be. So now I want to come to the question of who actually has the power to determine who might win a fight like that. Okay, so who is the power? Well, suppose there's a negotiation about rule setting. There's a discussion within the community. There's a disagreement about which rule set should be used. Who actually controls the outcome? Now, if you think about it, as with any negotiation, one of the most important factors in understanding who has an advantage in the negotiation is to look at what happens if the negotiation fails and it comes down to a fight. And generally speaking, whoever has the best alternative to a negotiated agreement is going to have the advantage in a negotiation. In other words, whoever is likely to win a fight is likely to win the negotiation. It's the long-standing rule that on the playground, the biggest, strongest person is likely to get their way, even if no blows are exchanged. So let's talk about who actually has the power and who would be able to win if there were a fight involving a fork in the rules and a struggle for power over what the future of Bitcoin would be. So we can make a bunch of claims on behalf of a bunch of different stakeholders. The first claim is that the Bitcoin core developers have the power. Whoever it is that develops the core software, they have the power. They write the rule book. They literally have their fingers on the keyboard and have the ability to change the code that gets shipped. Since they write the rule book, since almost everybody does use their code and does follow their rules in practice, you could argue that they have the power because they can actually put a change out there that other people would, at least by default, accept. So the first stakeholder is the developers. A second claim, though, that we might make is that it's the miners who have the power. Why? Because miners are the ones who write the history. The miners are the ones who make the blocks that record the transactions that have happened. And so if the miners decide to follow a certain set of rules, then arguably everybody else has to follow it. We talked in previous lectures about what happens if you have a majority of miners. Certainly if there's a disagreement among the miners, and let's say 80% of them want one rule set, 20% want the other, well, the 80% group is going to be able to build a bigger, more impressive blockchain. And so they have some ability to push the rules in a particular direction. Now, how much power they have depends maybe on whether the fork is a hard fork or a soft fork. This can get a little bit technical into the details of the dynamics of Bitcoin. But bottom line is, miners have some amount of power because they get to write the history. And the history is going to be consistent with whatever consensus rules the miners end up following in the long run. So the second claim is that the miners have the power. You might also claim, though, that investors have the power. Why? Because investors are the ones who buy a lot and hold a lot of the Bitcoins. And so it's the investors who decide whether Bitcoin has any value. If the miners control the consensus about the history, and the developers control the consensus about the rules, it's the investors who control the consensus that Bitcoin will have value. Or at least that's the way the argument goes. So in the case of a hard fork, the investors, if they all or mostly decide to put their money on one branch, on the A coin or the B coin, then that one will have a lot of perceived legitimacy. And so the investors have a lot of power to decide which way things go if there is a fork. On the other hand, we could claim that merchants and their customers are the ones who have the power. Why? Because merchants and customers are the ones who generate the primary demand for Bitcoin. Yes, investors provide some of the demand that supports the price of the currency, but the primary demand that drives the price of the currency, as we saw in lecture 4, is driven by a desire to mediate transactions, to use Bitcoin as a transaction technology. And because merchants and their customers drive that demand, they're the ones who drive the long-term price of Bitcoin, or so this argument goes. Investors, according to this argument, are just guessing where the primary demand will be in the future, so investors are guessing where the merchants and customers will go in the future, and therefore it's the merchants and their customers who really have the power. On the other hand, we could argue that no, it's the payment services that have the power. They're the ones that really handle transactions. A lot of merchants don't care which currency they follow. They simply want to use a payment service which will give them dollars and ease of use and handle all of the risk. And so to the extent that merchants and customers have power and that those people rely on the payment services to actually handle transactions, well then maybe it's the payment services that have the power because they drive primary demand and merchants, customers, and investors will follow them. Okay, now I've argued for a bunch of different parties, all of whom I've argued should have the power, and there's some merit to all of those arguments. But the fact is all of those entities have some power. In order to succeed, remember, a coin needs all these forms of consensus. It needs a stable rule book written by developers. It needs investment. It needs mining power. And it needs participation by merchants and customers and the payment services that support them. So all of these parties have some power in controlling the outcome of a fight about the future of Bitcoin. And there's no one that we can point to as being the definite winner. It's a big, ugly, messy, consensus-building exercise. There's one more player that I want to talk about when I talk about governance of Bitcoin, and that's the Bitcoin Foundation. The Bitcoin Foundation was founded in 2012, and it really does two main things. First of all, it pays the core developers, or at least some of the core developers, it pays them a salary out of the foundation's assets so that they can work full-time on continuing to develop the software. The other thing that the Bitcoin Foundation does is it talks to government, especially the US government, as the voice of Bitcoin. People in the Bitcoin community said that we have a problem, that there's no one to talk to government on our behalf, and so our case is not being made, our arguments are not being heard in government. We need to have an entity that will do that. And the Bitcoin Foundation is one of the things that was set up to do that. And so that's the other function that the Bitcoin Foundation was set up to do. Now, the Bitcoin Foundation is not in charge of Bitcoin any more than any of these other parties are. It has membership from some members of the community, not from other members of the community. And its success, ultimately, like everything else in this kind of open source consensus-based ecosystem, will be driven by how much support it can attract and retain from the community over time. And it's worth discussing the points of controversy that have happened with respect to the Bitcoin Foundation. There have been controversies over the membership in the board, where some members of the Bitcoin Foundation board have gotten into trouble. They've gotten into criminal trouble or they've gotten into financial trouble, and the foundation has had to struggle with dealing with what to do about members of the board that are become liabilities and have to be replaced on short notice. There's been some controversy from those people who believe that Bitcoin should operate outside of and apart from traditional national governments, that Bitcoin shouldn't be in the position of negotiating with the government. Bitcoin should be what it is, be independent of government, and simply operate across borders, not having to explain or justify itself to government at all. People who believe in that point of view don't like the fact that there are people in suits who hand out business cards saying Bitcoin on them and talk to government as the voice of Bitcoin. And finally, there have been controversies over the Bitcoin Foundation and the question of who put these people in charge. There are members of the community who feel that the foundation and the people who set up the foundation aren't really true representatives of the community, and that they are anointing themselves as leaders of something that they have no right to put themselves in charge of. So, although the Bitcoin Foundation is prominent, there are still some questions about what its role is going to be in the long run. I think it's fair to conclude that the Bitcoin Foundation, in its dealings with government, has done a fair amount to smooth the road for understanding of and acceptance of Bitcoin, at least within the US government. But still, the foundation continues to be a somewhat controversial organization and one that's going to be the topic of debate going forward. So when we come down to the question of who's really in charge of Bitcoin, who's in control, the answer is, in one way, nobody. That there is no one entity, no one group that's definitively in control. In another sense, the answer is everybody, because it's really the existence of this consensus about how the system will operate, the three interlocking forms of consensus on rules, on history, and on value, that really is what governs Bitcoin. And any group, any rule set, any structure that can retain that consensus will, in a very real sense, be in charge of Bitcoin. In lecture 7.4, we'll talk about the roots of Bitcoin, how it got started, what were the precursors to it, and we'll talk about the mysterious founder of Bitcoin. There were really two precursors to Bitcoin that are worth talking about. First, Bitcoin arose out of the cypherpunk movement. This was a movement that brought together two trends or arguments. First was libertarianism, and particularly the idea that society would be better off with either no government or with a very minimal government, with government enforcing only the minimum rule set necessary to allow people to coexist at all. So together with that strong libertarian notion, or perhaps even anarchist notion, we had the idea of strong cryptography and public key cryptography, which started in the late 1970s. These two ideas came together in the cypherpunk movement, and this was a group of people who believed that with strong online privacy and strong cryptography, you could re-architect the way that people interacted with each other into a world in which people could protect themselves and their interests more effectively, and could do so with much less activity, action, or, as they would say, interference from government. So that was the cypherpunk movement. One of the challenges in the cypherpunk movement was how you were going to deal with money in a future cypherpunk world, where people were interacting over the net and interacting via strong technical and cryptographic measures. And so a bunch of research came along, led especially by early digital cash work by David Chaum and others, that was designed to create new forms of value that functioned like money, like cash, in the sense of being anonymous and easily exchangeable, but also provided stronger notions of anonymity or privacy. And so early work in that area, and there's a whole interesting story about how that developed and why it didn't sweep the world. Early work in that area came together with the cypherpunk beliefs and the desire to have a strong currency that would be decentralized, online, and relatively private to create the world from which Bitcoin was born, as well as the philosophy that many of the early supporters of Bitcoin, and even many of the supporters today, still follow. Bitcoin began in 2008 with the release of this white paper called Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system that was authored by Satoshi Nakamoto. This paper, which you can still get online easily, is the initial description of what Bitcoin is, basically how it works, and what the philosophy behind its design is. And so this is still a good thing to read if you want to get a quick idea of how the technical design of Bitcoin and how the initial philosophy of its operation was specified. So this was the beginning. This was released along with open source software to implement the Bitcoin system back in 2008, and this is where everything started. Now, this was written by this person, Satoshi Nakamoto, and Satoshi is one of the central mysteries of Bitcoin. What do we know about Satoshi? Well, Satoshi is the author of this white paper in the original Bitcoin software. The name Satoshi Nakamoto was almost certainly a pseudonym. That is a fake name that some person or people have adopted for the purpose of doing things related to Bitcoin. The identity of Satoshi is associated with certain public keys, with certain accounts and certain systems, so that there are certain kinds of accounts or statements or certain kinds of digital signatures that would convince the community that something was said by or issued by or created by the real Satoshi. So Satoshi, while being a pseudonym, is also a person who can speak and who has spoken, especially extensively in the early history of Bitcoin. What do we know about Satoshi? Well, we know that Satoshi writes fairly well in English. Satoshi uses sometimes American, sometimes British spellings. There's been a lot of attempts to look at the text, to look at the code, and to try to figure out what is Satoshi's native language, where is Satoshi from, attempts to look at the hours and times, and what type of machine does Satoshi use, and all of these sorts of things, try to figure out who is this person or people, and what are they doing. Satoshi was fairly active in working on Bitcoin, on writing about Bitcoin, and participating in online forums until around 2010, and since that time, Satoshi has said almost nothing. There's one notable exception that I'll mention in a minute. Satoshi owns a lot of Bitcoins from early mining. In the beginning, Satoshi was perhaps the only miner, or one of the only few people mining Bitcoins, and those Bitcoins that were accumulated by Satoshi's accounts early on now are extremely valuable, and yet those accounts are not being cashed out. Everybody can see which accounts, which Bitcoin addresses probably belong to Satoshi. And so if those coins were to be cashed in, if they were to be sold and the proceeds transferred into any particular bank account, that would be a very notable event and would be an important clue to Satoshi's identity. And so interestingly, although Satoshi created the Bitcoin system and has on paper made a lot of profit from it, Satoshi is unable to cash in that profit without identifying him or herself, something that for whatever reason Satoshi doesn't want to do. The real identity of Satoshi, still unknown. The question of who's really Satoshi is a favorite parlor game at Bitcoin-oriented conferences. It's also something that a lot of reporters have tried to do. People have done all sorts of things. They've looked at text, the text written by Satoshi, try to compare it to other things. They've tried to look at other pieces of software, to patent applications. They've looked at who was writing papers about things that seemed like technical precursors to Bitcoin before Bitcoin came along, et cetera, et cetera. In a well-known incident last year, a reporter from Newsweek found a guy whose birth name was literally Satoshi Nakamoto and fingered him as the founder of Bitcoin, as the Bitcoin Satoshi. That was almost certainly incorrect, as we've since figured out. In fact, one of the few times, if any, that the original real Satoshi, has spoken since 2010 was to issue a short statement saying, nope, I'm not that guy. So as of today, and probably or perhaps forever, we don't really know who Satoshi is. And in some sense, it doesn't matter because of the notable feature of Bitcoin that it is decentralized and with nobody in charge. Satoshi's not in charge. To some extent, it doesn't really matter what Satoshi thinks anymore. Any special influence that Satoshi has is only because of respect that Satoshi would have within the Bitcoin community should Satoshi become active again. So it's possible that we'll never know who Satoshi is. So Bitcoin was started in 2008 by Satoshi, whoever he, she, or they are, and has grown since then. If we look at a graph of the transaction volume, the number of transactions per day, this starts on the left at the beginning of 2009 and goes up to the summer of 2014. What you see is something roughly like an exponential growth. And indeed, this is pretty much what you'd expect from something that's spread by word of mouth. Like the internet, like other popular technologies, Bitcoin has grown in a roughly exponential way. And when there are jumps, they typically correspond to bursts of publicity, moments when Bitcoin became known in the popular press, for example, or when there were newsworthy events. Transaction volume has gone up over time. The total value of Bitcoin also has gone up, perhaps in a similar way. What you see is this looks like zero, but in fact it's just very low. And you see a relative rise starting here, maybe beginning in the middle of 2012. This looks roughly like an exponential growth, but with two spikes superimposed on it. One here in roughly April of 2013, March or April of 2013, it spiked up and then relaxed back down to the underlying exponential curve. And then arguably here around the beginning of 2014, it spiked up to about this value and then relaxed back down again to something near the exponential growth which has happened since then. So arguably, Bitcoin has grown in a way that is relatively organic and at a relatively constant exponential rate since it was born. And those who believe that Bitcoin has a bright future ahead of it believe that this exponential growth will continue. Thus far in Lecture 7, we've talked about the growth of Bitcoin, we've talked about how Bitcoin operates, who's in charge of it. I want to spend the rest of Lecture 7 talking about governments' interaction with Bitcoin and government attempts to regulate Bitcoin. And we'll start simply with the moment when governments noticed Bitcoin, when Bitcoin became big enough as a phenomenon that governments started to worry about the impact it might have, and governments started to talk about how to react to it. One reason why governments would notice a digital currency like Bitcoin is that an untraceable digital cash, if it exists, can defeat capital controls. Capital controls are rules or laws that a country has in place that are designed to prevent the flow of value, of capital, of wealth, either in or out of the country. And by putting controls on banks and investments and so on, a country can try to prevent these flows. Bitcoin is a very easy way under some circumstances, to defeat capital controls, because someone can simply buy Bitcoins with capital inside the country, ship those Bitcoins outside the country by electronic means, and then sell those Bitcoins for capital or wealth outside the country. By doing that, they could move capital or wealth from inside to outside, and similarly, you could do the same thing to move it from outside to inside. Because wealth in this electronic form can move so easily across borders and can't really be controlled, a government that wants to enforce capital controls in a world with Bitcoin has to try to disconnect the Bitcoin world from the local fiat currency banking system so that it's not possible for someone to turn large amounts of local currency into Bitcoin or large amounts of Bitcoin into local currency. And so we see countries that are trying to beef up or protect their capital controls do that. And a notable example is China. China has engaged in increasingly strong measures to try to disconnect Bitcoins from the Chinese fiat currency banking system. Another reason governments might worry about untraceable digital cash is that it makes certain kinds of crimes easier. In particular, crimes like kidnapping and extortion that involve the payment of a ransom or some kind of a payoff, those crimes become easier when payment can be done at a distance and anonymously. Law enforcement against kidnappers, for example, often has relied upon exploiting the handoff of money from the victim or the victim's family to the criminals. When that can be done by email, when that can be done at a distance in an anonymous way, it becomes much harder for law enforcement to follow the money. Similarly, tax evasion becomes easier when it's easier for people to move money around, when it's easier to engage in transactions that are not easily tied to a particular individual or identity. And finally, the sale of illegal items becomes potentially easier when the transfer of funds can happen at a distance and without needing to go through a regulated institution. A good example of that is Silk Road. Silk Road was essentially the eBay for illegal drugs. You can see here a screenshot of Silk Road's website when it was operating. It calls itself an anonymous marketplace. And you can see over on the left some sorts of things that are for sale. Illegal drugs were the primary thing for sale on Silk Road. You can see examples of the sorts of things that were for sale here. Silk Road allowed sellers to advertise goods for sale. They allowed buyers to buy those goods. The goods were delivered typically through the mails or through shipment services, and payment was made in Bitcoins. So Silk Road operated as a Tor hidden service, something that was discussed in an earlier lecture. So by operating as a Tor hidden service, the Silk Road servers could be hidden from law enforcement, so they were difficult for law enforcement to reach. Because Silk Road used Bitcoin for payment, it was also difficult for law enforcement to follow the money and figure out who the people participating in the market were. Silk Road was the largest online market for illegal drugs. As I said, it ran as a Tor hidden service and used payments in Bitcoin. The site held the Bitcoins in escrow while the goods were shipped. There was an innovative escrow system which helped to protect the buyers and sellers against cheating by other parties. The bitcoins would be released once the buyer certified that the goods had arrived. Silk Road had an eBay-like reputation system that allowed buyers and sellers to get reputations for following through on their deals. And by using that reputation system, Silk Road was able to give the participants in the market an incentive to play by the rules, even though they would be very, very difficult to find otherwise. So Silk Road was innovative among criminal markets in finding ways of enforcing the rules of the criminal market at a distance, something that criminal markets have in the past had difficulty doing. Silk Road was run by a person who called himself Dread Pirate Roberts, and some of you may recognize that reference, obviously a pseudonym. It operated from February 2011 until October 2013. Silk Road was shut down after the arrest of this guy, Ross Ulbricht, who was the alleged operator of Silk Road. He was arrested in October 2013, and he's currently awaiting trial. The government says that he was the operator of Silk Road and that he tried to cover his tracks by operating using various anonymous accounts, by using Tor, anonymous remailers, and those sorts of things. But they said that they were able to connect the dots and connect him to Silk Road activity, to connect him to the servers, and to connect him to the bitcoins that belonged to the operator of Silk Road. They charged him with various crimes relating to operating Silk Road. They also charged him with attempted murder for hire. If the allegations are true, he more than once tried to pay to have people killed. Fortunately, he was bad at it and nobody actually got killed. But nonetheless, these are some pretty serious charges. The government, in the course of taking down Silk Road, seized about 174,000 bitcoins. That's quite a bit of value. They then auctioned those off to the public. As with the proceeds of any crime under US law, they could be seized by the government, and the government did seize them. So Mr. Ulbricht is awaiting trial. We'll eventually perhaps find out the full evidence against him. Now, there are several lessons from Silk Road and from the encounter between law enforcement on the one hand and Dread Pirate Roberts, perhaps Mr. Ulbricht on the other hand. First of all, one lesson is that it's actually pretty hard to keep the real world and the virtual world separate. The operator of Silk Road believed that he could live his real life, living in society, and at the same time have a secret identity in which he operated a fairly good-sized business and technology infrastructure. That apparently is harder than you would think. It's difficult to keep these separate worlds completely apart and not accidentally create some linkage between them. It's hard to stay anonymous for a long time. It's hard to be very active and engage in a course of coordinated conduct in which you're working with other people over time while remaining anonymous. The reason being that although you can operate multiple identities, if there's ever a connection between two of those identities, if you ever slip up and use the name of one while wearing the mask of another, or if you ever slip up and create a link between them, that link can never be destroyed. And over time, the different anonymous or identities or masks that someone is trying to use tend to get connected, and there's a lesson there as well. The third lesson here is that the feds, the law enforcement, can follow the money. Because even before there was an arrest in the Silk Road case, the government knew that certain Bitcoin addresses were operated by the operator of Silk Road, and they were watching those addresses. The result is that the operator of Silk Road, while wealthy according to the blockchain, was not actually able to benefit from that wealth because any attempt to transfer those assets over into the dollar world would have resulted in a traceable event and probably would have resulted in rapid arrest. And so although Mr. Ulbricht was allegedly the owner of 174,000 bitcoins, the fact is he was not living like a king. He was living in a one-bedroom apartment in San Francisco, apparently unable to get to the wealth that he allegedly controlled. The lessons here are that if you intend to operate an underground criminal enterprise, and I hope you, as our students, are not, but if you are, that it's a lot harder to do than you might think. That the technologies like Bitcoin and Tor are not panaceas for people who want to do these things, and that law enforcement actually has some pretty significant tools that they can still use. And so although there might have been some panic in the world of law enforcement over the rise of Bitcoin, law enforcement is more and more realizing that they can still follow the money up to a point, and that they still do have a substantial ability to investigate crimes and to make life difficult for people who want to engage in coordinated criminal action. In section 7.6, we'll talk about anti-money laundering. What is money laundering and what are the rules that governments have imposed, especially in the US, that affect some Bitcoin-related businesses. So the goal of anti-money laundering policy is to prevent large flows of money from crossing borders or moving between the underground and legitimate economy without being detected. I talked earlier about capital controls, where countries are just trying to prevent money from crossing borders. In some cases, countries are just fine with money crossing borders, but they want to know who's transferring what to whom and where that money came from. Anti-money laundering is aimed at trying to make certain kinds of crime more difficult, especially organized crime. Organized crime groups often find themselves getting a lot of money coming in one place and wanting to ship it to somewhere else, but not wanting to explain where that money came from, hence the desire to get money across borders. Or they find themselves making a lot of money in an underground economy and wanting to get that money into the above ground legitimate economy so that they can spend it on sports cars and big houses or whatever it is that the leaders of the group want to do. Anti-money laundering is designed to make that more difficult, to either try to catch people trying to do those things or else prevent them from doing it in order to detect certain kinds of crimes or make organized crime more difficult. One of the rules that goes with anti-money laundering is something called Know Your Customer, sometimes called KYC. And the details of this can be a little bit complicated, depend on your locale, but the basic idea is this, that Know Your Customer rules require certain kinds of businesses that handle money to, first of all, identify and authenticate who their clients are, to know who these people are, and to get some kind of authentication that they really are who they claim they are, and that those claimed identities correspond to some kind of identity in the real world. So a person just can't just walk in and say, I'm John Smith from 123 Main Street in any town, USA. They have to actually give an identity and have that be checked in order to engage in certain kinds of business. Second, after identifying and authenticating the clients, the business may be required to evaluate how risky it is, what the risk is with respect to a certain client engaging in underground activities. And this will be based on how the client behaves, how long-standing their business relationship is with the company, how well-known they are in the community, and various other kinds of factors. But Know Your Customer rules generally would require some kind of risk analysis with respect to individual clients and would require a company that's covered by KYC to treat clients whose activities seem riskier with more attention. And then finally, third, typically there's a requirement to watch for anomalous behavior, to watch for behavior that seems to be indicative of criminal activity or of money laundering or of other sorts of things, tying that together with the risk evaluation to understand what's the level of risk with respect to a particular customer and what to watch for with respect to a particular customer. KYC will often ask a company to cut off business with a client who looks too dodgy or who's unable to authenticate themselves or their activities sufficiently for the rule. As I said, this gets complicated, but this is the basic outline. There are mandatory reporting requirements in the United States that are worth talking about. For example, companies in a broad range of sectors have to report currency transactions that are over $10,000. They have to file something called the currency transaction report to say what is the transaction, who is the other party to the transaction, and there's some requirement to authenticate who they are. This has to be reported to the government, and that goes into databases and then might be analyzed to look for patterns of behavior that are indicative of money laundering. Companies are also required to watch for clients who are engaged in what's called structuring, that is, in structuring transactions to avoid reporting. For example, if someone engages in a series of transactions that are $9,000 in value as a way to get around the $10,000 transaction reporting rule, that amounts to structuring. It looks like an attempt to evade the reporting requirements, and a company that sees structuring is required to report it, and they're required to watch for it. And so that requires filing of a suspicious activity report, again, filing that with the US government, and that again goes into a database, might lead to investigation of the client. The requirements here differ by country. I am by no means trying to give you legal advice about whether you need this or what you have to do. I just want to give an idea of what kind of requirements are imposed by anti-money laundering rules. But I do want everyone to note that government, the US government and other governments, take anti-money laundering rules very, very seriously. This is not the kind of rule you can just blow off and deal with it if you get a complaint from the government later. Bitcoin businesses have been shut down. They've been shut down temporarily. They've been shut down permanently. Business people have been arrested. People have gone to jail for not following these rules. This is one of those areas where government will enforce the law vigorously, and where if you're interested in going into any kind of a business that is handling certainly large transactions or for sure currency or fiat currency value in quantity, you had better be talking to a lawyer who understands these rules. This is an area in which government absolutely does regulate Bitcoin and has ever since they noticed that Bitcoin was large enough to pose a risk of money laundering. The R word, regulation. Now, regulation often gets a bad name, and it especially has a bad name among the kind of people who tend to like Bitcoin. Regulation is some bureaucrat who doesn't know my business or what I'm trying to do coming in and messing things up. It's a burden, it's stupid, it's pointless, etc. Now, those arguments often are correct, but I want to talk in a little more detail in this section about reasons why regulation might sometimes be justified. The argument against regulation is pretty common, it's pretty well understood. I'm not going to repeat it here. And so you'll hear me talking mostly about reasons why regulation might be a good idea, because that argument is not as well understood, and I want to lay it out here a little bit. But just to be clear, the fact that I'm spending most of this section talking about why regulation might be good shouldn't be read as an endorsement of widespread regulation or as a feeling that regulation is the greatest thing ever. It's simply that I want to bring a little bit more balance to the discussion in a community where regulation is often considered as always bad or just stupid by nature. All right, so the bottom line argument in favor of regulation is just this, that when markets fail and produce outcomes that are bad, and often agreed to be bad by pretty much everyone in the market, then regulation can step in and try to address the failure. So the argument for regulation, when there is an argument, starts with the idea that markets don't always give you the result that you'd like. So let me give you an example of a way in which the market can fail, and this is a classic example called the lemons market, which originated in a discussion about used cars. So let's talk about a market in concept, a market for widgets, some kind of good that we want to sell. And let's say that widgets can be either low-quality widgets or high-quality widgets. A high-quality widget costs a little bit more to manufacture than a low-quality widget, but it's much, much better for the consumer who buys it. Consumers like high-quality widgets much, much better. Now, an efficient market, a market that's operating well, would therefore deliver mostly high-quality, or I'll write it HQ, widgets to consumers. Why? Because the price of the high-quality widget will be just a little bit higher, but the widget will be so much better that almost everyone will buy the high-quality widgets. And so this is what you would hope that a market would provide, and under certain assumptions, a market will provide that. But let's suppose that customers, for some reason, can't tell a high-quality widget apart from a low-quality widget. What if they really can't tell which widgets are good and which widgets are not? Think of a used car from the classic example. You're looking at a used car sitting on the lot. Well, gee, it looks pretty good, but you can't really tell if it's going to break down tomorrow or if it's going to run for a long time. The dealer probably knows if it's a lemon, but you as the customer can't tell the difference. So you can't tell high quality from low quality. So if you think about what happens, where incentives drive people in this kind of lemons market, you can see that as a consumer, you're not willing to pay extra for a high-quality widget. Why? Because you can't tell the difference. And so if the used car dealer says, sure, this one is perfect, it's not a lemon at all, go ahead and buy it. It's only an extra $100. Well, it might be that you'd happily pay $100 for a higher quality car, but you don't really know whether that car, whether that widget really is high quality. So if you really can't tell which widgets are high quality versus low quality, then you're not willing to pay extra for the high quality one. And if consumers are not willing to pay extra for a high quality one, then producers can't make any extra money by selling a high quality widget. In fact, they lose money by selling a high quality widget because they don't get any price premium. They'd be better off buying the slightly cheaper low quality widget and selling it. And so the result is if consumers really can't tell which widgets are high quality and which are low quality, the market gets stuck in an equilibrium where only low quality widgets are produced and consumers are relatively unhappy with them. Now, this outcome is worse for everybody than a properly functioning market would be. It's worse for buyers because they have to make do with low quality widgets when in a more efficient market they could have bought a widget that was much, much better for only a little bit higher price. It's also worse for producers because the widgets that are on the market are all lousy, consumers don't buy very many widgets. The widget market is relatively small, and so there's less money to be made selling widgets than there would be in a healthy market. And so both consumers and producers are worse off in a world where consumers can't tell the difference between high quality and low quality widgets. That's a market failure. It's called an asymmetric information failure, and the result is a market that's sometimes called the lemons market. Okay, so how can we fix this? Well, there are some market-based approaches that try to fix a lemons market. The first market-based approach relies on the seller's reputation. The idea is that if a seller tells the truth to consumers about which widgets are high quality and which are low quality, then the seller might get a reputation for telling the truth, and once they have that reputation, then maybe they can sell high quality widgets for a higher price because consumers will believe them, and therefore the market can operate more efficiently. The problem with this is, yes, this sometimes works, but sometimes it doesn't, depending on the precise assumptions you make about the market. But if you think about it, this is not going to work as well as a market where consumers can really tell the difference. Because for one thing, it takes a while for a producer to build up a good reputation. In order to build up a good reputation, they have to sell high-quality widgets at low prices for a while until consumers learn that that seller is telling the truth. And that makes it harder for an honest seller to get into the market. The other problem that can occur is that seller, even if they've been honest up to now, if for one reason or another their sales are shrinking or they think they want to get out of the market, their incentive is to massively cheat people all at once and then leave the market, rather than continuing to be honest and then leave the market. And so in the beginning of a seller's presence in the market and at the end of a seller's presence in the market, reputation tends not to work. This sort of reputation-based approach also tends not to work in businesses where consumers don't do repeat business with the same entity or where the product category is very new. And so there hasn't been enough time for sellers to build up a reputation, like, say, in a high-tech market like, say, Bitcoin exchanges. The other market-based approach is warranties. That's the idea that a seller could provide a warranty to a buyer that says that if this thing turns out to be low quality, if it doesn't work well for you, I'll give you a new one, I'll pay you back, or something like that. And that can work up to a point as well, but there's also a problem there, that this warranty is just another kind of product, which can also come in high quality and low quality versions. A low quality warranty is one where the seller doesn't really come through when you come back with a broken product. They don't really replace it, they don't really give you your money, they make you jump through all kinds of hoops. And so this is not a panacea either. So if you have a lemons market which has developed, and if these market-based approaches don't work for the particular market that you're dealing with, then regulation might be able to help. And there are three ways in which regulation might be able to help address a lemons market. First, regulation could require disclosure. They could require, say, that all widgets be labeled as high quality or low quality, and then have penalties on the firms for lying. That gives consumers the information that they were missing. A second approach to regulation is to have quality standards, is to require that no widget can be sold unless it meets some standard of quality testing, and have that standard set so that only high quality widgets can pass the test. That way you have a market that's all one kind of widget, but at least it's high quality widgets, assuming that the regulation works as intended. Or you could have required warranties so that all sellers have to issue warranties and then enforce the operation of those warranties so that sellers are really held to the promises that they make. So all of these are forms of regulation which obviously could fail, which might not work as intended, which might be miswritten or misapplied. They might be burdensome on sellers and so on, but there's at least the possibility that regulation of this type might help to address the market failure due to a lemons market. So this is one example of how regulation can be an efficient thing to do if it's done well when there's a certain kind of problem, namely the inability of consumers to tell the difference between a high quality and a low quality product offering. And so people who talk about Bitcoin exchanges, for example, and argue for regulation of them sometimes point to them as an example of a lemons market. Another example of a market failure, or a place where the market doesn't operate the way that you would like it to in order to serve consumers, is price fixing. Price fixing simply is a case where different people are selling a product in a market and they just agree with each other that we're going to raise prices or we're not going to lower prices. Related to price fixing is an agreement not to compete, where companies that would otherwise go into competition with each other agree not to compete with each other. For example, if there were two bakeries in town, they might agree that one of them will only sell muffins and the other will only sell bagels. And that way there's less competition between them than there would be if they both sold muffins and bagels. As a result of the reduced competition, presumably prices go up and the merchants are able to foil the operation of the market. Because after all, the reason that the market protects consumers well in its normal operation is through the vehicle of competition, that sellers have to compete in order to offer the best goods at the best price to consumers, and if they don't compete in that way, then they won't get business. So an agreement to fix prices or an agreement not to compete circumvents that competition and prevents competition from operating in the market. So another way that the market can fail is when people take steps that prevent competition. These kinds of agreements, either an agreement to raise prices or an agreement not to compete, these are illegal in most jurisdictions. This is part of antitrust law or competition law. In general, antitrust or competition law is aimed to prevent cases where the market gets stuck in a situation where there isn't enough competition to protect consumers, or cases where somebody acts in a deliberate way to try to prevent someone from competing with them, acting in a way other than simply offering good products at good prices. Antitrust law is very complicated. I've given you sort of a sketch of it, but this is another instance where we know that there are failures that can occur and where the law will step in to prevent, in the easy cases, things like price fixing or agreement not to compete, but in more difficult cases, even some attempts to reduce competition in the market through, say, mergers or other kinds of activity. Another example where regulation might be helpful. 7.8, I want to talk about New York State's bit license proposal. I've talked so far about regulation in general. I've talked about a few forms of regulation. I've talked in general about why regulation might be justified in some cases, why it might make good economic sense. But now I want to talk about a specific effort by a specific state to introduce specific regulation of Bitcoin. We'll dig a little bit into what the bit license proposal would do. This is an issue that is current as of the filming of this lecture, that'll be current as of the release of this lecture, and it gives you a snapshot of the kinds of things that regulators are doing. Okay, so the bit license proposal was issued in July of 2014. Down at the bottom of the slide here, there's a URL where you can go and read it if you like. Here's the heading on it, the New York State Department of Financial Services. That's the part of the state of New York that regulates the financial industry. And of course, the state of New York has the world's largest center of the financial industry in it. And so it's a part of the New York State government that is used to dealing with relatively large institutions. It's a proposed set of codes, rules, and regulations that has to do with virtual currencies. So this is a new regulatory proposal from the state of New York. And there's a lot of text here, but let's walk through it. It's worth talking about. What the regulation fundamentally says is that you would need to get something called a bit license from the New York Department of Financial Services if you wanted to do any of the things listed on this slide. If you wanted to engage in virtual currency business activity, that means any one of the following things if you're dealing with New York or a New York resident. So if you're doing any one of these 5 things and any of your customers are in New York, And perhaps consult your lawyer. If you have business partners or other aspects of your business in New York relating to this, you need a BIT license. The first thing is receiving virtual currency for transmission or transmitting virtual currency. Second, securing, storing, holding, or maintaining custody or control of virtual currency on behalf of others. This might cover something like wallet services or other sorts of things, or perhaps exchanges. Buying and selling virtual currency as a customer business. You can apparently buy and sell it for yourself, but doing it as a customer business, you need a BIT license. Performing retail conversion services, including conversion or exchange of fiat currency or other value into virtual currency, conversion or exchange of virtual currency into fiat currency, or the conversion or exchange of one form of virtual currency into another form of virtual currency. So if you're trading virtual currency for fiat currency or virtual currency for virtual currency. And finally, controlling, administering, or issuing a virtual currency. If you're doing any one of those things in the state of New York or operating with a New York State resident, then you need to get a BIT license from the New York Department of Financial Services if this regulation goes into effect. You would have to apply for a license. To apply for a license, there's detailed language in the proposed regulation which you can read, but roughly speaking, you have to provide information on the ownership of your enterprise, on your finances and insurance, on your business plan, generally to allow the Department of Financial Services to know who you are, how well backed you are, where your money comes from, and what you're planning to do. You have to pay an application fee. You would have to pay. A licensee would have to do the following things once you had a license. You'd have to provide updated information to the Department of Financial Services about the things I talked about before, ownership, finances, insurance, and so on. You'd have to provide periodic financial statements so they can keep track of how you're doing financially. You'd be required to maintain a financial reserve. The amount of that would be set by the Department of Financial Services based on various factors about your business, what's the nature of your business, how well financed it is, who it is, how big it is, et cetera, et cetera. The DFS would be able to set rules about that. There are detailed rules about things like how you would keep custody of consumer assets. There are anti-money laundering rules which might or might not go beyond what's already required. There are rules related to cybersecurity, having a cybersecurity plan and penetration testing and so on. There are rules about disaster recovery. You have to have a disaster recovery plan and that meets various certain criteria. There are rules about record keeping. You have to keep records and make them available to the DFS on certain circumstances for some length of time about certain kinds of activities. You'd have to designate a compliance officer, someone within your company, your organization, who is in charge of compliance and has responsibility and authority to make compliance happen. You have to have written policies about compliance and about certain kinds of things that are satisfactory to the NYDFS. And there's a requirement that you disclose risks to consumers so that consumers understand what are the risks of doing business with you. The exact rules on that are not exactly clear at this point, but you might imagine something like the sort of prospectus that comes along with a mutual fund or with a publicly traded stock. Perhaps that's what the DFS has in mind. So these are fairly substantial requirements for companies that have a BIT license, and anyone with a BIT license would be required to do all this stuff. The state of the BIT license proposal right now, the situation that it's in as of this filming, which is August 2014, is it has been proposed by the New York Department of Financial Services. It's been formally proposed. You can go read the document, the proposal at the URL that was on the earlier slide. The DFS has solicited public comments. They have asked members of the public to write in and give them comments about the proposal. Do you like it? Do you not like it? What's good? What's bad? What do you propose changed? And so on. And lots of entities are gearing up to send comments to the NYDFS. After all the comments are in accordance with the normal regulatory process, the NYDFS will decide what to do. They'll decide whether to withdraw the proposed regulation, whether to issue it in modified form, whether to issue it in exactly the original form, and along with that decision, they'll issue some kind of a document that gives the rationale for deciding what they decided to do. Now, various parties have asked the NYDFS to grant an extension on the original date for comments, and NYDFS has signaled, they haven't definitively stated, but it seems pretty clear at this point that they're going to grant an extension, Because of that, I don't currently know the date. I can't tell you the date by which you have to comment, but you can go and look at the NYDFS website to get the current status. If you're an interested party, by all means, I would encourage you to comment. I would encourage you to get together with others and comment together. And I would advise you to make comments which are thoughtful and constructive and give the NYDFS reasoned arguments. Comments of the sort of "this is the coolest thing ever" or "you guys are total idiots, you don't know what you're doing," might make you feel good, but they're not going to affect what the NYDFS does. My prediction at the end of the day is that some kind of bit license is likely to be put in place by the NYDFS. Maybe it will be reduced from the scope or changed from what was originally proposed, but some kind of bit license, some kind of licensing regime which calls itself bit license, I predict, will be put in place by the New York Department of Financial Services. If this happens, or if New York doesn't do it and somebody else does something similar, the result will be that if you want to do business in any of the business sectors that we talked about on the previous slide, you would need a bit license from the state of New York in order to operate. And if this goes into effect, this would really be a major step in the history of Bitcoin. You would have a situation where not only NYDFS, but perhaps other jurisdictions would start to step in and regulate, and you'd start to see Bitcoin businesses get closer to the model of regulated financial institutions that traditional financial institutions have been in. This would be a step that really is in some ways contrary to some of the initial cypherpunk or cyber libertarian ideas about what Bitcoin was supposed to be. But in a very real sense, I think it's inevitable that as soon as Bitcoin became really valuable, that Bitcoin businesses became big businesses, that government got interested, it was more or less inevitable that regulation would ensue. Because Bitcoin businesses touch real people, because they touch the fiat currency economy, because Bitcoin is big enough to matter, government is paying attention and Bitcoin is getting regulated. This, on the one hand, represents a retreat from what the original advocates of Bitcoin had in mind. In another way, it represents the Bitcoin ecosystem growing up and integrating into the regular economy, which is much more regulated. Regardless of whether you like it or don't like it, this is a thing that's starting to happen. And if you're interested in starting a business in this area, you need to be paying attention to this trend. Will this be a success? Will it be good or bad? Well, I think there's one barometer we can look to understand whether a regulation like the bit license is actually successful from a public policy standpoint at improving the quality of Bitcoin businesses. And that's this. If something like bit license goes into effect, and if companies start advertising to customers outside New York that we have a bit license, therefore you can trust us, and if that argument that we're regulated, therefore you can trust us, is convincing to consumers, if consumers see regulation as a positive in choosing a company, then I think the regulation will be working in the way that its advocates wanted it to do. Whether that will happen and how this affects the future of Bitcoin is something that we'll have to wait and see.
In this lecture, we're going to talk about alternatives to Bitcoin's existing proof-of-work mining puzzle. Mining puzzles are at the very core of Bitcoin because mining puzzles determine the incentive system in Bitcoin. Bitcoin miners get rewards for the puzzles that they solve. We expect that miners will spend considerable effort trying to find any shortcuts available to them to solve these puzzles faster or more efficiently. If there's a faster way to solve puzzles, we think they'll take it. Also, if there's extra stuff to do that might help the network but doesn't directly help them solve puzzles any faster, we expect that they might eventually not bother to do so at all. Therefore, the nature of the puzzle plays a very important role in steering and guiding participation in the network. Now, we've talked about some of the basic features that Bitcoin's existing SHA-2 hash-based mining puzzle already satisfies. So for example, it's fairly difficult to solve a whole bunch of puzzle solutions. This makes attacks on the Bitcoin network very costly or unlikely to succeed. On the other hand, puzzle solutions are found at a fairly predictable rate, once every 10 minutes by someone. This means that honest miners, to participate, have some incentive to keep participating and compensate themselves for the resources that they put into the network. If we were going to design a new puzzle system from scratch, or modify Bitcoin's puzzle system to be different somehow, what else could we design the puzzle to achieve? What other kinds of behaviors would we like to encourage or disincentivize? In this lecture, we're going to talk about a variety of possible alternative puzzle designs. Some of them are already used in practice in altcoins existing today. Others are research ideas that might turn out to be used in the future. The puzzles that we'll look at can achieve a variety of possible goals, such as ASIC resistance, which means leveling the playing field between users with ordinary computing equipment and users with special optimized custom hardware. We'll also look at puzzles that discourage users from delegating their participation to directors of large centralized pools. And we'll look at useful proofs of work that have some intrinsic social benefit. We'll also talk about some of the essential security requirements for mining puzzles. It doesn't do any good to have some fancy secondary feature if the puzzle doesn't still satisfy the basic requirements that it needs to keep Bitcoin secure. Before going into the alternate puzzle designs, let's talk a little bit about some of the essential requirements that any viable mining puzzle has to satisfy. Now, there are many possible requirements. We've talked about some of them before. Mining puzzles need to be cheap to verify the solutions because every node on the network validates all of the puzzle solutions, even ones that aren't involved in mining directly. Puzzles also have to have adjustable difficulty so that the difficulty of the puzzle can be adjusted over time as new users join the network with increasing amounts of hash power contributed. I'm only going to talk in detail right now about one other essential requirement, which is a little bit subtle. This is that the chance of winning a puzzle solution in any unit of time should be roughly proportional to the hash power contributed. In particular, this means that really large miners with very powerful hardware should only have a proportional advantage in being the next miner to find a puzzle solution. Even small players should have some proportional chance of being successful in receiving compensation. Now, to illustrate this point, let me show you an example of a bad puzzle that doesn't satisfy this requirement. Consider a mining puzzle that takes exactly n steps to find a solution. There are examples of puzzles like this. I don't need to go into details though, but consider these a sequential proof of work. A miner would be able to find one of these proof of work solutions by computing n steps in order in a sequence. Once it reaches n steps, finds a solution. Now the problem is that if it takes exactly n steps in a sequence to find a puzzle solution, then the fastest miner in the network will always be the one who wins the next reward. Right? So consider a scenario with two equally powerful miners and a third miner that's slightly faster at making computational steps than the other two. For every step that the small miners take, the large miner takes 2 steps here. This means that the large miner finds its puzzle solution at the end of n steps while the smaller miners are still computing theirs. In this case, the fastest miner would be the only one who would receive any compensation at all. Therefore, none of the other nodes would have any incentive to participate in the first place. So the alternative to this, a good puzzle, is one that gives every miner a chance of winning the next puzzle solution in proportion to the amount of hash power they contribute. This forms a weighted sample of all of the miners. So imagine throwing a dart at a board randomly, at a board of different sized targets where the size of the target corresponds to the mining power. The more hash power you contribute, the better your chance of being the node that finds the next puzzle solution. A puzzle that has this property is sometimes called progress-free. Now, this was just one of the requirements. There are others, but for now, we're going to move on to types of alternative puzzles, and we'll discuss essential requirements as they come up. We're going to start by talking about ASIC-resistant mining puzzles. These are far and away the most widely discussed and sought-after alternative mining puzzles. Now, there are several reasons why we might want an ASIC-resistant mining puzzle. If you recall from previous lectures, Bitcoin mining used to be done using ordinary computers like CPUs and GPUs, then eventually moved towards customized FPGA devices, and now mining is mostly conducted using very powerful optimized ASIC chips which are so vastly more effective than general purpose computing equipment that it doesn't even pay off to use an ordinary computer or a very old generation of mining equipment. But this is too bad in a way, because it used to be very appealing that ordinary users could mine bitcoins out of thin air just by leaving their computer on overnight, a computer that they already had. This was really good for a low barrier to entry because it gave a compelling reason for ordinary users around the world to join the Bitcoin mining network and participate. So wouldn't it be nice if we could go back to the good old days when it was possible to mine bitcoins using ordinary general purpose computing equipment? So the approach to go back to this is to come up with a puzzle that reduces the gap between the most cost-effective, customized hardware and general purpose equipment that ordinary people already have. A separate goal is to try to prevent the very large ASIC manufacturers from dominating the Bitcoin mining game. There are only a few companies that are able to produce large semiconductor fabrication in order to actually produce the ASICs. So this represents a sort of consolidation of power. Now, a lot of customers of Bitcoin mining ASICs have this concern that the manufacturers are going to delay the shipment of their mining devices in order for the manufacturers to use the mining devices themselves in order to use them for their own benefit, to get their own rewards at the expense of their customers. Another concern is that if there is some breakthrough and there's a vastly more efficient ASIC design, whoever comes up with that design might keep it a trade secret to themselves and use it to build their own very powerful industrial mining center. And then they would be able to dominate the network. So the approach here might be to build a puzzle that reduces the gap between potential future hardware ASIC designs and the ASICs that we already have, which are largely distributed to ASIC mining customers. We're going to start by talking about the most widely used approach towards having an ASIC-resistant puzzle. This is called a memory hard puzzle. Now, the premise here is fairly simple, and it's based on a well-known phenomena since the 80s about the change in the performance of computing equipment over time. Since the 80s, the performance of processing has increased at an exponential rate. You've probably heard of this referred to as Moore's Law. Now, the performance of memory and storage have also increased at an exponential rate, but this rate is much lower rate than that for processors. There's a performance gap between the most efficient processors and the most efficient memory and storage, and this gap actually grows over time. This means that if we had a puzzle that required lots of memory to compute, rather than just processing circuits, then the potential improvement from next generation's optimized hardware, the current generation of optimized hardware, or even general purpose computing equipment would be much lower, and that's what we want. So we're going to talk now about the most popular instance of a memory hard puzzle. This is called scrypt. Scrypt's actually a memory hard hash function, and an scrypt-based mining puzzle is the same as the Bitcoin mining puzzle, just replacing the SHA-2 hash with the scrypt hash. Scrypt is memory hard in the sense that it has a constant time memory trade-off. This means that the hash can be computed using a fixed amount of memory. It's possible to compute it using less memory, but doing so increases the amount of time that it takes to compute. Now, as I mentioned, this puzzle is actually widely used in Bitcoin alternatives, including the second most popular cryptocurrency, Litecoin, and a variety of others. One thing that is to scrypt's advantage is that this hash function is also used in other places in security, especially password hashing, which has similar goals to ASIC resistance in Bitcoin mining. This gives extra confidence that if there are security problems with the hash function, then other people are looking at them and might find them. Now, the basic way that scrypt works goes in two steps. The first step involves filling a large block of random access memory with random values, and the second step involves reading from this memory in a random order. Now I'm going to give a detailed illustration of just how the scrypt hash function works. Now the goal here is going to be to compute the scrypt hash function of an input string x. Now, this is going to be the first step. The goal is to fill a block of memory containing n cells with random values. Here n is 36. Now these values are going to be filled in sequential order. The first value, v1, is simply the hash of the input string x, where the hash function h is an ordinary hash function like SHA-2. Now the second value, v2, is the hash SHA-2 of the previous value v1. This is the same as the hash function applied to the input string x twice. And so on. The third value v3 is the hash function applied to the input value x 3 times. And so on. After n iterations, all in-memory cells are filled up with pseudo-random values, and the last value is the same as the hash function h applied to x n times. Now in the next step, we're going to read back the values of memory in random order. Now we're going to begin by having an accumulator value a, which involves computing the hash function h one more time on the last value. Now for n iterations, we're going to use the current value of the accumulator a to pick an index I out of these n potential memory cells. Then we're going to read that value of memory, XOR it with the current accumulator value a, take the hash h once more of this value, and replace the accumulator's value with this updated value. Now, after n iterations, the final value of the accumulator a is the output of this hash function. Now let me explain the intuition for why this script hash function is memory hard. Now you can compute this by using the n memory cells as described just before. It's also possible to compute the script hash value using less memory. Suppose you wanted to cut down the amount of memory you needed by half. You could do this by only storing every other value v in the table, only the odd values in this case. Now, what happens if you need to access one of the even-numbered values of v which you aren't storing? Well, you need to compute it from the values of v that you are storing. Now, you can always compute vi by computing the hash h of vi minus 1. Now, this works, and you got away with using less memory, but you had to compute an extra value for h. Now, this intuition holds up. On average, if you wanted to reduce the amount of memory by half, you would have to increase the amount of computation cycles you need by a factor of 1.5, and so on. Now, to talk a little bit about script used in practice, there are a couple of disadvantages. One is that even though it has this advantage of being memory hard to compute, the script-based mining puzzle also requires n amount of memory and n cycles in order to check a proof of work puzzle solution. This puts a constraint on how large you can set n, in other words, how memory hard you can make it. Now, a good question is this memory hard puzzle actually ASIC resistant? And there's some uncertainty here. Script ASICs are already available, at least the first generation of these, and they're at least somewhat faster than what you can do with general purpose computing equipment like CPUs and GPUs. There are several companies competing to make faster script ASICs, and it's unclear how much better this performance gap will be able to get. There's some concern that in the altcoins that currently use script-based mining puzzles that the parameter n hasn't been set correctly, and this is one of the factors leading to ASICs arriving. Now, this general approach of having a memory hard hash function is good because, as I mentioned, script is used in other applications like password hashing. And so if there's any future improvements in password hashing, then memory hard mining puzzles would be able to use these new password hashing functions and be able to achieve the desired effect. Now I'm going to talk about another approach to having a memory hard proof of work mining puzzle. This puzzle is called cuckoo hash cycles. And the main advantage this has over script is that it doesn't require any random access memory to check a puzzle solution. Now, we're going to look at how this works, which involves, for every mining attempt, we're going to start with a potential solution x, which you can think of as a random string. And we're going to use the following procedure to determine whether or not x is a puzzle solution. For the first step, we're going to select the e pseudo-random edges in this graph. Now, for each edge, we're going to pick a random node from the top set of nodes and a random node from the bottom set of nodes. And we do this by computing hash values using, again, the underlying hash value h, which can just be an ordinary hash function. Now the edges are filled in the graph as illustrated below. Once the graph's completed, we want to determine whether or not there's a cycle in the graph of size k. Now, a cycle is a set of edges such that if you align the edges tip to tip, or tip to end, then they form a complete cycle. So here's what a cycle of size 4 would look like in this illustrated graph. Now k is another parameter of the puzzle. If the graph determined by input x has a cycle of size k, then we say that this has a solution. And we just output the input value x, as well as the evidence that there was a cycle, so the k indexes of the edges. Now, it's not as intuitive why this is a memory hard function, but the explanation is that finding cycles in graphs is a fairly well-studied problem, and the best-known algorithms for doing this do require a large amount of memory. Now, what is really clear to see is that this puzzle is very easy to check. The only thing you need to do in order to check the puzzle solution is to recompute what the edge endpoints would be for each of the k edges provided using the input value x. You only have to compute k hash functions and no random access memory is required. Now, there are even more approaches towards building ASIC-resistant mining puzzles. I'm only going to describe these really briefly. One is to simply build much more complicated hash functions than the ones that we've talked about so far. One example of this is the mining puzzle based on the x11 hash function, which is simply 11 well-known hash functions strung together in a sequence. Another approach is to have a mining puzzle that's a moving target. Here you would have a mining puzzle that actually changes altogether every so often. This means that optimized mining hardware for one puzzle probably wouldn't be good at solving all of the puzzles even after the puzzle changes. And customized mining hardware that's only good at solving one instance of the puzzle won't be very useful once the puzzle does change. Now, it's unclear exactly how we would change the puzzle every so often in order to maintain the security requirements that we need. Now, there's a counter-argument that says that there's really no point in trying to make an ASIC-resistant puzzle because the SHA-2-based mining puzzle that we already have is already good enough. Now, the SHA-2 circuit is pretty well understood. We have a good idea of what's the optimal way of computing SHA-2. As a result, Bitcoin mining ASICs aren't changing very much, and it seems unlikely that there's going to be a breakthrough in computing these proof-of-work solutions any faster. Now, even as it is today, mining ASICs consist of multiple copies of the same basic SHA-2 circuit. And the only difference between the largest ASICs and the smallest or cheapest ASICs is that they have more copies of the same essential circuit. This means that even the biggest mining ASICs are only a little bit more cost-effective than the smaller ASICs. They compute puzzle solutions faster, but they're also more expensive. Now we're going to talk about another possible desired quality for puzzles, which is for them to have some sort of socially beneficial intrinsic use. Now, there's a sense in which it seems like Bitcoin mining is extremely wasteful. If you recall from previous lectures, we think that Bitcoin mining consumes about 150 to 900 megawatts of power in total, and this is comparable to the power output of a really small hydroelectric power plant, for example. Now, this mining work is put towards computing these SHA-2 mining puzzles, which don't serve any purpose outside the Bitcoin mining system. So this raises a very natural question. Is there some way that we could have a puzzle where computing the puzzle solution actually provides some sort of useful benefit to society while still satisfying the basic things that Bitcoin puzzles need? This would amount to something like recycling, and it would have advantages such as lowering the overall cost of the Bitcoin system and potentially reducing Bitcoin's environmental impact. Now, there are a bunch of natural candidates for this that seem like they might work. The general structure of these possible candidates are problems that involve finding a solution in a potentially very large solution space, where the good solutions that you're looking for are very sparse within this space. This is like finding a needle in a haystack. Problems of this sort include protein folding, where the goal is to find a 3D configuration of a molecule that has a very low potential energy. Or searching for aliens and signals from radio signals in space and looking for anomalous patterns that might indicate extraterrestrial life. Now, for the same reason these seem like they might work as a Bitcoin mining puzzle, these have been successfully used in the past as crowdsourced distributed computing projects such as Folding at Home and SETI at Home. Now, there are a bunch of challenges that would have to be solved in order to use a problem like this in Bitcoin. In the cases that I just described at home, like folding at home and SETI at home, there's a trusted administrator of the distributed computing project that's able to choose which instances of problems all of the participants in the network are supposed to be working on. Now, in Bitcoin, there is no trusted administrator to choose the problems. So instead, instances of the problem have to be generated pseudo-randomly from public information, such as the hash of the last block that was found. Now, in order for these to be useful, randomly generated puzzle instances of this sort would have to still be useful, and also randomly generated puzzle solutions have to be hard. Now, it's not known how to turn any of these problems into such a puzzle scheme. Now, there is one example that seems to work and has already been implemented and is somewhat used in practice, which is called PrimeCoin. Now, the goal here is to have a mining puzzle where finding a puzzle solution involves finding a chain of very large prime numbers. In particular, to find a puzzle solution in PrimeCoin, you have to find a Cunningham chain. Now, a Cunningham chain consists of a sequence of prime numbers p, where each of the p's is of the form 2 to the power of some number times a constant a plus 1. Now, each p in this sequence has to be a large probable prime, where whether or not it's a probable prime uses a probabilistic prime checking algorithm. And also, the first instance of the prime number p has to be a multiple of the hash function of the metadata for the block, such as the hash of the previous block, the Merkle root of the transaction, and a random nonce value that miners get to choose. Now, this has been used in an altcoin called PrimeCoin, and it's actually paid off in some sense. Many of the largest known Cunningham chains have come from miners in the PrimeCoin network. Now, this is interesting because there have been distributed computing projects such as PrimeGrid, which have also tried to find prime number chains of this sort. This also adds some confidence that this is truly a hard problem because a lot of other people are also interested in finding solutions to this sort of problem. So is this actually useful? Well, possibly. There is at least one known use of Cunningham prime number chains, but the kind of Cunningham chains that are found by PrimeCoin miners are actually entirely overkill for this application. Now, there's another approach towards having a proof of useful work, which is rather than focusing on the amount of power or work output of the network, we might instead focus on the effect of investment in Bitcoin mining infrastructure. Now, just as an estimate, a lot more than $100 million have been spent on customized Bitcoin mining hardware overall. This includes designing new Bitcoin mining equipment as well as actually manufacturing it. Now, this Bitcoin mining equipment is very good at computing SHA-2 hashes, but this improvement in technology is only useful for the Bitcoin network. It has no other use otherwise. So the idea is, what if we could design a puzzle where the investment in newer and better Bitcoin mining hardware would itself be useful, even if the work that's done in the power output of the network is still wasted? Now, here's one example of a proposal that has this quality. It's called PermaCoin, and the idea is to replace Bitcoin mining rigs, which compute SHA-2 hash functions, with storage devices, such as hard drives and memory. Now, the side effect of Bitcoin miners investing in better mining equipment would be a side effect of having a massively distributed, replicated backup storage system. Now, the way that PermaCoin works begins by assuming that we have a large file F, which everyone knows about, and the goal of the network is going to be to store this file. Now, for simplicity, imagine that F is chosen globally by a trusted dealer at the beginning. Each user is going to store a random subset of this file. Now, PermaCoin is based on an alternative puzzle that uses storage. Now, assume that you have the file F broken up into several blocks. The first part of PermaCoin involves building a Merkle hash tree over each of the blocks of the file. Now, every user is going to generate a key pair in order to mine, which is going to include a public key pk. And they're going to use their public pk to pseudo-randomly select a subset of these file segments F that they're now responsible for storing. Now, for each mining attempt, the miner is going to select a random nonce value, and they're going to compute a hash function h1 that includes the previous block hash, the Merkle root of transactions, their public their public key, pk, and the nonce value that they chose. Now, rather than checking if this is a puzzle solution immediately, they first have to fetch k pseudo-randomly chosen file segments from the subset that they're storing, which is determined from that hash value h1. Now they compute a second hash value h2, which includes all of the data used to compute the first hash, as well as the actual contents of the file blocks f. Now from the second hash value h2, it's compared to a target in order to see if the puzzle solution is actually a valid solution. So the idea here is that the only way to make attempts at finding a puzzle solution and determine if an attempt is a valid puzzle solution requires you to store the random subset of file blocks that you were supposed to based on your public key. Here's one application of the permacoin storage puzzle. This involves a kind of subtle point about Bitcoin's incentives. There's a cost to being an honest miner in Bitcoin. Remember that honest miners are supposed to validate every Bitcoin transaction that's included in a block. However, validating a transaction requires storing the unspent transaction outputs database, which at the current time requires about 200 megabytes of storage. Now, maintaining this unspent transaction output database doesn't help you find puzzle solutions any faster. It's a little bit like unpaid overtime. So the idea would be to use the permacoin storage-based puzzle in order to reward miners for actually storing copies of the unspent transaction output database. This would reduce the marginal cost of being honest versus just mining for the sake of getting all of the rewards. So to summarize this section, having a proof of useful work is a very natural goal, but the challenge is to have this secondary side effect while still maintaining the essential security requirements. There's an argument that any benefit would have to be a pure public good, because if there were a way for an individual miner to get the benefit of the useful work they were doing, then this benefit would also benefit an attacker. So it would make attacks on the network subsidized to the same amount that it would add any secondary improvement to society. Now, potentially viable approaches to this include storage and finding large chains of prime numbers. But other potential approaches could be possible as well. So even though some of these useful proofs of work have been implemented in practice, arguably the benefit to society so far from these is pretty minimal. Now we're going to talk about another topic for alternate puzzles, which are puzzles that discourage consolidation of mining power. Now, Bitcoin miners mostly participate by joining mining pools rather than participating as independent individuals. Now, this means that very large mining pools that are directed by a central pool administrator become a very large potential consolidation of power. Now, Bitcoin's core value is decentralization, so this consolidation of power poses a big threat to Bitcoin's core values. Now, if the power is consolidated in a few large centrally managed pools, then the large pool operators become a juicy target for attacks like coercion or hacking. So a point could be made that we might want to discourage the very large pools from forming. There's even an analogy to voting here. It's illegal in the United States, for example, to sell your vote to someone for money. Arguably, by participating in a pool controlled by someone else, it's akin to selling your vote in the Bitcoin network. Now, recently this has become a popular problem because the very largest Bitcoin mining pool, gigahash.io, has reached larger than 50% of the network's overall hash power. This has led to a bunch of public outcries explaining that this is a very big threat to Bitcoin and spells doom or something to that effect, and demanding technical solutions to this problem. Now, the observation behind one technical approach to this problem is the observation that members in a Bitcoin mining pool don't inherently trust each other. Actually, pools can only form and become very large because members of the pool are able to prove to the pool operator that they're towing the line and doing mining work that can only benefit the pool as a whole. This works by using the shares protocol that was described in earlier lectures. Now recall that in a Bitcoin mining pool, there's typically a pool operator who has a well-known public key. Now each of the miners sends their near misses, or their mining shares, to the pool operator to show that they're mining on a puzzle that directs the reward to the pool operator's public key. When a solution is found, the pool operator then distributes the rewards among the pool participants who have contributed to finding the solution. Now there's an interesting attack on Bitcoin mining pools, which we're going to call the vigilante attack. Suppose that there's a pool member who's very upset with a large mining pool. He can participate in the pool by mining and submitting his near-miss share values to the pool operator just like normal. But in the event that he actually finds a Bitcoin puzzle solution that would reward the pool, he just throws that away and doesn't tell the pool operator about it. Now the effect of this attack is that the overall effective mining output of the mining pool is reduced. However, the vigilante only loses a little bit. He still gets rewards for other puzzle solutions that are found. He gets a proportional reward due to the shares that he submits. Now, one problem with this attack is that a vigilante still has to lose something and doesn't gain anything. And so it seems unwise to rely on vigilantes like this, monitoring the network and rightfully choosing when to do this to only attack large pools. Here's an illustration of what the vigilante attack looks like. The vigilante still submits shares to the pool operator, and if he finds a solution, discards it. So the approach of a non-outsourceable puzzle is to encourage the vigilante to perform this attack in the following way. We'd like to make it so that whoever actually finds the Bitcoin puzzle solution is able to take the reward for themselves. Now the vigilante would have an incentive, a direct personal incentive, to perform the same attack and harm the pool. Now the approach to having a puzzle that works this way is to have a puzzle where each puzzle attempt requires signing the puzzle solution value using a private public key pair. In particular, each attempt at a puzzle solution requires knowledge of the private key, and that same private key would then be used to spend the reward later. Now, as an illustration of this, instead of the pool operator just having a key, any of the mining pool participants who are contributing mining resources also have to have knowledge of the private key in order for their mining to be effective. If any one of them does find a solution, then they would be able to take the money. A secondary goal is that we'd like to even provide the ability for mining pool members in this case to evade detection. Now I'm going to describe how a particular instance of a non-outsourceable puzzle would work. Now, a solution to this puzzle contains the same information as an ordinary Bitcoin puzzle, including the previous block hash, a Merkle root, which is a commitment to all of the transactions to be included in this block, and an arbitrarily chosen nonce value. Now this also includes a public key PK, which the miner would have to know the corresponding private key in order to find puzzle solutions. It's also going to include two signatures made using this key pair, S1 and S2. Now the first step to determining whether a particular nonce value is a puzzle solution is to create a signature S1 using the key pair. Now this has to be a valid signature over the previous block hash as well as the nonce value that's been chosen. Now in order to tell if this nonce was a valid solution, you have to compute the hash H over the string containing the previous block hash, the public key, the nonce, and the signature S1. And then you compare this hash value to a target just like in Bitcoin's puzzle. Now, only after you find out whether or not this nonce was a valid puzzle solution, you then compute a second signature, S2, using the same key pair. And only in this signature do you include the Merkle root of the transactions. So the idea here is that you need to be able to compute the signature value S1 using the private key in order to find out whether or not you found a puzzle solution. And only if you found a puzzle solution do you then compute the second signature S2 in order to choose which transactions are going to be included. This means that to find a puzzle solution you have to know the private key, and if you know the private key you get to choose transactions that will direct the reward to yourself. There are several potential concerns with this non-outsourceable puzzle. One problem is that it basically throws the baby out with the bathwater. This non-outsourceable puzzle would discourage all pools from forming, not only the decentralized ones, which were the original motivation for this, but also the harmless decentralized mining pools like P2 pool, which were discussed in previous lectures as well. Now, the effect of this could be that if miners are discouraged from participating in any mining pool, they might find themselves steered towards other forms of outsourcing which are even more harmful, such as hiring hosted mining services to do their mining for them. Now, Now, hosted mining services are potentially an even larger threat to the decentralization of Bitcoin's mining power because the hosted mining administrator is actually in physical possession of all of the Bitcoin mining rigs. Now, there are potential approaches to addressing these concerns, but that's an ongoing research project, and I won't get into the details here. In this section, we're going to talk about a technique called proof-of-stake mining puzzles, and a variety of related techniques which altogether I'll call virtual mining because they don't involve any computational work at all. Now, the motivation for this is that Bitcoin mining seems to have an unnecessary step. If you look at the ecosystem of Bitcoin mining economics, Bitcoin miners earn monetary rewards in the form of Bitcoins. They have to spend money buying power and equipment in order to operate their mining rigs. Then they use those mining rigs to find puzzle solutions, which in turn give them reward. So what would happen if we removed the step of spending money on power and equipment? In this case, you would have something that looks like the following, which is what I mean by virtual mining. Instead of mining with computational hardware like Bitcoin mining rigs, you could mine just by using the money that you would have spent on mining rigs directly within the system. Think of this as using your money and sending it to a special address. And then a winner is chosen in order to have a mining reward based on the amount of money that miners have contributed by sending it to this special address. Now, it would be possible in a virtual mining scheme like this to essentially recreate the same dynamics and reward structure as in current Bitcoin mining. The only thing that's removed is the external step of having to use real power and real hardware. Now, there are a bunch of potential benefits to a virtual mining system like this. One is that it definitely would lower the overall cost of the Bitcoin mining system. Virtual mining, since it doesn't involve using any power or manufacturing any special hardware, would have no impact on the environment. Now, you could think of the savings that would result from this as being distributed to all of the holders of coins in this system. There's another argument, which is that holders of the Bitcoin currency are stakeholders in the currency. They have an incentive to do things that would benefit the Bitcoin currency system as a whole because it increases the value of the coins that they hold. So this argument is that the very people who are stakeholders in the currency have incentives aligned to be good stewards of the system. Now, because there's no ASICs involved, there would be no concern about an ASIC advantage, so any virtual mining puzzle is also an ASIC-resistant puzzle. And there's finally an argument that this approach would reduce the hazard of 51% attacks, whereby the network is dominated by very large miners with extremely powerful equipment. Now, let me describe this argument in a little more detail. The way the argument works is basically that the Bitcoin economy is smaller than the overall world economy. It's possible for an attacker who has a lot of wealth outside the Bitcoin network to be able to acquire very large mining rigs that they might not be able to acquire if they could only use their wealth that's inside the Bitcoin network. So to illustrate this, imagine that there's a wealthy attacker like a nation state or just some very wealthy attacker on the network who's able to purchase very large mining equipment that's very powerful. Now, all of their wealth is outside the system, and they're able to acquire this mining resources, and then they can use it to attack the Bitcoin economy. Now, if mining were based on the coins that were inside the network, then a wealthy attacker wouldn't be able to go outside the network and find more mining power. The only way they could acquire the amount of virtual mining power they would need to attack the network would be to buy up 51% of all of the coins in existence. This would require them to go to Bitcoin exchanges and exchange whatever form of wealth they already had for wealth measured in the tokens inside the system. This would likely raise the price of the coins within the system while they were doing so. It's arguably much more expensive to acquire half of the value of the Bitcoins than it would be to acquire mining power that's larger than half the existing Bitcoin network. Now, this provides an extra disincentive against conducting such a large-scale attack. Now, there are a bunch of variations of virtual mining, and I'll describe some of these. The original one is called proof of stake, which assigns to each coin in the system a stake value. And the idea is that this stake value grows over time for every coin as long as the coin isn't used. Every time you spend a coin or make a transaction including a coin, or enter a coin in a mining puzzle by using the coin to mine, the stake value for that coin gets reset. Another alternative is called proof of burn. And in this scenario, when you decide to mine using a coin, you actually have to send it to an unspendable address, and the coin essentially is deleted or gone forever. On the other hand, you do have a chance of winning a mining reward, and then that would replace the coins that you put in. Another variation is called proof of deposit. And this involves mining with your coins by depositing them in something like a time-locked account. Where they aren't burned forever, you'll be able to get them back eventually, but only after some amount of time has passed. Effectively, by choosing to mine with your coin in this scheme, you're losing the opportunity cost of whatever else you could have done with your coin instead at that time. The last variation is proof of activity. In this variation, everyone with a coin is automatically entered into the mining lottery. If one of your coins is chosen, then you're responsible for choosing the next block, and you have to respond by creating a signed message about the block that you choose within a certain amount of time. Now, virtual mining puzzles like these are an active area of ongoing research. And there's a large open problem which we don't know the answer to yet, which goes like this. Is there any form of security that you can only get by having a proof of work system that involves really burning real resources, requiring real computational hardware, and expending real electrical power in order to find puzzle solutions? If so, if there is some kind of security that you can only get by having a proof of work puzzle and not with virtual mining, then the apparent waste of the proof of work system is actually just the cost of the security that you get. On the other hand, if it does turn out that virtual mining can provide exactly the same security or more that you can get by having a proof of work system, then it seems likely that eventually proof of work systems, because they're so much more expensive, will eventually give way in favor of cheaper alternatives based on virtual mining. But this question is as of yet unanswered. Let's conclude this lecture by summarizing some of the things we've just talked about. We've discussed a variety of approaches towards designing alternate Bitcoin mining puzzles that achieve a variety of different goals. These include preventing ASIC miners from becoming a consolidated source of power in the Bitcoin ecosystem. We've discussed puzzles that prevent large mining pools from becoming consolidations of power. We've also discussed puzzles that have some intrinsic usefulness that can help society and reduce waste. And we've looked at the option of a mining puzzle that doesn't require any computational hardware at all. Now, for now, the best trade-off between these puzzles is unclear. And our speculation about the future is that for the near future, there will be many alternatives coexisting, and it will continue to be unclear exactly which alternative is the best. Now, in the next lecture, we're going to talk about Bitcoin as a platform. This is going to include applications beyond just the currency that we've seen so far. This includes applications like lotteries, prediction markets, smart contracts, financial derivatives, and many more.
Okay, in this lecture we're going to be talking about Bitcoin as a platform. So we spent a lot of time developing all of the technical underpinnings of Bitcoin and showing how it can be used as a currency. In this lecture we're going to be talking about what else we can do with Bitcoin. There's a lot of exciting things that we can build either without any modifications to Bitcoin or with pretty small modifications. So some of those things in order that we'll talk about in this lecture: secure commitments, secure timestamping, issuing new types of digital tokens and tracking those, things that aren't exactly currency, doing lotteries, generating randomness using Bitcoin, and finally prediction markets. So as a bit of a warning, these ideas are a little bit disparate, so there's going to be a lot of different things going on in this lecture, a little bit of a stew with lots of different interesting ingredients. We'll hop around a little bit, but hopefully the net result will be quite nice for you. So to start with, we're going to be talking about what we can do with the fact that Bitcoin is an append-only log. So remember, an append-only log means that it's a data structure that we can only write to, and once we've written data to it, the data will remain there forever. And we have a secure notion of time, so we can tell that certain things were written to the log before or after other things based on which block they're included in. So what we'd like to build using this is secure timestamping. And the goal here is that we want to be able to prove that we know some value x at a specific time t. We know it at no later than time t. And oftentimes we're going to want to be able to prove that we know what x is without actually revealing it at time t, but revealing it later. And we want the evidence to be permanent. So we have a permanent record that we knew some information x at time t or earlier that nobody can ever destroy after the fact. So recall that we can use hash functions to commit to data. So instead of publishing the data x that we want to prove that we know, we publish the hash of x. And the properties of the hash function guarantee that we can't later find some other value x prime that has the same hash value as x. If we did, that would be a break of the cryptographic properties of the hash function. And we also have the nice property that the hash of x shouldn't reveal any information about x. With the caveat, of course, that that's only true if x comes from a large possible space. Otherwise, somebody who has x or somebody who has the hash of x can simply try different values, different potential values for x and see if any of them match. So the idea of doing secure timestamping with an append-only log is that we can publish a commitment to x, the hash of x, and then later on we can reveal what x was, and anybody can look at this and say that we must have known x at the time we published the hash of x, because there's no other way to have generated that data. So what can we use this secure timestamping for? This idea that we publish the hash of something and later on we reveal what that data is to show that we knew it at that time. So one thing is proof of knowledge. If we want to prove, say, that some idea that we file a patent on was actually in our heads months earlier, we can publish a hash, say, of a design document or a schema for that idea, that thing that we would patent, that proves that we knew it at that time, but we don't have to tell anybody. And then later on, when we file our patent or when we publicize the idea, we can publish the information and anybody can look backwards in time and say, yes, they must have known it earlier when they published this commitment to it. We can also prove that we've received something. So if you're submitting data to a server, say something like a vote, the server can publish the hash of that vote, and that serves as a commitment that they actually received it at a specific time, and that will prevent them from later claiming that they never received that information from you. A whole bunch of other interesting things can be built just off of secure timestamping. There's actually a whole signature scheme that just uses hash functions, doesn't use any of the normally relatively heavyweight cryptography required to do public key signatures, just using hash functions in an append-only log. That's called the Guy Fawkes signature scheme, which we won't talk about anymore in this lecture, but the existence of stuff like that goes to show that this is a really powerful primitive that we can build a lot of interesting applications with. So one thing that we can't do, that would be very nice if we could, is prove clairvoyance, prove the ability to tell the future. So you might think that this secure timestamping would be a way to prove that we know something before other people, before it actually happens. And the idea here would be that we publish the commitment to an event that's about to happen, say the outcome of a sporting event or an election, and then later on we reveal that information, and that proves that we knew the outcome ahead of time. So about a month ago, during the World Cup final, it was thought that somebody had actually done this, and they tried to prove that FIFA, the organization running the World Cup, was actually corrupt. And the way they did this is that they showed a Twitter account after the match was over that had tweeted a bunch of outcomes that happened during the game. For example, the fact that Germany won, the fact that Mario Götze would score, and they proved that they had tweeted this before the game actually happened. And for a moment, before you think about it, it looks like this proves that somehow this person either could tell the future or that the match was actually fixed and that they must have known what was going to happen ahead of time. But with a little bit of investigation, you can find out what they actually did is they had tweeted every possible outcome before the match started. So they had tweeted every single player involved in the match would score, all possible final scores, and a whole bunch of other information. And then before the match finished, they deleted all of the predictions that they had tweeted, which turned out not to be true, and they were left with only true predictions. So the same basic attack can be done against any secure messaging system, where you simply commit to a bunch of possible outcomes, and then you only reveal the commitments that turn out to be true. So if you want to prove that you can actually tell the future, if you have that ability, you have to prove that you aren't timestamping multiple predictions for the future. You have to prove that you're only timestamping one specific prediction and then it comes true. And normally, if you're publishing a hash commitment, it's difficult to do that, especially in Bitcoin. If we're writing hash commitments as our secure timestamping, if they're not tied to any individual, it's easy to just publish a large number of them, never reveal the ones that are incorrect, and then they won't be traceable back to you. So that was a long detour to say that you can't use secure timestamping to prove that you could tell the future. It would be interesting if you could. So before Bitcoin even existed, there was a solution to this basic problem, which was to publish a hash of predictions in a newspaper or some other media which is called widely witnessed media. So something that a lot of people see in a public place. There are a lot of records. Newspapers get maintained in libraries and online. They're cached all sorts of different places. So if you've taken the time to put a hash into the corner of the newspaper here or somewhere in the classified section, people have pretty high confidence that you actually put that hash the day that the newspaper was published. That serves as a pretty good timestamp. And for a relatively low cost, you can simply pay the newspaper as if this is an advertisement, and you can put the hash of whatever data you want. And then after the newspaper has been published, whenever you want to reveal the data that you committed to, you can just publish the data. People can refer back to the newspaper and the time, and they'll know that you committed to it on that date. So this is a really simple solution. It works just fine offline. The question is, how can we do this with Bitcoin? So the question is really, where can we put our hash commitment in Bitcoin? What's the right place in the blockchain or in transactions to stuff this data, which will represent the hash of some information that we're trying to timestamp? So the simplest idea that people came up with first is, instead of sending money to the hash of a public key, just send it to the hash of your data. You can send a very small amount, say 1 Satoshi, the minimum possible transaction value in Bitcoin, to that address. And of course, it's in your interest to send as little as possible because you're never going to get the money back. Since that is a hash of data and not a public key, there's not going to be any way to ever spend the coin that you send to that address. So the advantage is that this is a really simple, easy way to do it. It's compatible with Bitcoin. But the disadvantage is that you're creating this transaction that you're never going to be able to redeem, and the Bitcoin miners have to track this as an unspent transaction output forever, and they have no way of knowing that this was actually a timestamp and not a valid transaction. So the Bitcoin community takes a pretty dim view of this approach because it creates these unspendable outputs that have to be tracked. So a more sophisticated way to do this is called CommitCoin, and this is a little protocol for finding public keys and signatures that have the data that you want to commit to embedded in the bits of the public key and the signature. So you have to do some brute force work here to find a special public key by simply trying to find a lot of public keys and a lot of signatures, so that the bits that you want, the bits that represent the hash of your data, are also the bits of a valid public key. And the advantage of doing this is that it's still compatible. It's invisible to miners. They can't tell that you're committing data. It looks just like any other valid public key. And you aren't actually adding any new unspendable transaction outputs. The downside of this is that it's more expensive to do. You have to do the brute forcing to find this key, and your data rate is going to be a little bit lower since it's more expensive to do this style of commitment. So the preferred way to do this now is with a provably unspendable output. And you include your data in the provably unspendable script that you're trying to commit to. And we talked about this earlier when we were talking about scripts, when we were talking about proof of burn, where you have this script with the op return, which can never be satisfied, and then you can push some arbitrary data. So the same way that you could use this to do proof of burn, you can use this to commit to some data. You just have a script that returns immediately. The return command, of course, throws an error, so this script can never be run successfully without an error, and you can include some data. So this is cheap. There's no bloat in the unspent transaction outputs. You only lose a little bit of money every time you do this. The only downside is that this still isn't a standard transaction, so it won't be relayed by default. But this is the preferred way to commit to data on the blockchain. And there are actually a bunch of startups that actually start up small websites that will do this for you. So they'll collect a lot of people's commitments into a large Merkle tree, and then publish one unspendable output that looks like this form that has all of the commitments that everybody wanted to make for the day. So in fact, you don't even need to spend the small value yourself. A lot of people can amortize that cost together, and this is another way to limit the amount of bloat that you're adding to the blockchain. So what's the data rate of a scheme like this? Well, mostly you can get a 40-byte commitment for the cost of one transaction fee, which is currently about 1/10,000th of a Bitcoin, or about 5 cents US. And that's enough to commit to the hash of whatever data you want. So essentially, for about 5 cents, you can commit to an arbitrary amount of data. So the downside of being able to write arbitrary data into the blockchain is that people might abuse this, and they might abuse it by trying to write illegal content into the blockchain. And in some countries, there are things that are very illegal. So think about child pornographic images, copyrighted material, or other things that you may face very stiff penalties if you're caught having that data. So sure enough, several people have tried to do this as a griefing action against the Bitcoin community, simply to harass the community and try to bother people. They've at least claimed, I've never seen it actually verified, that they've published pornographic data into the Bitcoin blockchain. And the idea is that this makes it dangerous to download the blockchain onto your hard drive and to run a full node, because you're now downloading this illegal material. So this is basically just an unfortunate fact of life. There's no good way to prevent people from writing arbitrary data into the Bitcoin blockchain. If you force everybody to use pay-to-script hash, that's one countermeasure that would make it a little bit more expensive to write this data in. But in general, there's no way to prevent people from writing arbitrary bits into Bitcoin if that's what they really want to do. So an observation on the positive side from the fact that we can write whatever data we want into Bitcoin is that we can actually build an entirely new currency system without developing a new consensus mechanism. We can just use Bitcoin as an append-only log that already exists and write all of the data that we need for our new system directly into the Bitcoin blockchain. So this is called an overlay currency. Bitcoin exists as the underlying substrate, if you will, and you just write your new data directly into the Bitcoin blockchain, formatted as these unspendable Bitcoin transaction outputs. Of course, you don't have the miners actually validating that what you're writing into the blockchain is valid under the rules of the new currency system anymore, so you have to develop a more complicated logic for understanding the new currency, because you don't have miners policing what's written into effectively the new overlay blockchain. Anybody can write anything in there who's willing to pay the Bitcoin transaction fees. So instead of having miners reject double spends, everybody as a community has to simply look at the history of what's been written, and if two transactions attempt to spend the same coins, everybody has to understand that the second one is considered invalid. So the most prominent effort to actually do this is called Mastercoin. So Mastercoin is an overlay currency. It's built on top of Bitcoin. All of the Mastercoin transactions are written into the Bitcoin blockchain. And it supports a much larger, richer feature set than Bitcoin. So the idea is that they don't have to develop a new consensus algorithm, and since the Bitcoin miners don't need to know about the Mastercoin rules, they can support a lot more fancy features, more sophisticated smart properties, smart contracts, user-defined currencies. Essentially, the API is many times larger than the Bitcoin API because the miners don't have to understand it. They're willing to just blindly write anything into the blockchain, which is formatted as a valid Bitcoin transaction. And the Mastercoin community has to look at all of that data and piece together valid ownership of Mastercoins based on what's written into the Bitcoin blockchain. So this is very nice. You can develop a currency without having to create your own new consensus system. You don't need new miners. You can add more features. You can develop it faster. But you're inherently reliant on Bitcoin here. And this can be somewhat inefficient because you might have to write a lot of data because you don't have miners policing to prevent invalid transactions from being written into the blockchain. And I believe that we'll talk a little bit more about Mastercoin in Lecture 11. All right, so now we're going to change gears. Like I said, we're going to be changing gears quite a bit in this lecture, and we're going to talk about using Bitcoins to represent smart property. So using bitcoins to represent something other than simply one unit of currency in the Bitcoin system. So recall from the lecture on anonymity especially, we talked about the transaction graph of bitcoins and the fact that you can trace ownership of value in the Bitcoin system over time. So every Bitcoin has a history. Of course, keeping the caveat in mind that there's no such thing really as a Bitcoin, just unspent transaction outputs, but we'll think about them as coins. And every coin has this long history attached to it, which anybody can view in the blockchain. A history of everybody who's owned any piece of a coin, which through transfer and transactions with other coins has turned into that current unspent transaction output or that current Bitcoin that you may hold today. In fact, for any Bitcoin, you can trace its history all the way back to some Coinbase transactions when coins were originally minted. And of course, there will be a bunch of other transactions that branch off that aren't included in this final Bitcoin. But every Bitcoin has this history that it carries around with it. And as we've said, and as we spent a whole lecture discussing, this is bad for anonymity because you can try and track ownership of coins. And it also potentially enables blacklisting. If you want to blacklist coins owned by a specific person, you can do so using the fact that history is maintained as coins move around. So there's an interesting observation here, which is that Bitcoins aren't fungible. And fungible is an economic term, which means every Bitcoin has the same value as any other, and they can be exchanged with no loss or change in value. So with Bitcoins, that's not exactly true. Every Bitcoin is in fact unique and has a different history. And if the history is meaningful to people, it may mean that my one Bitcoin is not the same as your one Bitcoin, and maybe I'm not willing to trade you, or maybe you're not willing to trade me, because one of us likes the history of the coin we currently have more than the history of another coin we might exchange it for. So could this property be useful? I've argued that it's bad. It's bad in that it has problems for de-anonymizing people or for potentially blacklisting, and that maybe it means Bitcoins aren't even fungible, which is a very interesting property for a currency to have from an economic standpoint. But I'll actually be arguing in the rest of this section that this can be a very useful property if we give meaning to that history. So let's think about what this would look like offline. What if we wanted to add metadata to offline currency? So some people actually do this. They like to stamp various things on banknotes, as I have some examples of here. And you'll notice that most of these are actually political protests talking about campaign finance or the fact that George Washington grew hemp. And the reason is that if anybody can stamp whatever they want on currency, it doesn't have that much value except as a form of speech. It's really just a novelty. So the question is, what if we could have authenticated metadata attached to our currency? So we want to add some metadata to the currency that has some authenticity and not anybody can simply duplicate. And the way that we're going to do this is to have a cryptographic signature on the metadata that we want tied to the serial number of the banknote. So somebody who has some authority and has a signing key is going to sign the combination of some metadata plus the banknote's serial number, and that's going to tie the metadata specifically to this note. How might this work? So let's say that a baseball team wants to start using dollar bills as tickets. So they don't want to go through the hassle of printing their own tickets anymore. They say we want to just have banknotes function as tickets. So the Yankees would simply assert that this specific serial number now represents a ticket to a specific game, maybe with a specific seat, and that whoever is holding that note has the right at the gates of the stadium to come in and sit down and watch the game with no other questions asked. The banknote is their ticket. And to add some authenticity here, there's going to be a signing key that the Yankees use, or whichever team we happen to be talking about. And they're going to sign that message saying the specific game number and the date and all of that sort of information, along with the serial number of the bill. And then they may want to just stamp that right onto the bill, say they use a 2D barcode to represent that signed data. Now, if you show up to the gates of the stadium and hand that bill over, maybe somebody can look up in a database and say, yes, there actually is a signature saying that this serial number of a bill is designated to function as a ticket for this specific game. And you wouldn't necessarily need to use a stamp. Another solution that works just fine here, which doesn't illustrate quite as well, is you could just have a database at the stadium that has a list of different serial numbers and which seats the holder of the note with that serial number is entitled to. And when you showed up at the gate, they would just look at the serial number on your bill and then look up in the database which seat you are allowed to sit in. So what has this bought us? Why would we want to do this? Now currency can represent anything. So I had the example of a sports ticket, but we'll discuss more in a few slides. There's a lot of applications here. And we're inheriting the anti-counterfeiting properties that the bill already has. So if you believe that it's hard to duplicate the banknote and have the same serial number, and there's a whole bunch of people in the Washington, D.C. area who are working really hard to make sure that it's difficult to duplicate a banknote and have the same serial number, because currency would certainly be very different if that property wasn't true. So if you trust that the anti-counterfeiting properties of a bill are pretty good, you get to use those for free, because you simply tie that serial number to whichever metadata you want. And the other neat thing is that the underlying value of this bill as currency is maintained. So it may be a problem if everybody wants to physically stamp metadata on currency all the time, but if we use the database solution where you don't have to actually write anything on the currency, then you can have somebody use this dollar bill as a ticket to get into the baseball game, and then once they're in the game, they can use it to buy a soda. Of course, all of the authenticity here, all of the meaning in this new metadata is only as good as how much we trust the issuer that signed it. So everybody has to know that there's a specific key that's used to sign valid Yankees tickets or whatever other metadata you're interested in. Everybody else will look at this and just see a dollar bill. They may not realize that it's actually worth perhaps $100 if it's a lower box seat to a game. But that's okay, that's actually a desired property here, because once it's fulfilled its mission as a ticket, it can go back into circulation as a regular bill. So can we do this digitally in Bitcoin? There's a bunch of reasons perhaps why this offline scheme with banknotes hasn't quite taken off, perhaps some legal reasons, or perhaps the cost of printing simply isn't that high. But can we do this in a digital way on top of Bitcoin, which will give us all of the cool features we like about Bitcoin, the ability to do online exchanges, the ability to use the system quickly and without trusting a bank. We could have all of those properties for any type of metadata that we want. So the idea here is that we want coins to track a specific color. So just like we were able to stamp that metadata onto currency, the idea here is that you can color in Bitcoins with the color of your choice. They still function as valid Bitcoins. You haven't taken away anything from the fact that they're valuable as Bitcoins, but you've added a little bit of extra color. And of course, in reality, that color will be the metadata that we care about, but for the purposes of this illustration or the metaphor that's commonly used, we think of it as just adding color. So how does that work? Well, in one transaction, we're going to insert a special extra bit of metadata that declares that some of the outputs have a specific color. So we'll say we're issuing 5 purple Bitcoins. And the other output is 7 Bitcoins that continue to be normal Bitcoins with no color. And perhaps somebody else with a different signing key in a different transaction has issued 4 green Bitcoins. So now we have Bitcoins that have different colors attached to them. And we can do all the normal things that we do with Bitcoin transactions. So we could have one Bitcoin transaction that takes several inputs, some green coins, some purple coins, some uncolored coins, and it shuffles them around and has outputs which maintain the color. And there's going to be some metadata there to do all the bookkeeping and make sure the right color goes to the right coins. We can do all the other normal things that we'd want to do with a Bitcoin transaction. We can split a transaction output of 4 green coins into 2 smaller values. And later on, we could combine multiple transaction outputs with green coins to make one big transaction output with all of the incoming green coins. So the only thing that we've added here to the basic Bitcoin picture is the ability to add a little bit of metadata in transactions that designates some of the coins in one output transaction to have a certain color. And of course, there's going to need to be a signature in there somewhere so that not just anybody can use any color that they want. So the most popular proposal for actually implementing this is called open assets. And how does it work? Well, the issuance is done through a special pay-to-script hash address. So if you want to issue colored coins, you have to choose a pay-to-script hash address that will issue whatever color you want. And of course, the color might really be the fact that these are Yankees tickets. And then any coin that transfers through that address that comes in without a color will leave with the color designated to that address. And you have to publicize that somewhere, so there's various exchanges that track which addresses infer which color onto coins. And it's fine for coins to have more than one color. That's really no problem. Now, every time that you have a transaction that involves colored coins, you have to insert a special marker output. So this is an unspendable output, kind of like in the case of commitments, that allows us to write some extra metadata into the transaction. And that metadata, which I'm not going to discuss in detail because it's fairly tedious, but it simply says of all the colored coins coming into this transaction and all the outputs of the transaction, how the color is divided between the different outputs. So just like in any Bitcoin transaction, the normal metadata specifies how the value of all the input transactions is divided amongst the output transactions. You need to add this marker output when you're dealing with colored coins to decide how you're going to divvy up the color. And you can add some extra metadata in there if you want. The protocol supports that. So what can we say about this system? Well, the advantages are that it's compatible with Bitcoin. You don't have to change anything. And it gives you the flexibility for anybody to declare any color that they want and start putting any metadata on any coin that they want, and the system will track that. And it's a good thing that since it's compatible with Bitcoin, the rest of the community will ignore this. So the miners won't take any position on who can issue which color or rules for transferring colors. So nobody can censor this. You don't have to ask any central authority for the right to start issuing coins of a new color. If anybody believes you and thinks that you have a good reason to do so, they can start trusting your signature in the form of sending the coins through that pay-to-script hash address. And if they respect the color that you're putting on coins, then they have some value. The disadvantages of this scheme is that we do have to put that unspendable marker output into every transaction that involves colored coins, so we're adding a little bit of overhead, losing a little bit of money in the form of regular Bitcoins every time we want to trade colored coins. And because that marker output is special and the miners aren't enforcing any properties of it, it means that to verify that you actually own some colored coins, you have to check the entire transaction history. So it's not enough to just see that your colored coin transaction made it into the blockchain because the miners aren't verifying it. They don't understand colored coins and they don't care. And we've argued that that's an advantage of the system. But it means that you can't have a thin client doing SPV verification like we can for regular Bitcoin. If you want to verify colored coins, you have to download the whole blockchain, every previous transaction, and trace the color of your coins from the time that they were originally issued that color. So this means that it's harder to use colored coins on very limited platforms, on phones, or on anything that can't store the entire blockchain and maintain an up-to-date copy. So what are some applications of colored coins? I mentioned the ticket example, so you could have colored coins represent tickets that give you admission to some event. Another popular example that people have proposed is to have colored coins represent stock in a company. So every time you want to issue some new stock, you pass some Bitcoins through the pay-to-script hash address, which you say is issuing stock on behalf of my new corporation. And then people can trade the stock, and you don't need a stock exchange or any of the infrastructure that is used in the offline world. People can just trade the stock in exchange for regular Bitcoins. Of course, people have to trust that you're actually going to honor that stock, but assuming that they do, then you can do all of your stock trading just like regular Bitcoin transactions. And there's also this somewhat more outlandish idea that colored coins might actually represent a deed to some real-world property. So maybe a colored coin says that you actually own a house or a car, and maybe you have a very sophisticated car that actually tracks the blockchain and will start and drive for anybody who owns the specific coin that confers ownership of that car. And then you could sell a car with just one transaction in the Bitcoin blockchain. So maybe we're still a little ways away from making that happen. And we'll be talking more in lecture 11 about some of the obstacles legally and socially to making that happen. But that's the dream of colored coins, is that any real world property you can represent in the world of Bitcoin, and you can trade just like any other Bitcoin. And finally, one more interesting example, I think, is ownership of domain names. So maybe you could trade ownership of a domain name and the ability to run a server there on the Bitcoin blockchain just like anything else. That has enough caveats and enough weird properties, like you want to avoid people squatting on domain names and just buying up all of the good domain names. That's actually been launched as a separate altcoin called Namecoin. And in the next lecture, when we talk more about altcoins, we'll talk a little bit more about Namecoin, which is specifically launched to try to handle this property of domain name ownership. So you could do domain name ownership with simple colored coins, but in practice, there's enough extra properties that you want to enforce that the community has been pursuing a separate altcoin for that. Okay, time to change gears again. Now we're going to talk about doing a multi-party lottery in Bitcoin and hopefully doing it in a secure way. So again, we'll start with the offline version of what we're trying to build here. How would we do a real-world lottery between two people without any trust? And I'll get back to what without any trust means in a second. But there's a very simple solution for this. If Alice and Bob want to bet $5, they'll both agree to a bet. Bob will flip a coin. One of them will call it, hopefully while it's in the air. And then they'll both have a very clear understanding of who won. And they'll trust that this was a random process and that neither of them was able to influence the outcome. So maybe betting on a coin flip is sort of boring, but this is very easy to do in the offline world. And of course, they have to trust that whoever loses is actually going to pay. Maybe this isn't actually legally enforceable, so it's just an agreement of honor between Alice and Bob. That's a hard problem in the offline world. We'd like in the online world to do a lottery and solve both problems. So both the problem of generating randomness that both parties can agree is fair, and having the party who loses actually be forced to pay. Okay, so how can we do that online? So if a network is between Alice and Bob, they can't see the same physical coin in the same place, but they want to bet on a coin flip. So Alice might say, let's bet $5, I'll flip the coin, here it is. Maybe she'll turn on her video camera or something. And Bob might say, I don't know if I trust you here. I can't see your coin. Maybe you're showing me a video stream that you've already pre-recorded. I'm out. I don't want to do this. I don't have any trust that you're not going to cheat me. So a solution is to use hash commitments, our old friend from the first section of this lecture. So this is the same information. We remember that you can publish a hash commitment. We're not revealing any information. And we can later reveal the input to the hash function to open the commitment and show what our data was. So how can we do this to build an online lottery? So we'll have three parties now, Alice, Bob, and Carol, who all want to do a lottery together. So to start with, all of them will choose a random number, often called a nonce in cryptography. And they're going to keep that random number to themselves. And as long as each one chooses a random number, they should trust that the final outcome is random and that nobody else is able to cheat them. Now there's going to be two phases of communication in this protocol. In round one, everybody is going to publish a commitment to their random data. So all three parties are just going to publish a hash of the random number that they chose. And remember, this doesn't reveal anything about the random number as long as it's chosen from a large enough space. So say each one of them chooses a 128-bit random string. They can publish the hash of that. No worries, they haven't given away any useful information. Now, we have to make sure that the second phase happens strictly after the first phase is over. So after everybody has committed to the randomness that they chose. Now we'll have a second round where everybody reveals the random number that they've committed to. And of course, everybody should check that those values that they reveal actually match the hashes that they published earlier and that the commitment was actually valid. But assuming that happens, now everybody has published this random number that they all chose independently. Now there's a fairly simple program that will determine who wins the lottery. There's a lot of ways to do this, of course, but the simplest way is we could just take all three random numbers, take the XOR of them, which is going to mix in bits from everybody's random number. Then we'll take the hash of that, divide it mod 3, and that will give us randomly one of 3 outcomes. And we'll just assign each outcome to one of the participants, and that will determine that either Alice, Bob, or Carol is the winner. And everybody can run this protocol themselves and trust that this was a fair process. So an important property of that hash function is that it guarantees randomness. Nobody could try to choose their random number in such a way that it makes it more likely that the final outcome is them winning, especially considering that they don't know the randomness that everybody else is choosing. So without getting into a long formal definition of randomness and pseudo-randomness in hash functions, it's safe to say that the way hash functions currently work, with a good hash function, there's no way to cheat at this game. There's no better strategy than just choosing a random number, which gives you a 1/3 chance of winning. So what happens if somebody fails to reveal their commitment? So let's go back to round 2 of the protocol. And let's say that Alice and Bob each publish their commitments, and then Carol looks at these and she says, if I publish my commitment, I'm going to lose. I can see the random numbers that Alice and Bob chose, and I know which random number I chose, and I can run that script and tell that I'm not going to win. So if Carol wants to be malicious here, what she can do is not publish her random number and just say, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot it. Or maybe she can go offline, or for whatever other reason provide some plausible reason why she can't reveal what her random number is. And now it's impossible to run this final script because you don't have one of the inputs. And Alice and Bob can see this and they can say, Carol, that's not cool. You've just wrecked the lottery. You probably did this because you were going to lose. You cheated us. But they don't have any real recourse here. So by itself, this protocol doesn't really work if any of the participants are malicious, because whoever the last party is to reveal what their random number is can just refuse to do so if it's going to make them lose. So what we'd like is a scheme to publish a commitment that we have to reveal within some certain time. And Bitcoin is going to provide a really cool means for us to do that. So how can we do this? And again, the idea is we want to force the party who's chosen this random number and committed to it to reveal what the random number was, to open their commitment before time t. So let's say that Alice is trying to enter into a timed hash commitment with Bob. So Alice is going to put up a bond, and she's going to have a transaction that will pay the bond in 2 cases. So if Alice and Bob both sign, that's enough to claim the bond. Or if Alice signs and reveals what her data was, and you can check this in a Bitcoin script, you can check that there's a value in the redemption script, the script sig, that includes that value x. It has a certain hash. So Bitcoin, without changing anything about the script, allows us to include this property that you have to specify this data with a certain hash in order to claim payment. So in that case, Alice can claim the money all by herself, but she has to reveal her chosen value. She has to open her hash. Okay, so now how can we use this funny, complicated transaction with 2 different ways to claim the money? Well, Alice and Bob are both going to sign a transaction that pays the entire value to Bob. And they're going to use this end lock time, which we talked about earlier, to ensure that Bob can't claim the bond before some time t. So now they've set up essentially a ticking time bomb, where if Alice doesn't do anything else, Bob is going to get the value of that bond at time t. So as an alternative, Alice can publish a transaction before time t, reclaiming her bond, sending the money back to herself. But if she does that, she has to not only sign it, she has to reveal X. So I said that there were 2 ways to claim this original transaction, and either one of them are valid outcomes of the protocol. So either Bob gets this bond, some money that Alice put up, or Alice has to reveal her commitment. So it's not exactly forced. If Alice doesn't reveal her commitment, she's not going to be thrown in jail, but she will lose this entire bond that she put up. So her guarantee that she'll reveal the commitment is as strong as how much money she's willing to put behind it. So how can we use this primitive of timed hash commitments to do a more secure lottery? will have almost the exact same structure as before, except instead of using the simple hash commitments, now everybody is going to use a timed commitment, where if they don't reveal their random value by a certain time, there's a bond that the other two players will get to keep. So if we get into that same situation, where Carol can look at the other two parties' random values and say, I'm about to lose this lottery, the other possibility for Carol of not publishing is also not very appealing, because if she refuses to publish her random value, she's going to lose her bond anyway. So if the bond is higher than the value that's at stake in the lottery, we expect that Carol will publish her value and the lottery will go on as usual, and everybody will get their bond back. So this lottery in Bitcoin using timed commitments has been proposed and can actually be implemented on top of Bitcoin today. Now the downside is that this is fairly complicated. Doing those timed hash commitments requires multiple transactions. And when you have n players in the lottery, it's actually an n-squared algorithm. And you also have to put money up in the form of a bond. And the key property is that the bond money you put up has to be more than the amount that you're actually betting. So this isn't the most efficient way to do a lottery, because you have to put up more money than is actually at stake in the lottery. But it's pretty good, and for a small number of people, it might work okay. So we showed in the last section how multiple people could have a secure lottery on Bitcoin, where each of them provides some randomness, and we combine that to get group randomness, and we use timed hash commitments to make that process fair. In this section, we're going to talk about using Bitcoin to generate public randomness. So the same situation, we want to do a lottery, but now maybe we have so many participants that it's impossible to have everybody send randomness in. Maybe that's not the most convincing protocol to the public, or maybe it's just something that people aren't aware of yet. So what do I mean by a public randomness protocol? I'll go through a couple of examples to show how this is done in practice, because this is already used for a large number of applications. So one example that happens every spring is the NBA draft lottery. So all 30 teams in the NBA get together and they randomly choose, with some weighting based on how the teams did in the previous season, who's going to have the rights to draft the top amateur player in the country. So this was first done in 1985, and it was a little bit of controversy then, because the New York Knicks won in the first year and they were able to select Patrick Ewing, who was a very highly touted prospect. And almost immediately after that happened, people alleged that there was a conspiracy and that this process was rigged, so that the Knicks, who happened to play in New York, which is a large media market, were able to select the best player. So if you go online, you can find all manner of conspiracy theories for how the NBA rigged this process, such as the famous bent corner theory, which says that they pulled an envelope that had a bent corner out of the bowl of envelopes with different team names in them. And even today, they do this lottery every year, and there are a whole bunch of conspiracy theories that come out immediately every time they do it, alleging that the process wasn't fair, it wasn't truly a random draw. A more serious example comes from 1969, when there was a conscription lottery in the United States to determine which young men were going to be forced to join the armed services, most of whom were sent to Vietnam. So this was a somewhat similar protocol. Several congressional representatives carried this out. They dumped small capsules with every day of the year into a large plastic drum that you can see there. And then they took turns reaching their hand in to pull the numbers out. And participants in the draft were given a priority number, which determined how likely it was that they were going to be forced to join the military based on what day of the year their birthday fell on. So this is the first time that this was done in 1969 on a national scale. And the goal was to make this process more fair and to demonstrate that this was a random process. But unfortunately, they botched it. So the statisticians looked at the results of this within a week after the lottery happened, and they noticed a funny pattern that was, while it's somewhat subtle, it was very unlikely to have happened due to chance. And that was that most of the days late in the year received very low draft numbers. And the reason this happened when they went back and looked at the tape is that they turned the wheel over exactly an even number of times, so that the capsules that started on top tended to stay on top. There wasn't sufficient mixing. So while there was some mixing and it was somewhat random, it didn't turn out to be a truly random draw. So both of those examples show that it's very hard to do public randomness and convince the public that you've actually done a good job. There's both the risk that the public will not believe you and the risk that you'll actually screw it up in the process of trying to do this physical display of randomness. So for a long time, people have wondered, could we do better cryptographically? Could we have a service that we call a cryptographic beacon? And the idea is that this beacon, much like traditionally a beacon is like a lighthouse that sweeps out light at regular intervals, this cryptographic beacon will emit new random data at a regular rate. And the goal is that it will emit uniform randomness that nobody can predict in advance. So everybody agrees that there's no way to predict what values the beacon is going to output next. And yet every party can see the same values and agree on them. So if this perfect cryptographic beacon existed, the NBA draft lottery or the Vietnam conscription lottery, if you wanted to do a process like that, or even if you just wanted to play bingo at your local social club, you wouldn't need to use a large wheel or any physical display of randomness. If everybody trusted the beacon, you would save a lot of effort from having to have these small physical displays of randomness. There's a whole bunch of applications besides just lotteries. So various applications of auditing and voting systems, doing zero-knowledge proofs, cut-and-choose protocols. Throughout the security literature, there were a lot of examples of things that can be done much more simply and efficiently if you had a perfect cryptographic beacon that satisfied all of these nice properties. So unfortunately, we haven't found a perfect solution for this yet. Like I said, the public display of randomness, so using a wheel, flipping coins, rolling dice, spinning a dreidel, what have you, that has been a solution that's been very popular throughout history because it's cheap and easy and everybody can see it and understand it. But this really doesn't scale to remote scenarios very well because it's very hard for people to audit, even if they just see a video, that you haven't been a magician. You haven't done some kind of sleight of hand where you swapped out the dice for weighted dice, or you somehow rigged the process. So it's very hard to establish trust remotely in any kind of physical process, which is basically the problem that the NBA has had for years trying to convince fans that they're doing a fair process. And they've switched to a bunch of different technologies. They've done both the envelopes and ping pong balls bouncing around with fans. And people can always come up with some outlandish scenario where there's somehow cheating and there's more to it than you can see on the video. So for the purposes of this lecture, I think we can rule out a public display of randomness as something that we could ever have a high level of trust in. So the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, has started in the last few years to run their own beacon. And the way they generate the random numbers is through a very complicated setup involving two entangled photons that gives you very strong guarantees that you have randomness generated from a quantum mechanical phenomenon. And if you believe the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and other basic core tenets of physics, then this should be random and nobody can predict it. And NIST has set this up as a machine, so every 60 seconds they publish a lot of random data and they sign it. So this is probably the most efficient thing to use. They just have a feed on the web. You can listen to their server, broadcast this stuff, and get all the randomness you want. And if you read their papers in the physics argument, there's a very strong argument that this is truly random and that there's no way anybody could predict it. Of course, you have to actually trust that NIST is doing this. You have to trust that somewhere in a building in Maryland they've actually built this, and they aren't just making it up, or that they don't have the ability at a specific time, if they want to overwrite the value with some other data that they happen to want. So this is sort of the limits, in a sense, of physical display of randomness, and it still hasn't gotten around this problem that you have one trusted party doing it, and unless you physically go there and observe the process yourself, it's very hard to have a high level of confidence that this was a fair process. So what if we use some natural phenomena that everybody can observe? So examples might be sunspots or solar activity on the surface of the sun, things like the weather, what temperature it's going to be tomorrow, how strong the wind will be, whether or not it will rain, or even cosmic background radiation, which is just noise that you can listen to from any point on Earth, and everybody should be able to read the same values. So these are phenomena that happen at such a large scale that it's fairly easy to convince yourself that nobody is going to be rigging the process. It's somewhat far-fetched to imagine that somebody would fly a spacecraft to the surface of the sun to modify what was going on in order to rig some lottery back on Earth. So that's great that it's publicly observable, and that in most cases we can accept the randomness here too. We have pretty good beliefs that enough days in advance it's impossible to predict low-level weather phenomena. The problem with these approaches is that they're fairly slow. For example, if your random signal is what the daily high temperature is going to be, you only get to read that once a day. The surface of the sun doesn't change too often. And you essentially reinsert the trusted party problem because you need somebody to observe the event. So let's say that we tried to use as a random signal what the temperature will be tomorrow in Princeton, New Jersey. We might get into a problem if I have my own thermometer that says that it was 73 degrees and somebody else has a thermometer that says that it was 72 degrees, and the difference between those two meant that a different person won the lottery or some other important outcome of the randomness. To get around that problem, we would probably need to designate and say we're going to use one specific person's thermometer to actually measure this phenomenon, or maybe we'll use the National Weather Service. But at that point, you've basically reinserted one trusted party who has control of the process. So a similar idea is to take financial data, specifically stock market prices, and say, can we build a randomness beacon out of that? And again, these are publicly observable, and there's a fairly good argument based on a bunch of complicated financial models that says that it's very hard to predict the low-level fluctuations of stock prices. If you could predict within a penny what the final price of a specific stock will be on the New York Stock Exchange tomorrow, you could make a lot of profit as a day trader from that knowledge. So the randomness is good, and it should be fairly costly to manipulate. You could try to rig this by, say, buying or selling stock to try to drive the stock price to a specific value that you want, but that has a real cost that you can compute. But the problem, again, this is fairly slow, because you can probably only read it once a day if you're reading one company's stock price. And again, it has this problem that there's a trusted party, namely the stock exchange, who has some control over the process. So even though the party running the stock market has a fairly strong incentive to establish that it's honest and that it's acting in good faith and reporting stock prices as they actually are based on market activity, there is the risk that they might try to change the price by a penny or so if it let them rig a valuable lottery. So the theme here with almost all of these approaches is that no matter what you do, it seems like you reinsert this one trusted party who has some control of the process. Of course, a big theme of these lectures so far is that Bitcoin has been an amazing technology at removing central trust from protocols that we didn't think that was possible to do before. So can Bitcoin pull the same trick off for a randomness beacon? Can we extract random data from the Bitcoin blockchain with the same decentralized properties that make Bitcoin so attractive? If we recall the fact that miners have to find a random nonce for each block, we think we might be in business here. Why can't we use the random nonces that miners are finding in the process of mining as a randomness beacon? So there's a fairly strong argument that you can't predict with high probability what the next nonce will be. If you could, you'd have a mining shortcut. So if you had the capability to predict what the next nonce will be with a probability greater than 1 over d, where d is the difficulty of finding a block, then you would have a faster way to mine than just trying nonces at random. And remember that d is pretty high right now. It's greater than 2 to the 66. So that means that every block that's mined in Bitcoin should have 66 bits of randomness that are impossible for anybody to predict. At least if Bitcoin is secure, there should be no way for any of the miners or anybody else to predict what those random bits will be. So once we realize that, it's fairly simple to turn the blockchain with minimal modifications into a randomness beacon. We simply take every block in the chain, take the entire value of the block header, and run it through an extractor function. And an extractor function, without going into all the details here, is sort of like a hash function, and it's designed to squeeze all of the random data out into one uniformly random string. And that will give us a nice randomness beacon, and every time a block is published in Bitcoin, we have new output from the beacon. So how costly would it be to manipulate this? So any miner has the capability, if they find a block, to discard it, to not relay it to the network, not publish it, not let it be the next block in the sequence. And they could do this if they find a block and realize that it produces a beacon output that they don't want. And it might not be the miner that decides this, it might be somebody who's trying to force the beacon to have a certain output, who says that they're willing to bribe miners. And if they find a block that's undesirable, this attacker will bribe and pay them more than the block reward in exchange for not publishing this. So let's say that you're trying to force some beacon output with probability p. This is just going to be a Bernoulli trial. So you have to discard some number of blocks until you happen to hit success. And the expected number of blocks that you'll have to discard is 1 over p minus 1. And recall that discarding a block is pretty expensive. You are going to lose the entire block reward, which is currently 25 Bitcoin, or around $15,000 US at today's prices. So what's the practical cost of manipulation? So say that you're doing a single coin flip. Like I said, the expected number of blocks that you are going to lose the reward for is 1 over p minus 1. And with a single coin flip, p is just a half. So you'll get that you have to discard about 1 block on average and eat that whole 25 Bitcoin cost. And if you have an n-party lottery where it's fair between all n parties, it's going to be 25 times n minus 1 Bitcoins. So this process will be secure as long as the amount that you're betting is less than that cost of manipulation. So essentially, if two people want to have an even odds bet, and they want to use Bitcoin as the source of randomness, this is going to be secure as long as they've wagered less than 25 Bitcoins, or again, about $15,000. So the advantages of this, it's somewhat remarkable that this is the first proposal that's really out there for a fully decentralized beacon. So a beacon that has no central point of trust. And compared to some other processes, it's actually fairly fast. It's not going to output as often as, say, the NIST beacon, which is designed to output as often as possible. But about every 10 minutes, you'll get new output from the beacon. And it's also nice that we can precisely analyze what the manipulation costs are here. So we have a fairly simple model, and we can price the cost of manipulating the random output and how many block rewards you'll have to sacrifice. So the downside of using Bitcoin as a beacon compared to some of the alternatives is that the timing is a little bit imprecise. So suppose we want to read the value of the beacon tomorrow at noon. We don't know exactly which block is going to be published tomorrow at noon, because blocks are just published whenever they're found, not at any specific schedule. So we'd have to guess, based on the distribution and the average times, what block index will be published around noon tomorrow, but that will give us quite a bit of variance. And we'll also have to delay when we accept the result of the beacon based on the risk of a fork. So just like with anything else in Bitcoin, we'll probably want to have that roughly 6-block confirmation time before we accept that this really is the final beacon output. And the cost of manipulating this beacon may be too low for some applications that we care about. So if we're actually running the NBA draft and there are millions of dollars at stake, it may suddenly look worthwhile for one of the teams to start paying Bitcoin miners to manipulate this process. So it's an open question if we can extend the security of this construction to make it secure in a case like that, even when we have millions of dollars on the line. So one more really cool idea for what we could do with a beacon built off of Bitcoin. What if we extended the Bitcoin scripting language so that there was a special opcode to call the beacon? So currently there's no way to have any randomness in a Bitcoin script. And that's by design because the miners have to be able to verify this and they want to all be able to verify it and get the same thing. But if we use the beacon, the public source of verifiable randomness, then you could use the beacon to insert randomness into scripts in such a way that any miner could run and they would run the script in the same way. So what could we do with that? Well, if we had one opcode that would make a random decision based on, say, the beacon output of the block before, we could replace that entire complicated lottery protocol with one script that just read the beacon once, and based on the results of the beacon, assigned the output to one of 3 keys, or n keys, however many players we are, and you'd be done. It wouldn't be a multi-round protocol, we wouldn't need bonds, we wouldn't need timed hash commitments, we could just use the beacon. So this is a somewhat out there idea, but there are a lot of cool applications for what we could do with this. So for the final topic today, we're going to be talking about prediction markets and bringing real-world data into Bitcoin. And this is going to be another big change of direction. And we're going to stray a little bit far away from Bitcoin in this one, perhaps, but it should be a really fun topic. So how can we make assertions about the outside world within Bitcoin? So the idea is we'd like to add a mechanism to assert facts about the real world into Bitcoin. And those facts might be who won an election, who won a sports match, what the price of some commodity is on a certain day, any kind of real-world data that is of importance to a lot of people. So if we had those kind of facts available in Bitcoin, say there was some script call that you could make that would just say what the current price of copper is on some common exchange, you could start doing all sorts of cool things with smart contracts. You could bet on the future price of commodities, on who's going to win a sports match. You could hedge. And you could derive all of the things like forwards and futures that financial markets are built to buy and sell and trade. So wouldn't it be great if we could do all of this in the range of Bitcoin? Basically every variety of betting on the future. And the most general formulation of this is called a prediction market, and we'll be talking about how to build a prediction market in Bitcoin, since if you can build a prediction market, you can essentially build almost any other financial derivative that you'd be interested in. So what's a prediction market? Quite simply, it's a market where you can trade shares in potential future events. So you can have a share in some event. The event might be the Yankees win the World Series in 2014. And that share will be worth some price X if the event actually happens, and it will be worth nothing if it doesn't happen. So before the event is certain during the season, say, there will be some price at which that asset is trading. And the price will indicate the probability that people have in their minds, the belief that they have of how likely the event is to actually occur. Okay, so let's take a look at an example which hopefully will make the concepts behind prediction markets make a lot more sense. Let's look at the 2014 World Cup, which just wrapped up last month in Brazil. And let's say we had a market where you could buy and sell shares in teams. And the idea is that these shares will be worth one only for the team that ultimately wins. Now going into the tournament, every team, of course I just have 5 examples here, every team would actually have some non-zero price. But before the tournament starts, every team's shares will have some price based on what the market believes their chances of winning are. So over there on the left, you can see Germany, their shares are trading for about 12 cents, which means that the market thinks they have a 12% chance of winning, and so on for Argentina, Brazil, the US, and England over here on the right, which the market gives about a 5% chance of winning. So again, that price that the market assigns is equal to the probability that people believe that that team has to win. Now, as the tournament goes on, these prices are going to fluctuate, and that's going to reflect the market's changing belief in how likely each team is to win. So after the group stage, we can see that England, which was trading at 5 cents, a 5% chance to win before the tournament started, has now gone to 0. So England was knocked out after the group stage. There's no way for them to win at this point, and the price reflects that. Their shares are now worthless. Whereas the US team, which people thought didn't have a good chance of even surviving the group stage, hence the 1 cent price at the beginning of the tournament, did fairly well to get out of a tough group in the group stage, so maybe they were trading for 6 cents after that point. And now here's the key insight, the most important thing to understand about prediction markets. If you had thought to buy US shares in the beginning when they were very cheap, when they were selling for 1 cent, you could sell them immediately after the group stage for 6 cents. You wouldn't have to wait till the end of the tournament. You could immediately profit, not from the fact that the US team won the whole tournament, because they didn't in the end, just from the fact that people's belief that they had a chance to win the tournament went up after their strong performance in the group stage. So the tournament's going to go on. When we get to the semifinals, there's only 4 teams left. Of course, sadly, the US is knocked out, so their share price has gone to 0 along with England. But when there are 4 teams left, now they all have a relatively high price. And the Brazilian team was trading for a very high price going into the semifinals. People thought they were a strong team, and they had a good chance to win. Of course, the German team actually defeated the Brazilians quite strongly, so Brazil's share price went to 0. And once again, you would have had a very strong chance to profit here if you took a short position. And there's a variety of ways to do that, but essentially you can set yourself up to profit if a share price goes down as well as going up. And within the span of a couple of hours, people's beliefs changed dramatically as the Brazilian team lost and lost decisively. And you could profit in a very short time frame if you were confident going into that match that the Brazilian team was overvalued, not as good as people thought it was, and that the share price was about to decline. And of course, going into the finals, there's only 2 teams left. So at this point, between the German and the Argentine team, the only 2 teams in the final, those 2 prices should add up to 1, because one of those teams has to win, and probability should always sum to 1. And after the whole tournament's over, everybody's ready to pack up and go home. The only shares that have any value are shares in the German team, because the Germans were the team that actually won in the end. But the most important insight here is that one way to profit certainly would have been to buy shares in Germany at the beginning for 12 cents and hold them all the way to the end, in which case you would make $1. And that would be basically equivalent to traditional sports betting, where you place a bet before the tournament starts that Germany is going to win. But in a prediction market, there's lots of other ways to play and lots of other ways to profit. You don't have to just bet on the right team and hope that they win. You can invest in any team at any time, or you can take a short position, and you can profit just on the ability to predict that people's beliefs will change. Here's another example, and this is from a real prediction market. This is the belief over time before the 2008 US presidential election and whether Barack Obama or John McCain would win. And now Barack Obama is represented in blue on the top and McCain represented in red on the bottom. And you can see that as the months unfold and various things and gaffes happen on the campaign trail, people's beliefs about who's going to win the election fluctuate a little bit. And historically, you can go back to most of these fluctuations and trace them to a specific event. Either a candidate made a gaffe or they did something good that made them more popular, and then people's beliefs changed. And you can see that as of about September 2008, so about 2 months ago before the election, all the way on the right side here, McCain almost got back up to a 50-50 chance with Obama. So at that point in time, the public really didn't know who was going to win the election. It was still a toss-up. But by the time the election actually happened, you can see that Obama was given a 90% chance to win the day before the election. So the market was well aware going into it, based on polling, that the election was basically over before votes were cast. At least it was very unlikely for Obama to lose the election. And this really demonstrates the power of prediction markets, because you could read all the newspapers and watch all the news that you want, and they'll offer a lot of expert opinions discussing either way who they think is going to win. But if you just look at the prediction market, where people have real money at stake, you could see that in the week leading up to the election, it was pretty clear that Obama was going to win the thing. So that's why economists really love prediction markets. They should reveal, if you believe in an efficient market and a couple of other assumptions, they should reveal all the knowledge that the public has about the future. So that share price in different events should be the best encapsulation of everything we know about the future. So they're a great mechanism for revealing information, and they allow you to profit from being able to make accurate predictions. So one description of prediction markets has been a tax on BS. So if you're saying things that aren't true or making predictions that are very unlikely to happen, if you have to actually put money behind them in a prediction market, that will be very costly. And it has been shown that in practice, prediction markets have pretty good predictive power. Collectively, they can often beat opinion polls or asking experts. But there's also been kind of a tortured regulatory history here. So InTrade was the most popular prediction market on the internet for a period of about 10 years, and it ran into all sorts of regulatory issues in the US for a variety of reasons. I won't get into all of the legal details here, but InTrade was eventually shut down in 2013, and a lot of economists were sad about this because they believed that this valuable social tool that revealed information about the future was lost. So could we build a decentralized prediction market? Again, decentralization being the name of the game with Bitcoin. So there's a couple of tasks that we'll have to decentralize to make a decentralized prediction market work. So we need payment, and we need enforcement of bets that people are making. That all has to be decentralized. We're going to need decentralized arbitration. Arbitration is the process of asserting which outcomes have actually happened. Most of the time, in the case of an election or a sports match, you may say it's pretty obvious who won and who lost, but there are gray areas. And we need a decentralized order book, so a way for people to buy and sell shares, for buyers to meet sellers, that's decentralized and doesn't rely on a centralized clearinghouse. So we'll go through each of these challenges in order. So payment and settlement, this is the easiest given Bitcoin. We can use Bitcoin to do payment. And in the simplest solution, maybe we could use trusted arbiters. So we could basically do escrow transactions, and the arbiter will enforce the contract, the fact that if you bet on something that didn't happen, you lose money, simply by not signing transactions. A better solution would be if we built an altcoin that had explicit support for prediction markets. So what would that look like? There's a proposal for doing this called FutureCoin. This isn't an altcoin, it hasn't actually been built, that adds a couple of transaction types in addition to just normal sales of Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency. So the transactions that are added specific to prediction markets let you buy a portfolio in some event. So the idea is that for $1 or one future coin, you buy a share in every possible outcome. So say this is the World Cup, there's 32 teams entered. For one future coin, you buy a share in every possible team. And then on the bottom here, there's a sell portfolio, which lets you sell a share in every outcome to get one future coin, one unit of currency back. So obviously those two match. So for one future coin, you can buy a share in every outcome, and you can turn a share in every outcome back into one future coin. But you can also trade the shares one for each other, which is much more interesting. So you can buy a share in every outcome, and then you can sell the shares that you don't actually think you want to hold. So the teams that you don't want to bet on, you would sell to somebody else who did want those shares. And then you would end up with a position which wasn't just balanced on every team. Say you would buy a bunch of shares in the team that you actually wanted to back. And again, that would be one way of profiting. You could just buy a portfolio, wait for the prices to change, and then sell all of the shares directly for future coins, which you could turn into Bitcoin or some other currency and profit that way. And the other way to profit would be to buy a portfolio, sell some of the shares, and then eventually, at the very end of the market, there's a special close that happens, at which point you can sell portfolio and you only need one share in the winning outcome. So how can we do arbitration? How can we assert who actually won so that we can do this close and let people redeem their winning shares to get their money back, to get their winnings? So the simplest model is to just have trusted arbiters. So we say anybody who wants to can define and open a new market. They can stand up and say, I'm opening a market on the World Cup. I will decide who won in the end. And if you trust me, you should be willing to accept my signature that that's the correct outcome. And like many other things, they would probably build up a reputation over time, and they would have some incentive to arbitrate correctly to maintain their reputation. But there's always the risk that they could abscond, and this could be very dangerous in a prediction market. So for example, if one arbiter was in business for a long time and everybody trusted them, they might wait until the World Cup, and then they might assert, say, that Argentina won, even though they lost in the final, if they had bet on Argentina heavily and were trying to profit from it. So could we have a more decentralized arbitration model? This is a little bit tricky, but there's a few ideas here. One is to have all of the users, all of the people who hold shares in the market, vote on who won. And the idea wouldn't be really to vote as if there was a lot of uncertainty, but just that everybody would vote in what happened in reality. And there's various ways you could try to incentivize users to vote correctly. So you could have users put up bonds or maintain a reputation. And if they vote in a different direction than most other people vote, they suffer some penalty. They lose their bond or their reputation goes down. And then everybody is incentivized at least to vote in the same way that everybody else is voting, if not to vote in the way that reality actually happened. And you could set up a similar system where instead of the users voting, you have the miners in your cryptocurrency voting. And again, miners would be incentivized to vote correctly, because if they vote incorrectly, future miners might fork and then they would lose their block reward. But this runs into the problem that miners may not know about every market that people are interested in, and they may just not care about some. So it may be too high of a burden to put on miners if you expect them to be able to arbitrate every match that happens in the second-tier Mongolian football league that somebody somewhere wants to bet on. So there's been one attempt to actually make this happen, at least one attempt to make this happen, which is a protocol called reality keys. And the idea with reality keys is that you can actually sign statements that are usable in Bitcoin that assert yes or no whether or not one of two outcomes happened. So this is fairly simple. It's not as complicated as some of the more sophisticated arbitration models we'd like to get to, but this is a step toward having arbitration for an online prediction market. So there's a caveat here, which is that sometimes reality is complicated. I had assumed that what actually happened in reality wasn't in dispute. We just wanted to have a voting mechanism to insert the facts from reality into the digital world. Sometimes what happens in reality isn't quite so easy to discretize into a digital form. So my favorite example came from the Super Bowl this past year. There's an annual bet that a lot of people like to make in the Super Bowl, which is what color Gatorade the winning team will dump on the winning head coach. So this is a tradition after every Super Bowl or lots of other big football games. The winning team takes a bucket of Gatorade and dumps it on their coach. And you can actually make a bet on what color Gatorade they're going to use for this purpose. You can see that clear was the odds-on favorite, but orange and yellow were also strong contenders. Those are popular colors. And green, blue, red, less likely to happen. So this bet has happened for probably 20 or 30 years. It's been just a popular, fun bet. And in the last Super Bowl, something went a little bit awry. So the Seattle Seahawks won. They celebrated. They dumped some orange Gatorade on their head coach, Pete Carroll. And then a little later, a few other players decided to do it again. And they used yellow Gatorade. So this had never happened before, but the Seahawks decided they liked the dumping Gatorade on the head coach ritual so much that they would do it twice. And they used two different colors. So if you're running a prediction market where people had bet on this, what do you do in this scenario? It's not clear if orange or yellow should win. What happened in practice with a lot of sports books is that they said, we're actually going to lose money, and just to try to maintain our reputation with our customers as a show of good faith, if you bet on orange or if you bet on yellow, either way you win. Of course, in a decentralized prediction market, you can't do that because you can't just create money out of thin air to pay both parties. So there's a couple of solutions here. Maybe you could say that orange and yellow both win. They each win half of the winnings. So instead of closing at a value of 1, they close at a value of 0.5. But ideally, you would define your contract a little bit more carefully next time, and you might say, what will the first color of Gatorade be to be poured on the winning head coach? But the lesson here is that no matter how careful you are in defining what your market is, there can always be some event that happens in reality that wasn't something that you predicted. So something that people didn't have shares in might actually happen, in which case it's very tricky to know what to actually do. So the final piece to build is an order book. So in a real prediction market, or most financial markets, there isn't truly one market price. There's the lowest price that anybody's willing to sell at and the highest price that anybody is willing to buy at. So this is an example from a small prediction market that's being run today using Bitcoin called Predictious. And they have a market here on whether or not Scotland will vote yes in their independence referendum, which is scheduled 2 months from today. And you can see that there's a spread. In each case, there's a spread between what people are willing to sell at and what people are willing to buy at. And the goal of an order book is to match up those sellers and buyers so that they make a trade and that they split the difference. Traditionally, this has been done in a centralized way. So you have one order book, they collect all of the orders, they actually keep them secret, they match people up, and they divide the difference down the middle. So the price you get is halfway between basically the lowest you were willing to sell for and the highest that the buyer was willing to buy for. And this has a couple of risks. So if the centralized order book is dishonest, they might put their own orders in ahead of time to try to get a better deal for themselves. So this is called front running. It shows up in a variety of financial settings, and it's considered a serious crime. So theoretically, this is something that you go to jail for a long time if you're caught doing. And centralized order books require that legal enforcement to prevent front-running and to keep the security model sound. So in a decentralized order book, we're not going to be able to have strong legal enforcement like that. But there's a clever idea, which is to just forget about front-running and say, instead of having front-running be a bug or a crime, we're just going to have it be a feature. And the way to do that is that everybody can submit orders to miners, and the miners can match any possible trade. And instead of splitting down the middle, the miner actually keeps the entire spread as a transaction fee. And the beauty of doing this is that the miners now receive a transaction fee, and they have no incentive to front run, because front running will never be more profitable than just capturing the spread as a transaction fee. So this is a very nice, elegant way of doing a decentralized order book. The only downside here is that you have to pay potentially a high fee to the miner if there's a high spread. And to try to prevent paying that high fee, people might submit much more conservative orders. And as a result, this thing might be less efficient. People might make trades more slowly as they slowly iterate towards each other. They may not be willing to declare up front their exact willingness to pay, because doing so might lead to a large spread that the miner gets to capture. So it's not known yet how this will function in practice. There's some fear that it will be a lot less efficient than a centralized order book. But it seems to be a very promising approach to go. So to summarize, in trying to build a prediction market, what can we actually bolt on top of Bitcoin? So it looks like payment-wise we're in good shape. Bitcoin's a good currency to base a prediction market off of. In terms of doing settlement, it's fairly hard. You could draw up some contracts using reality keys where you have a position based on some future event, but there's no way in Bitcoin to really trade that position. So we don't have a way to do decentralized trades. In terms of arbitration, the only thing you can do is a trusted arbiter model. Again, the reality key model. The more sophisticated things where users or miners vote aren't going to be possible in Bitcoin. You'd need an altcoin for those things. And finally, order books. There's no built-in concept of an order book in Bitcoin, so you'd be stuck with an external centralized order book. So this lecture was really all about building things on top of Bitcoin. And it looks like we can't quite build a functioning prediction market, at least not in the way we'd like, directly on top of Bitcoin. This is something that we would really need an altcoin to build. And this is a lead-in to what is going to be covered in the next lecture, which is altcoins. So the observation is that for some things like prediction markets, Bitcoin only takes us so far. It really doesn't get us where we want to go in terms of building a secure decentralized prediction market and a decentralized order book and all those other things. So what if we could start again from scratch? What if we could forget about soft forks and hard forks and how to bolt things onto Bitcoin and just say we've learned a lot since 2008 when Bitcoin first came out. Why don't we design a new cryptocurrency and everything will be better? So the next lecture will be all about altcoins, which are attempts to do just that, and we'll talk about all of the promising ideas people have and all of the challenges to starting a new currency at this point.
In this lecture, we're going to talk about altcoins and the much larger ecosystem of cryptocurrencies in which Bitcoin actually just plays one important role. Let me start by giving you a sense of the sheer number and variety of altcoins that have launched since Bitcoin began. Bitcoin was first launched in January 2009, and it wasn't for 2 years, till the middle of 2011, that the first Bitcoin-like derived system, Namecoin, was launched. And in the following months, a handful of other altcoins were launched, and the rate of altcoin launch didn't pick up until year 2013, and at the current time, several altcoins are launched every week. And we're going to focus on only a few of the oldest and most well-established altcoins and talk about them more. Now, there's between, say, 150 and 500 altcoins that have been launched in total. This varies depending on what you consider a launch of an altcoin. Some altcoins are simply launched, announced, and perhaps their code's released, but their genesis block hasn't been created yet. Some altcoins have been launched but then died very quickly after their launch. And we'll talk a bit more about that in the future. Most altcoins share a lot in common with Bitcoin. They begin with a genesis block and their own alternate view of transaction history from their beginning. Now, to give you some sense of the relative size or impact of Bitcoin in the ecosystem of altcoins, there are a variety of metrics we can use, but I want to show you one, which is market cap. This refers to the price of an individual unit of coin, measured at perhaps the most popular third-party exchanges, multiplied by the total number of units of currency in an altcoin thought to be in circulation. Now, by this metric, Bitcoin is by far the largest, accounting for perhaps 95% of the overall market cap of all of the cryptocurrencies combined. Now, Bitcoin and Litecoin, the second largest currency by this metric, account for more than 99% of the total market cap of all of Bitcoin and the altcoins. The relative ranking of the other altcoins tend to vary quite a lot and fairly rapidly. This diagram in particular is already a bit dated. It's from January 2014. The significance of this is that when we talk about altcoins, many of them are very small in terms of their user base or their total impact relative to the handful of most popular coins. Another way of getting a grasp for the ecosystem of altcoins and their relation to each other is the concept of altcoin genealogy. When an altcoin or a Bitcoin-like system is launched, it typically isn't designed and implemented from scratch. Typically, an altcoin is launched by preparing a reference client, so the software for a node that actually connects to the network. And this is prepared by forking from an existing code base of the reference client of a more well-established altcoin or Bitcoin itself. So the top two most popular by market cap currencies, Litecoin and Bitcoin, are also the most widely forked code bases. Litecoin itself is also a fork of Bitcoin. It's actually Bitcoin's grandchild in a sense, that Litecoin was forked from Tenebrix, which was a short-lived altcoin that itself was forked from Bitcoin. Every altcoin has some kind of story to tell, which makes these fun to talk about. Most altcoins have something that distinguishes them from all of the others, or some reason for existing. In many cases, altcoins are distinguished by having some different technical feature, such as additions to the script language that express different kinds of transactions, or additional security. In some cases, the security can come from a different mining puzzle that discourages or encourages one kind of mining or another, or features that, for example, add additional anonymity and privacy for users' transactions. In many cases, an altcoin simply changes some of the built-in parameters to Bitcoin. This includes things like the average time between blocks, and a variety of parameters which altogether I'd call monetary policy, which include things like the schedule of rewards being created, the overall inflation rate of the altcoin, and whether or not the inflation rate gradually caps out at some finite limit the way that Bitcoin does. In many cases, altcoins are also launched with a theme or some sense of a community that the altcoin is targeted at or intended to support, or simply an interest or common interest that the altcoin should be associated with. I'll talk about some examples of these as I describe some of the major altcoins to date. The first altcoin we're going to look at in detail is Namecoin. This was the first altcoin that was launched, again, in the middle of 2011, April, roughly 2 years, a little more after Bitcoin was launched. Namecoin is very interesting because it has a very new technical feature, which is domain name registration. Namecoin is actually intended to be a decentralized replacement for the domain name system, which is, as you know, an essential part of our internet and World Wide Web infrastructure. Now, Namecoin actually works for that purpose. Now, you can't use this by default with an unmodified browser, but you can download a browser plugin for, say, Firefox or Chrome that would allow you to type in an address like example.bit, any website name that ends in .bit, and it'll automatically take you to the right location indicated by the registry stored on Namecoin. In order to register a name in Namecoin and maintain it, you send transactions to the Namecoin system, much as you would send a transaction to the Bitcoin network in order to move Bitcoin currency around. Namecoin mirrors a lot of aspects of the current domain name system. So, for example, you can register a name that currently isn't taken by anyone by paying a small fee. Now, the fee to register an untaken name in Namecoin is only 0.01 of a Namecoin, which works out to about 1 cent in US dollars at the current price. This is 1,000 times less than the cost of registering a domain name given the current system of DNS and registrars. Unlike the current domain name system, in Namecoin there's no renewal fee, but you do have to publish a transaction that pings your name every 6 months or so in order to keep your name under your control. Also, like the domain name system, Namecoin features a hierarchy of names. So if you register a root domain like example.bit, you can give out subdomains like subdomain1.example.bit to other people. You can also transfer domain names in Namecoin that you own to other people. And you can in fact make transactions that are a transfer and sale of a domain. So you can make a transaction that transfers ownership of domain to a buyer and at the same time transfers units of the Namecoin currency from the buyer to the seller. One other interesting property of Namecoin is that this was the first altcoin to feature merge mining, which is a really clever technique that we're going to talk about a little later, and this has been part of its success. Next, we're going to talk about Litecoin. This was launched also in 2011, sometime after Namecoin. And Litecoin has, for the past several years, been the #2 altcoin next to Bitcoin in terms of overall popularity and user base. The main technical distinction between Litecoin and Bitcoin is that it features a memory-hard mining puzzle, like the kind we talked about in Lecture 8. Now, when Litecoin was launched, Bitcoin mining was mostly done by GPUs at that time, and so the point of Litecoin's use of a memory-hard mining puzzle was to actually be GPU resistant. So at the time Litecoin was launched, you could still mine on Litecoin with a CPU that you might have used to use to mine for Bitcoins. Now, the technology for mining in Litecoin has lagged behind the technology in Bitcoin. So once Bitcoin mining moved from GPUs to FPGAs and then ASICs, Litecoin mining also moved from CPUs, which is originally intended to support, up to GPUs. And now fairly recently, the first Litecoin mining ASICs are being delivered. Now, by most metrics, Litecoin is the second largest and most popular altcoin. In fact, it's the first most widely forked. Besides the memory-hard mining puzzle and a couple of small parameter changes, for example, blocks in Litecoin arrive 4 times faster than in Bitcoin, every 2.5 minutes. Besides that, Litecoin borrows as much from Bitcoin as possible and differs in very few other ways. And in fact, its development has followed Bitcoin. So as patches and improvements have been made to Bitcoin, Litecoin has also adopted these. So for this reason, Litecoin occasionally uses the slogan, "It's the silver to Bitcoin's gold." The next interesting altcoin to talk about is called Purecoin, sometimes called PP coin. And this was launched a little bit later, towards the end of 2012. Purecoin is very interesting because it uses a very different mining puzzle. This is the first altcoin that featured a proof of stake, which, if you remember from Lecture 8, is a form of mining that doesn't actually involve any computational work. Instead, it involves mining by making transactions using coins that you're already holding, and the coins accumulate stake over time as long as they aren't being moved. Now, Purecoin actually is a little more complicated than that, and it uses a hybrid mining approach. This means that it is possible to mine Purecoin blocks by using proof of work. You can mine for Purecoins by using a SHA-2 mining rig, the same kind you would use in Bitcoin. However, the catch is that this only works for minting new currency. You can mine one of these blocks and get a Purecoin reward, but the proofs of work in a mining block aren't actually included in the calculation to determine what's the longest or the main Purecoin blockchain. This means that proof of work mining is used to distribute coins, but it doesn't have any impact on the security. More proof of work miners that join the Purecoin network don't add any security to it. It also means that an attacker who has a lot of SHA-2 mining equipment isn't able to have any advantage in launching an attack on Purecoin. There's a third aspect of the hybrid mining strategy, which is somewhat controversial, which is that Purecoin administrators have a trusted public key which they use to assign checkpoints of blessed blocks every so often. This is intended to act as a safeguard against attacks, but the controversy is that it leads to a simple argument that this isn't truly decentralized because it has a position of trust in this administrator's public key. Now, this checkpoint system isn't inherent to its design. It could be removed in the future. The downside is that because of this, because it has the safety mechanism in place, we can't necessarily infer empirically that proof of stake has led to a very secure system. We don't know what would happen if this training wheel were removed. Next, we're going to talk about Dogecoin. This is a fun altcoin to talk about because it has a lot of fairly interesting and amusing differences to other altcoins that have come before it. Dogecoin is one of the newest altcoins. It's been launched less than a year ago at the end of 2013. Besides a few technical changes, the main thing Dogecoin has that distinguishes it is the founders of Dogecoin set the tone for a very clear community set of values that include things like tipping and generosity and not taking cryptocurrencies so seriously. So while Bitcoin has an ethos of providing decentralized alternatives to centralized infrastructure to change the world, Dogecoin's culture begins with a notion of a sense of humor and having fun with cryptocurrency. So Dogecoin's had a bunch of interesting and successful marketing campaigns or public relations events. One of them is that they sponsored a NASCAR driver who participated in a race at Talladega. So there's a NASCAR car that's covered in the Dogecoin mascot, which is the internet meme of a Shiba Inu, and has Dogecoin logos over the car. Another interesting thing that the Dogecoin community did is they raised over $30,000 to support the Jamaica national bobsled team so that they could travel and compete in the 2014 Winter Olympics. This is especially funny because it almost exactly mirrors the plot to the 90s movie Cool Runnings. All right, and because of these interesting things, Dogecoin has become very popular throughout its short time since launch. One of the interesting technical differences Dogecoin has, or it had, is a notion of random block rewards. The idea is that rather than having a fixed block reward, or a reward that's predictable and changes over time, each block bonus in Dogecoin should be random. Now, the way that this was implemented has a flaw. The way that it's implemented is that the bonus given to the miner for each block depends on a pseudo-random function of the hash of the previous block. Now, the problem here is that miners of a Dogecoin block, before they're mining or while they're mining on a block, know in advance the reward that they would get if they happen to find a correct puzzle solution. And this means that if you know that the next Dogecoin block is going to have a very low value, you have an incentive to switch to mining on some other altcoin instead, which has a more predictable or ordinary value. Once this problem with the random block reward system was understood, the feature was eventually removed, really only a few months after it was launched. Another technical distinction of Dogecoin is that the rate of average block rewards decreases in half at a much higher rate than that of Bitcoin. So remember that in Bitcoin, the block reward is scheduled to decrease by half periodically over time. Originally, Bitcoin blocks were worth 50 Bitcoins each. Now they're worth 25 coins each. This switched to cut in half at some point a year ago, and the next halving event won't occur for a couple more years still. In Dogecoin, the reward rate is cut in half roughly every 2 months. So this is a timeline of Dogecoin's hash rate on its network for a period of time of about 4 months, so spanning from April 2014 up to the current date of August 2014. Now there's a couple of points, so in late April and in mid-July, when the block reward for Dogecoin was cut in half. And what happened is, when it was cut in half, each of these times, the hash rate contributed to the network diminished quite substantially from either an amount of about 30% to 50% of its decline. Now from this first halving event on this timeline, once the hash rate dropped, it eventually picked up again and reached a peak around where it was previously, and just in time for the next halving event, after which it reduced by half. Now, in comparison, over the same window, the hash rate in Bitcoin has essentially steadily increased at a slow exponential rate, while Dogecoin's hash rate has gone up and down. This indicates that the effect of having a much faster halving time has a significant impact on the contributed hash power of an altcoin. Just to compare, not all altcoins go up and down. Here's a timeline also of an altcoin that was steadily in decline during the same period. This was a smaller altcoin. I'm not going to bother naming it for the sake of not embarrassing them. Well, hash power can be compared directly between two different altcoins that have the same mining puzzle. So for example, the 5 terahashes per second for the altcoin depicted on the bottom is roughly more than 10,000 times less than the 100 petahashes per second of Bitcoin's hash rate. On the other hand, it doesn't make sense to directly compare the hashes per second between two different mining puzzle schemes because it doesn't take the same amount of computational effort to compute the hashes. A customized device for computing SHA-2 mining puzzle solutions isn't usable for computing scrypt puzzle solutions, or if it's usable, it might only be so at a reduced rate of efficiency. Nonetheless, besides comparing hashes per second in absolute terms, it does make sense to compare the relative change in hash power over time, because this is a reasonable measure of the amount of participation in the network. It's also possible to measure the price of units of currency in an altcoin as they change over time. And in general, this tends to correlate fairly well with the hash rate contributed to the network. So for example, this top graph depicts the hash rate contributed to the Litecoin network over time, which again is steadily increasing at roughly an exponential rate. And Dogecoin's hash rate over time, going up and down several times over the same time period, is shown at the bottom of the top graph. In the bottom graph, you see the relative exchange price at one of the largest third-party cryptocurrency exchanges. What you can tell is that just as the relative hash rate contribution in the Dogecoin network has diminished relative to Litecoins, so has the price of Dogecoin diminished relative to Litecoins. We've mentioned several metrics for comparing altcoins. I'm going to talk about in a little more detail about a few of these and describe their relative disadvantages or weaknesses to each other. The standard one, or perhaps most commonly used one, is market cap, which, to recall, is the price per unit of a currency at some current time, measured typically at a third-party exchange, multiplied by the total number of units of this currency thought to be in circulation. Now, this is almost certainly an overestimate, but it's not clear how much. It's an overestimate for one reason, because the price would change if you tried to sell coins. Suppose you had 1 million Bitcoins, this is around 10% of the current Bitcoin circulation supply. You wouldn't be able to sell all of those coins at the current price. Once you started trying to sell a fairly large amount of them, the price would begin to drop as you introduced more coins to buyers who wanted to buy them. Right? So it's not obvious how to account for the difference in available liquidity. Another thing that market cap's hard to account for is how many coins are actually in circulation as opposed to out of circulation. One way that altcoin currency unit could go out of circulation is if the original holder of that coin loses their private key. They're no longer able to spend the coin, so it's really become unusable. But there isn't any way necessarily for the network to be able to tell whether or not this has happened. So a simple market cap calculation isn't able to account for this. One way of trying to measure the amount of activity on an altcoin is to look at its exchange volume. Now, to do this, you have to look at one of the large third-party currency exchanges, and this introduces some uncertainty. It depends in some way on the nature of which exchange you're looking at. They sometimes have slightly different prices. It's also possible to move the price. It's possible to join a third-party exchange and buy and sell units of the currency to yourself for a fairly low price, but this has the effect of influencing the apparent exchange volume. Right? You could also look at the transactions that are done on the network, but a transaction on Bitcoin or in most altcoins doesn't really mean that any change of value has taken place. It could just mean that users are automatically reshuffling the coins in their wallet, for example. And as we've looked at it, there are ways of comparing the hash power of coins or looking at how the hash power of a network changes over time. This is especially useful for comparing networks with similar mining puzzles, and it's difficult to compare in absolute terms puzzles with networks with different puzzles. Now, another more direct metric that you might want to use is some measure of merchant support or commerce being done. How many users are actually using their currency in an altcoin to do things like buy products or exchange them for other things of value and so on. And this is very difficult to measure because it would rely quite heavily on some way of aggregating all of this information from merchants. You would perhaps need the support from some of the large merchant tools or payment processors that handle both altcoins and bitcoins. And in general, large exchanges and payment processors are hesitant to accept new altcoins into their system, and they only do so once an altcoin has already reached some level of status and it's perceived as being taken seriously. So far we've talked about just a small handful of altcoins. There are many more we could talk about and tell their stories as well. But we're going to move on for now, and we'll talk about a couple more altcoins as they come up. Next, we're going to talk about some of the ways that Bitcoin and the altcoins in this ecosystem interact with each other. All the altcoins in Bitcoin, in a sense, compete with each other. They have rivalries, and we've looked at some of the ways that they change in relative value and participation over time. It's also possible for them to interact in a more hostile or harmful way. So for example, given the way that the proof-of-work mining system works, it's possible if you have a lot of mining power to conduct various forms of attacks on Bitcoin or on an altcoin using this mining power. Now, in particular, this means that if there's a very large entity on a large network such as Bitcoin, for example, a powerful single miner or a large mining pool, this mining entity would have a very large power relative to the participation of a very small coin that uses the same proof-of-work puzzle. This means that a large miner on a Bitcoin network could fairly easily attack any small altcoin if it wanted to. Now, attacks like this have actually happened before in practice. There's a well-known story of an altcoin called CoiledCoin, which was quite small during the time of 2012. And one of the large mining pools, Elijah's in Bitcoin, decided that CoiledCoin was a scam and an affront to the cryptocurrency ecosystem and a very bad idea. And so the director of this Elijah's pool pointed his mining resources at CoiledCoin and launched an attack. This attack involved mining a lot of blocks that reversed days worth of transaction history in CoiledCoin, reversing the user's transactions, and as well as mining a long chain that had empty blocks containing no transactions at all, effectively making a denial of service attack. CoiledCoin users weren't able to make any transactions during that time. After a fairly short time of this siege, all of the users of CoiledCoin had left and moved on, and the altcoin doesn't exist anymore as such. Similar attacks have also been conducted on other altcoins such as TerraCoin and WorldCoin most recently, although in these instances the attacks were short and the altcoins did survive, at least to some degree, after the attack. I want to talk now about a technique called merge mining, which I mentioned is a very clever technique, and this involves a way that mining on two altcoins can be combined. Now, ordinarily, mining on an altcoin is exclusive to a particular altcoin. Each hash you compute, each puzzle solution attempt you make, has a chance of either being a solution for one altcoin or for Bitcoin, but there's no chance of it being both. You can divert some of your mining resources to mining on one altcoin network or on another. You can change it over time, or you could split your resources, but at any one time, your hash power has to be divided from its total in this sense. Now, this is an obstacle to bootstrapping. If you wanted to launch an altcoin and convince Bitcoin miners to participate in your network, the Bitcoin miners would have to stop mining Bitcoin while they switch to your altcoin. So what if it were possible to mine both blocks on an altcoin and blocks on Bitcoin at the same time without having to sacrifice either? Now, just to illustrate this, the reason why each puzzle solution attempt has a chance of being either a Bitcoin block or an altcoin block is because each hash you compute is over a string, and the string contains, in the case of Bitcoin, the hash of a previous block, the Merkle root of a tree containing a bunch of valid Bitcoin transactions, and you have to compare it to Bitcoin's target difficulty in order to see if it wins. Now, for a basic altcoin, that would be just a fork of Bitcoin's code with a different genesis block but no other changes, so the same mining puzzle. Each puzzle attempt for this altcoin would include it would be a hash over a string including the hash of a previous altcoin block, a Merkle root of altcoin transactions, which would be different than Bitcoin transactions, and you'd compare it to the altcoin's difficulty target, which would be different than Bitcoin's as well. Each hash you compute either has the string of the top type or the string of the bottom type, and there's no way for a single hash to give you information about both. So merge mining is a way of designing the mining puzzle for an altcoin, such that every puzzle attempt in the altcoin is also a valid puzzle attempt in Bitcoin. Now the secret to this is that there are places where a miner can put data in a Bitcoin block that they're mining on. They can put arbitrary data that isn't validated by the Bitcoin network, and it's up to them. So the approach will be to make the important data like transactions and previous block hash for the altcoin embedded in the Bitcoin block in this location. More specifically, one of the places in Bitcoin where you can place arbitrary data is in the script sig of the first transaction in the block, the Coinbase transaction. Right? The script sig field isn't checked at all by Bitcoin, so it can be arbitrary data and it would still be a valid Bitcoin block. So the approach for merge mining is to put all of the data that you need for your altcoin encoded in this script sig. This includes the previous block hash for your altcoin and the Merkle root of some transactions relative to your altcoin. Now then the merge mining puzzle is to compute the hash over the string including an entirely valid set of Bitcoin block data and just happens to contain the altcoin data. And once you compute this one hash, you can compare it even to a different difficulty target for the altcoin that's typically less than the difficulty in Bitcoin. Now notice that you can only compute one hash, and yet it still has a chance of being either an altcoin solution or a Bitcoin solution, or even both. Now what we've just illustrated is a way of merge mining an altcoin onto Bitcoin, but it's possible to generalize this so that you can merge mine any number of altcoins at the same time as well. Now, merge mining is a mixed blessing. It makes it a lot easier to recruit mining participants, especially from a much larger existing network like Bitcoin, because mining participants in Bitcoin don't have to stop mining Bitcoin in order to also merge mine on an altcoin. On the other hand, it also makes this cheaper for attackers. So for example, the coiled coin attack that I mentioned, coiled coin was a merge mined altcoin. This meant that for a Bitcoin mining pool to attack coiled coin, it doesn't even have to take the opportunity cost of stopping mining Bitcoin while it launches this attack. Another problem is that miners don't have an incentive directly to validate transactions thoroughly if they believe that the chance of there being an invalid transaction published is fairly low, or if they delegate validating transactions to someone else, such as the leader of a mining pool. So while it might not be too expensive to fully validate transactions for a single network, if you wanted to merge mine on a very large number of different altcoins, it would be expensive to thoroughly validate transactions on all of them. Therefore, merge mining makes it more likely that only a smaller number of miners would actually perform transaction validation. Many large mining pools in Bitcoin actually provide the service of helping you merge mine many compatible coins at once. So for example, the largest Bitcoin mining pool, ghash.io or gigahash.io, allows you to simultaneously mine on Bitcoin, Namecoin, IXCoin, and DevCoin. So these become the most popular Bitcoin-compatible merge-mined altcoins. Next, we're going to talk about a way that transactions in two unrelated altcoin blockchains can actually be related and interdependent to each other. In general, a transaction on one altcoin is entirely independent of and has no way of referring to a transaction that happens on some other altcoin's transaction history. However, there is a way to do something to this effect using a technique that we've discussed previously. Now, the motivation here is suppose that Alice has one Bitcoin and Bob has one Litecoin, and they would like to trade with each other. This means that Alice could make a transaction on the Bitcoin network that transfers her Bitcoin to Bob. Bob can make a transaction on the Litecoin network that transfers his Litecoin to Alice. But they have a problem if they don't trust each other. Which one of them is going to go first? If Alice sends her Bitcoin to Bob, Bob might not make a Litecoin transaction and Alice would never get the Litecoin. Bob would end up with both of them. What you would like is for an atomic transaction property, where either both transactions, the Litecoin transaction and the Bitcoin transaction, both complete, or neither of them do. Now, the way that this technique is going to work is going to involve a couple of different steps. In the first step, Alice is going to generate a secret key, X. She's also going to compute the hash of x, and we'll call that hash value h. Alice is going to start by creating a pair of transactions. The first one is a deposit. It's a Bitcoin transaction that deposits her Bitcoin such that the Bitcoin can be spent in one of two ways. One of the ways is for Bob to take it. This way is colored in green on this slide. It only requires Bob's signature, but it also has to involve publishing the secret value x, such that the transaction can check that indeed the hash of x is actually h. All right, this is the way of claiming the Bitcoin that'll happen if the protocol completes. Now, the other way of claiming Alice's Bitcoin requires a signature from both Alice and Bob. Now, Alice generates this deposit transaction, but she doesn't publish it yet. First, she generates another transaction, refund, which refers to deposit, and it contains both Alice and Bob's signature, and it is time-locked to a time in the future, which we'll call t+2. Now, once she gets Bob's signature on this refund transaction, she can publish the deposit transaction. Now, the important conditions here are that if Bob is able to learn the secret value x before time t+2, then he's able to take Alice's Bitcoin. This is what happens when the protocol completes normally. On the other hand, if Alice never reveals her secret x, then she knows that she will be able to reclaim her refund at time t+2. Now, the second step involves Bob also creating a similar pair of transactions. Bob's going to create a deposit B transaction, which contains his Litecoin, and his Litecoin can be spent in one of two ways. Again, one way is, in the ordinary course of the protocol, requires only Alice's signature, so it will transfer the coin to Alice, but it requires Alice to publish and reveal her secret string x, which again is checked to the hash value h. Now, Bob creates the deposit transaction, but doesn't publish it immediately. First, he creates his refund transaction. He has to collect his own signature and Alice's signature as well. And this transaction is time-locked to a time t+1. And this means that this transaction is signed by Alice, but it isn't valid until sometime after t+1. Once Bob has Alice's signature on this time-locked transaction, he's free to publish the deposit B transaction. Now, the important qualities here are that if Bob is able to learn the secret value x, because Alice reveals it, before time t+1, then Alice is going to be able to take the Litecoin from this transaction. This is how the protocol completes normally. On the other hand, if Alice never revealed x, then Bob can claim his refund at time t+1. So putting this together, after all of the deposit transactions are published, Alice reveals x, and she creates a transaction that takes the Litecoin from Bob, but to do so she has to reveal x. So when Bob learns x, he can create the transaction that takes Alice's Bitcoin. Now the transaction's completed. Now, the important logic about why this is secure is that if Alice doesn't reveal x, then Bob gets to take his refund at time t+1. If Alice takes Bob's Litecoin, then the only way she can do that is if she does reveal x before time t+1. Right? And in any case that Alice reveals x before time t+1, Bob will learn it and have time to take Alice's Bitcoin before time t+2, the final deadline. This guarantees that either both transactions complete or neither of them do, which is the property we wanted out of this. So this is a clever transaction protocol. It has the potential to provide liquidity between altcoins in a secure and decentralized way. On the other hand, this technique hasn't been seen in the wild. There are a few reasons for this. The disadvantages of this protocol are that it requires many transactions, each of which typically has to carry a transaction fee or at the minimum take some amount of time to complete. Even though you're guaranteed that either both transactions complete or neither of them do, there's still a risk of denial of service. If you try to do this protocol with a random stranger, they might waste a lot of your time by starting protocols that end with everyone having to collect their refund at the time deadline. Because of these disadvantages, almost all exchanges between altcoins are done using large centralized third-party exchanges or ad hoc transactions like local Bitcoin exchanges. So to summarize so far, we've talked about Bitcoin and its role in the context of a large ecosystem of hundreds of altcoins. These altcoins compete and interact with each other in a variety of ways, some cooperative and some hostile. We've also looked at two specific ways that altcoins can interact at a technical level. We've looked at merge mining, which is interesting because an altcoin can support merge mining without even explicitly having to have support from Bitcoin. Not only does Bitcoin not have to change for an altcoin to merge mine on it, but it isn't even clear what Bitcoin could do to prevent merge mining like this from occurring. Similarly, you can use the hash commit technique in order to have interdependent transactions, even though they occur on entirely separate altcoins that have nothing to do with each other directly. This is possible with the existing script language that essentially every altcoin supports. Now we're going to talk about how to launch an altcoin and what happens to altcoins after their launch, what's involved with this process. Now, as we mentioned, an altcoin generally involves creating a new reference client, typically by forking the existing code base of some existing, more well-established altcoin or Bitcoin itself. And the easy part is to add in a bunch of technical features or modified parameters you think will work out well. To get people to join your network, you need to make this reference client available to them so they can download it. Typically, this involves announcing the source code to your reference client on the popular Bitcoin Talk forum. And that's the easy part. The hard part is actually bootstrapping your altcoin. The security and the value of an altcoin comes from this bootstrapping process of people who find it valuable. In order to get your altcoin bootstrapped, you need to find people who will be miners. Miners are needed to join the network in order to make it resilient to attacks from other altcoins. For your altcoin to have any value, there have to be people who are stakeholders who own units of the currency and consider them valuable or useful to them. An altcoin needs a development community because altcoins typically need to be modified to update, to respond to bug fixes, and to add new features, and to increase the scalability and efficiency as your altcoin becomes popular and more transaction volume occurs on the altcoin network. It's also important for people to buy and sell altcoins to provide a liquid market so that people who want altcoins or want to sell them can find a place to buy them from. Just to illustrate the point about the reference client being the easy part, I want to highlight a site that doesn't exist at the moment. It was only up for a short while, and it might come back. And it's called the CoinGen Beta, and it's an automated service that generates a modified altcoin for you as a service. It's a website where you can enter in a name of an altcoin that you'd like. You can make up a 3-letter currency code abbreviation. You can upload an icon for whatever mascot or logo you want for your coin. There are checkboxes so you can set a variety of different standard parameters. You can adjust some numeric parameters. After you've picked all of these settings, you actually just click Create My Coin, and you can download this modified fork of Bitcoin and immediately release it and start running it. Typically, you have to pay some fee to this service, like 0.05 Bitcoins for this. You can do this to very easily create any sort of altcoin, so there's really no challenge in just creating a reference client, so that clearly doesn't make the difference in whether an altcoin will be successful or not. Besides a reference client, there's a lot of technical infrastructure that most altcoins have, and altcoins seem to need in order to be successful. It's important to have some way of initially getting users to have coins. Some of the infrastructure that supports this in Bitcoin and in many altcoins are things like tip bots or faucets. Tip bots allow you to give units of your altcoin to users who aren't already users of your network. You can deposit some of your altcoin in a tip bot, and it will send this person a message telling them how many altcoins they have available and how to download the reference client and claim it. This is a way of introducing new users to the system. Another thing is a faucet, like the Bitcoin faucet, that will give out small amounts of your altcoin units to anyone who shows up at a website, maybe enters an email address. Almost all altcoins have some kind of distinctive marketing or branding that makes them memorable and easy to recognize. This includes logos or a more comprehensive theme. Other infrastructure that's needed are exchanges or automated ways of exchanging Bitcoins or altcoins for other kinds of currency or altcoins, or exchanging altcoins for products or services from merchants. Now, there are a lot of existing exchanges and payment processors that already support many altcoins, so this is often a matter of just convincing them to include your new altcoin in their list of supported cryptocurrencies. Besides the reference client, there are a lot of developer and diagnostic tools, such as testing suites or an entire testing network version of your altcoin that people can experiment with, and things like a block explorer that allow people to look at the transactions and the blocks as they arrive. Most altcoins now have some kind of steering foundation, usually by the organizers or launchers of the altcoin in the first place. Now, Bitcoin's founder, the pseudonymous Satoshi Nakamoto, just released the source code for the reference client and basically disappeared after that. There's now a Bitcoin Foundation that does provide some of the function of encouraging development and lobbying, but it's in no way an official organization. Many altcoins, it's actually the founders of the altcoin and the people who launch it who continue to maintain the altcoin after its launch and form some kind of organization to do that. Now, a very important thing for an altcoin in a way of getting stakeholders initially is to provide some way of initially allocating units of the currency to individuals besides just the mining process. So in every mining-based coin, some new coins are created and handed out to miners who solve proof-of-work puzzles and earn mining rewards. But there are other ways of allocating coins as well. One is called a pre-mine, which is where the founders of the currency reserve some portion of the money supply for themselves. They get a stash of the units of their own altcoin. Sometimes they say that these pre-mine amount is intended to be used for further development of the currency, or to pay developers, for example. Another way of allocating units of an altcoin initially is through a pre-sale. This is where the founders, instead of taking these units of currency for themselves, they sell them to individuals for some other currency like Bitcoin or dollars or any other. Now, the people who buy those currencies are the initial holders of them. On the other hand, the founders get this revenue of ordinary money or Bitcoins, which they can also use to, for example, pay developers to build the currency. Another interesting way of getting an initial set of stakeholders in your altcoin is called proof of burn. Otherwise, this is called unilateral pegging. The way that this works is that a user who destroys 1 unit of Bitcoin that they own earns 1 unit of the currency in your altcoin. Now, this is intended to have the effect that whoever ends up holding an altcoin believes that it's at least worth as much as the value of the Bitcoin that they destroyed in order to get it. On the other hand, there's no way to recover the Bitcoin in this case. It's actually destroyed. An alternative is to have Bitcoin ownership grandfathered in. In other words, if you at, say, a current date, taken like a snapshot, if at a current date you own 1 unit of Bitcoin, then at the time of this altcoin launch, you also own 1 unit of the altcoin. All right, in this case, the original Bitcoin doesn't have to be destroyed. Right, and the final mechanism is called an airdrop, which is if the altcoin is targeted at some kind of community or group, then an initial allocation of coins is simply distributed to members of this group. Now I want to tell the story of an altcoin called Aurora Coin, which is fairly controversial. It's been widely considered either the most successful scam or one of the least successful altcoin launches. Now the theme of Aurora Coin is that it's intended to be an altcoin that supports citizens of the country of Iceland. The idea is to distribute units of Aurora Coin to Iceland citizens who would be able to claim some fixed amount of Aurora Coins at some point. Now, in total, Aurora Coin has a total supply of eventually 21 million coins, half of which are given out to miners gradually, and the other half of which, 10.5 million, are set aside and dedicated to be available for Iceland citizens to claim their fixed portion. Now, Iceland has only about 330,000 people, and at the time that the airdrop began, the coins were not available for Iceland citizens to claim until several months after the coin was initially launched. Now, what happened was, during the time that the coin was launched, and in between that time and when the distribution to Iceland citizens began, the price fluctuated quite wildly. It reached a fairly high peak, but by the time the airdrop occurred, the price had diminished quite a lot. And once the date of the distribution began, the price dropped very rapidly, very low, and has never recovered since. Now, what went into this? One explanation is that there's a very high uncertainty about the monetary supply. At the time that the airdrop began, only a very small amount of the currency had been distributed to miners as rewards, and it was very uncertain exactly how many Iceland citizens would actually go through the effort of claiming their Aurora coins. This meant that the relative portion of the monetary supply that any miner would hold would either completely change or not change at all, depending on how many citizens actually claimed the coin. Another reason for this uncertainty is that the process of distributing portions of coins fairly to individual citizens is a very difficult process. Presumably this could be done by checking something like their national identity cards, but that would be a very difficult process even for someone who had planned it very well. The way that this was implemented was simply by the founder of the coin signing over units of the currency by making signed transactions with his public key. There's very little accountability or transparency into this, which led to a fairly large suspicion that he was either being inundated with fraudulent requests of attackers trying to claim more than their fair share of Aurora coins, or that the founder himself ran away and simply made transactions that gave himself a large amount of the Aurora coins, and then he could sell them off at an exchange. There's no clear way to know whether this is what happened or not, but the fact of this large amount of suspicion, I think, had a lot to do with the fact that the price very rapidly declined. Many altcoins are criticized as being pump and dump schemes. This is a phrase that refers to something that happens in small value ordinary company stocks all the time, and it also happens in altcoins. To conduct a pump and dump, you have to pick an altcoin that you're going to use as your target. This can be an altcoin that's about to launch, or it can be an existing low value altcoin that doesn't have a lot of participation and doesn't have a very high value. Now, while the price is so low and while the value is so low, it's easy for an attacker to acquire a large number of these altcoins. Now, after that, or around the same time, the attacker would launch a targeted marketing campaign to convince the public that the reason for this acquisition of coins was because a lot of people are interested in the coin. The coin has a lot of grassroots support, or it even has some big important technical merit that explains why it would become popular so rapidly. And at the peak of this excitement, as more people in the public try to buy this coin, the attacker would then sell all of his coins once the price has risen high enough. Right now, once the marketing campaign ends because the attacker has left and people realize that there weren't actually a very large following of grassroots support or the technical merits were overstated, the altcoin's price drops and eventually declines and users move away. This is profitable for the attacker, but it wastes a lot of cryptocurrency enthusiasts' valuable money. Now, there are many arguments against altcoins that essentially say altcoins are a bad idea and harmful to the overall cryptocurrency ecosystem. One of these arguments is that since altcoins rely on mining power for their security, having a large number of competing altcoins with total mining power divided among them means that any one of those altcoins is relatively weaker against attacks than they would be if, for example, they were all consolidated. A related problem is that there's a dilution of scarcity. One of the reasons why Bitcoin is valuable is because it's perceived as having a fixed, limited supply of these 21 million coins. And even if that's true, if it's very easy to create so many other altcoins that also have their own value, then in a sense it dilutes the scarcity of cryptocurrencies as a whole. Right? And another argument is that altcoins are very easy targets for these pump and dump schemes, and potentially of all the hundreds of altcoins, most of them can only be used as pump and dump schemes or only attract that kind of participation. On the other hand, there are a lot of compelling arguments for altcoins as well that basically say that altcoins are an essential part of the cryptocurrency ecosystem. For example, you could say that competition between altcoins leads to better systems overall. The best altcoin that has the most technical quality and the best features will eventually be the one that's most successful and has the most value. A reason to use an altcoin rather than simply trying to build new features into Bitcoin or build up Bitcoin are that the Bitcoin community is somewhat risk averse to adopting new features. If you have a new feature you want to try out, it's a lot easier to simply implement it in an altcoin and see how it fares than to try to convince the Bitcoin community to accept this as a change before it's been tested. In this sense, altcoins are like a research and development testbed for potentially new Bitcoin features. Another good thing about having a diverse variety of different altcoins with different technical composition is that if there's some uncertain event, like a catastrophic failure of one altcoin, it might not affect all of the other altcoins that have different makeup. This means that if one altcoin is taken out, the world of cryptocurrencies can still continue. Another interesting point is that having multiple altcoins has the potential to be a safeguard against the concentration of wealth occurring in any one particular place. The ability to launch new altcoins creates the option of something like a jubilee, which is a biblical kind of event where establishment of wealth is reset and debts are canceled or something like that. The ability to launch a new altcoin has the ability to start over again and measure wealth in a new way based on currencies of a new altcoin. This could happen, for example, if it was decided that someone unscrupulous eventually accumulated all of the bitcoins or too many of the bitcoins. It's always possible to simply create a new altcoin and start over again from scratch. Now we're going to talk about a topic that's at the cutting edge of cryptocurrency research. It's not something that's possible with Bitcoin today, but it's something that a modification to Bitcoin or to another altcoin could support. We've talked about several ways that a new altcoin could convince stakeholders of Bitcoin or another altcoin to become stakeholders of this new altcoin. Now, two of the options that we've discussed are sort of two extreme sides of the same concept. In the grandfathering approach, anyone who's a Bitcoin holder can become a holder of some units of this altcoin. On the other hand, this doesn't involve any risk to the Bitcoin holder at all. If the altcoin crashes, the Bitcoin holder is no worse off than he was before. He still has all of his Bitcoins. On the other hand, the unilateral exchange plan involves burning Bitcoins in order to get units of the altcoin. This involves a lot of risk taken by the Bitcoin holder. If the altcoin crashes, then there's no value in the altcoins he earned, but he also doesn't have the Bitcoins that he started with, since he deleted them in order to gain units of the altcoin currency. Now, with the unilateral peg, this means that 1 unit of Bitcoin is deleted forever in order to claim 1 unit of altcoin. There's no way to get a Bitcoin back. You could trade the altcoin with someone else who already has a Bitcoin, but the Bitcoin that you had is already taken out of the money supply irreversibly. On the other hand, instead of burning the Bitcoin, it would be interesting if you could simply deposit the Bitcoin in some place where it was held in escrow of some kind. You'd be able to get 1 unit of this altcoin and then transact with it in different ways. But if eventually you wanted to get rid of your altcoin and have your original Bitcoin back, you would have that as an option. You could take that Bitcoin that was deposited and retrieve it from its escrow storage. This would be called a bilateral peg. Now, ordinarily, one Bitcoin transaction can't refer to events that are happening in another altcoin blockchain. But a possible change would be to extend Bitcoin's transaction script language so that you could have all of the rules of an altcoin, including validating all of the transactions and checking the altcoin's proofs of work, actually encoded in the script of a Bitcoin transaction. You would be able to deposit a Bitcoin in such a way that the only way you can retrieve that Bitcoin is by presenting evidence, meaning all the data of a blockchain, showing that an altcoin had actually been deleted, and you could get the Bitcoin back out. Now, to implement this the direct way, it would actually require a very complicated script language, and it would require a lot of effort for Bitcoin validating nodes in order to check all of the data on every other altcoin. This would be way too complicated. Now, there's an approach towards proving the efficiency of this, which involves using SPV proofs. Now, if you recall, SPV proofs are a way of allowing not full validating nodes, so things like mobile clients, which don't have enough resources to perform validation of the entire blockchain, to nonetheless get some evidence that, for example, a transaction has occurred 10 blocks ago in the longest blockchain. Now, a full validating node has to validate every transaction and is supposed to only mine, for example, on the longest valid blockchain, where validating requires keeping track of all of the available transactions and checking all the transactions in every block. On the other hand, a mobile client that assumes that the rest of the miners are doing their job, a mobile client can become confident that a transaction has actually occurred just by looking at the proofs of work in a bunch of blocks and just checking that the transaction, a single transaction that they care about, is included in the Merkle tree of transactions, including in a block that occurred sometime in the past. This is a lot faster because it only involves checking block headers. And it's not a guarantee that this is the longest valid blockchain, but it is evidence to this effect. So the approach to allowing things like bilateral peg is to have a Bitcoin transaction script that's capable of doing SPV proofs about an arbitrary altcoin. Now, altcoins often have different parameters like increased block rates. If an altcoin has a very fast block rate, then this would mean that checking an SPV proof of all of the headers in a block, all the headers in a blockchain could still be pretty slow. It would take, for example, n steps to check the proofs of work for n blocks in the altchain. If instead of just having blocks form a chain, though, what if we could store the blocks in a data structure that supported some more efficient kind of SPV proof? We'd like to get something along the lines of taking log n time to check a blockchain that has n blocks in this altcoin. Now, one approach to this is based on the idea of a proof of work sample. Suppose that we have 4 blocks, each with difficulty 4 bits. This means that every hash of these 4 blocks has at least 4 0 bits in the front of it. Now, if all 4 blocks have at least 4 0 bits, on average, half of these blocks are actually going to also have at least a 5th other 0 bit in the front. And even one of these 4 blocks, on average, should be expected to have a 6th 0 bit, so 6 bits of 0 in the front. All right, and so on, depending on the number of blocks. Now, the average number of hashes that are needed to find 4 blocks with 4 bits of 0 in them is 4 times 2 to the 4. It would take, on average, 64 hashes to find these 4 blocks. This is exactly the same as the average number of hashes you need to compute to find just a single block that has 6 bits of 0 in the front. So an idea is, why not just check a single block, the one that has the most bits, and use that for your proof of work? Well, even though the average number of hashes needed to compute these blocks is the same, the precision of this estimate is different. Suppose an attacker computes only 32 hashes. This is half the expected number of hashes needed to find 4 blocks. The probability of finding these 4 blocks with 4 bits of 0 each is actually only 14%. You have a 14% chance of successfully finding 4 blocks in half the average amount of time it would take you to find those 4 blocks. On the other hand, the probability of finding just a single block with 6 bits, using only half the expected number of hashes it would take, is much higher. It's actually 40%. You can do these calculations using standard probability techniques. The number of blocks you find at a given difficulty level, given a fixed number of attempts, like 32 hashes, comes from the binomial distribution. All right? The upshot of this is that the more samples of proof of work you check, the more precise your estimate is, the closer to the average number of steps you can guarantee that it takes. This means that checking just a single proof of work might not be a good idea, but it is plausible that you could check a much smaller number of blocks than the whole blockchain and still get a confident estimate about the proof of work in the total blockchain. Now, to have a data structure that supports SPV proofs of this kind, we can build something like a skip list. Suppose that our goal is to support compressed proofs of work that involve checking only a quarter of the blocks on average in a large blockchain of proofs of work. The way to do this is to have every block contain not just a pointer to the previous block, all of which contain at least 4 bits of 0, but also the hash of the block in the past that's most recent that has 6 or more bits of 0 in the front. This would only incur an insignificant amount of cost to full nodes who are still going to validate every proof of work in every block. But in order to check a compressed SPV proof, it's only necessary to check the hashes that point backwards to the high-value lucky blocks. You can just follow the red arrows. On average, in this case, it would take an average of only a quarter of the blocks in proofs of work you would have to check. Now, this basic approach can be generalized to an ordinary skip list where you could choose after the fact what kind of sample you would want to take, and you could skip as far back as quickly as you like, or get a more dense sample in order to have a more precise estimate. Let me conclude by talking a bit about sidechains and the potential that this holds. With a suitable modification to Bitcoin or an altcoin, you would have the potential to have other altcoins that hold units of other altcoins in reserve. Right? This could be used to smoothen out the risk of launching a new altcoin. You don't necessarily have to allow altcoins to be redeemed back to Bitcoin at the same rate. You could, for example, be guaranteed that if you spend a Bitcoin to get 1 unit of altcoin currency, you can either keep that altcoin, hopefully it rises in value, or you might be guaranteed that you can reclaim it if you want for at least, say, half, like 0.5 Bitcoins of the value that you initially deposited. This could be a way of having a safeguard against losing all the value in an altcoin if the altcoin crashes shortly after its launch. All right, now this isn't possible today, and it would require some changes to Bitcoin in order to support this. For an altcoin to support this doesn't preclude any of the other options that we've talked about as well. The altcoin could either be merge mined with one of the coins that it uses as backing reserve, or it could avoid merge mining by having a completely different incompatible mining puzzle. So to wrap up this lecture, we've talked about how Bitcoin is an important part of a much larger ecosystem of cryptocurrencies and altcoins. They compete and interact in various ways, some cooperative, some harmful. There are also a lot of ways that they can technically interact with each other through techniques such as merge mining and hash-linked transactions that are interdependent between different blockchains. And it's also possible that in the future there will be more technical ways that transactions in one blockchain can explicitly refer to transactions in another blockchain. There remain several open questions that we aren't able to decisively answer at this time. Are altcoins going to consolidate or stay consolidated where there are a few vastly largest altcoins or one largest altcoin? Or will they diversify further so that there are a plurality of equally popular and valuable altcoins? Is Bitcoin eventually going to be overtaken by some other altcoin, like one of the ones that's been launched recently? Also, is it a good idea to even encourage interaction between Bitcoins? Or should interaction like this be discouraged, for example, by using incompatible mining puzzles rather than merge mining? We can't answer these questions right now, but we've talked about all of the concepts you need to understand and appreciate the importance of this question. In the next lecture, we're going to wrap up this lecture series by talking about the future of Bitcoin. Is Bitcoin going to bring about a new future society where all important infrastructure is decentralized? We're going to talk about several topics, including autonomous agents and smart property.
Hello, and welcome to the final lecture of the series on Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, titled, perhaps appropriately enough, The Future of Bitcoin. And you'll see that I had a question mark there, and I put a question mark there for two reasons. One is that I'm not claiming to have any special insight into what the future of Bitcoin is going to be. I'm not going to make any predictions. You can think of this as possibilities for the future of Bitcoin, perhaps. But another more important reason that I wanted to have a question mark there is that a lot of these ideas for where Bitcoin is going to go and where cryptocurrency technologies are going to go and where blockchain technologies are going to go has come from entrepreneurs and developers and hobbyists, etc. And that's great. One of the consequences it's had is that this conversation has tended to be a little bit breadless at times of how blockchain technologies are going to revolutionize the world. And it's great to see that kind of enthusiasm. But as an academic researcher, one of my roles is to consider all of these proposals and to categorize them, analyze their pluses and minuses, and necessarily almost take a little bit of a skeptical view and so on. So I'll be doing that in this lecture as well. And that's the other reason I had the question mark in there. So we're going to be taking a look at these technologies, but also sort of analyzing them critically. Okay. So when we say the future of Bitcoin, that could be interpreted in a few different ways. One is thinking about how the Bitcoin system itself is going to change. Are there going to be major forks? And we've seen hard forks and soft forks before. We've seen what that would look like potentially. One could think about whether that's going to happen and what new features would go in if that were to happen. One could talk about efficiency and scalability improvements and so on. So modifications to the Bitcoin system itself. That's not quite the sort of thing that I'm interested in this lecture. In particular, what I mean when I say the future of Bitcoin is a set of ways in which blockchain technology can be used. It's been proposed to decentralize a variety of things: stocks, bonds, even property, whatever that means, we'll see. So in other words, people have looked at Bitcoin and went, we managed to decentralize currency. That actually worked. Let's decentralize everything. So it's this notion of decentralizing everything that we're going to drill pretty deep into. We're going to look at the technology, and we're also going to try to understand if that's a good idea for society, is it a good idea economically, etc. Okay, so what do I mean by this? More specifically, let's look at blockchain as a vehicle for decentralization. And I'm going to have a motivating example that I'm going to use to begin talking about this, but also come back to again and again in this lecture. It's going to be our running example. And this is something that's called smart property. Smart property is something that's been proposed, been around as an idea even before Bitcoin, but now it's taken on a much more concrete form. So let's look at what smart property is and how that would work and how that would be integrated with the Bitcoin blockchain. So here's the idea. Let's look at it through the example of a car and car ownership and selling a car and so on. So the first key idea is that the car is controlled by a cryptographic key. You have a digital key that opens your car, but further, there is some crypto that's built into it. How does that crypto work? The car has a public key that's hard-coded into it. And your key is going to have the corresponding private key corresponding to this public key. And therefore, perhaps when you approach the car, your key is going to automatically send a signed message to the car using, for example, Bluetooth. And the car, having the right public key, is able to recognize the authorized signature. And since only your specific key has the right private key embedded into it, nobody else will be able to fake that signature. And so you'll be able to approach and enter the car. So this is a foundational idea of smart property that we're going to take it to the next step, but this is where it starts. And this, I have to say, if you are going to make a digital car key, this is probably a really good way to do it. This is much better than a solution, for example, where the car has a secret number encoded into it, and your key also has a secret number, and your key simply sends that secret number to the car, which verifies if it got the right secret number. This is, of course, really insecure because it's subject to replay attacks and so on. But instead, an asymmetric cryptography-based solution is a good way for authorizing the owner to enter the car. So let's assume that we have a car that works in this fashion. What can we do with this? In particular, what does it mean to integrate this with the blockchain? Let me show you. So the next step in this design is that instead of having this public key hard-coded, what this car is going to do is it's going to dynamically update its public key based on what's going on in the blockchain. So what does that mean? When the car rolls out of the factory, it might have a particular transaction in the blockchain hard-coded into it, with the understanding that whoever owns the private key corresponding to the output address of that transaction basically controls the car. So in other words, the public key that the car uses to authorize the right owner corresponds to the public key that's the output address of this Bitcoin transaction. So you'd have to have some specific types of crypto to make it work. The signature scheme that the car is using should be the same as the signature scheme that Bitcoin uses and so on. But those are technical details that we can assume can be easily worked out. Right, and the car, you have to assume, is running a Bitcoin node and is constantly listening to the blockchain and using that to update its key. So how might that work? So this is a block in the blockchain. The next block rolls around. Nothing of particular interest happens. And now we have one more block, but here there's something interesting. We have a transaction in the new block, which consists of transferring this particular transaction to a new address. And that new address, let's say, happens to be the public key of Bob. And so what will happen now is that the car will automatically update its public key upon noticing this transaction to be this new public key. And whoever has the private key corresponding to this public key will now be able to send the appropriate authorized signed message to the car in order to activate it. And that's going to be Bob now. So Bob's key now activates the car, and in this universe, there's no distinction between ownership of the car and the technical ability to open the car or activate the car by sending the right signature. So if we make that assumption, this Bitcoin transaction actually constitutes a change in ownership of the car. So that sounds pretty crazy, but now we're actually going to take it to the next level of technical sophistication. What we're going to do is, it's not enough to just have a way to transfer ownership of the car. For this to be meaningful in the real world, you have to have something that represents what a sale of the car might look like, sale of the used car from Alice to Bob. So what's necessary there? Not merely transfer of ownership of the car, but also transfer of payment from Bob to Alice. Right, but here is the key technical problem. Even if we assume that Alice and Bob managed to get to the same physical place at the same time, which in the car example is natural, but of course we might want to use this technology for other things like selling something over the internet. But let's not even get to that level of complexity. Even if Alice and Bob are in the same place over the same time, these ownership transfers or transfers of payments are things that are happening purely in the blockchain, right, with no physical record on real paper or their actual signatures or anything like that. But one of them has to go first. If Alice transfers her car ownership to Bob, Bob might claim that's the end of the transaction and walk away without making the payment. So how will Alice prove to somebody, if she, say, wants to sue Bob, that Bob didn't hold up his end of the transaction? That seems like a problem. So we actually want to find a technological solution to this. So to solve this problem of Alice and Bob being able to pay each other, but with neither of them being able to quit the transaction once the other one has done their half of the transaction, here's the technical solution that we can use. We're going to create a single Bitcoin transaction that combines Bob's payment to Alice with Alice's ownership transfer to Bob. And recall that this is a technique that we've used before. We've used it before in CoinJoin to create a single transaction that combines different parties' funds together to get it out in a different order. And we're using the same technique here. Now, this transaction has two inputs and two outputs. The first input and the first output correspond to what the car understands to be representations of ownership of the car. But the second input and the second output correspond to the Bitcoin payment that Bob is making to Alice in exchange for the car. Now, to be sure, this input and this output will also correspond to actual Bitcoin value, but it will be minuscule Bitcoin value, probably a Satoshi, probably something very little, so it doesn't really matter. The only financial aspect of this transaction that matters is this input and this output that will correspond to the car payment. So as we saw in CoinJoin, you can create a transaction like this, and both parties can separately put their signature on it. So that's exactly what Alice and Bob will do. It no longer matters if they're in the same physical place or not. One of them will construct the transaction, sign it, send it to the other, and the other party will not be able to change any of the parameters of the transaction without violating the first party's signature. And so the only option that the other party has is either to quit the transaction, in which case no transfer has happened, either of ownership or of payment, or to put their own signature on the transaction and to broadcast it to the blockchain. And once it gets confirmed to the blockchain, when it has 6 transactions or whatever number that the car is looking for in order to signal a transfer of ownership, both of these will happen simultaneously. The car will switch owners, at least in the sense of who can control activation of the car, as well as money will switch hands. So we've accomplished something remarkable here, and this has some far-reaching consequences. And we're going to keep coming back to this example and understand this in better detail and talk about the different aspects of what we've seen. But let's start with something basic. So this is a technological way of representing ownership and transferring ownership. But what is the real-world analog exactly that it replaced? And how does this constitute a form of decentralization? Now, if you think about, for a real car, as things happen now, what constitutes ownership? It's clearly the title document. So we've gone from this world where the title document represents ownership. And let's be clear, this is a centralized form of ownership. What does that mean? The title document only has meaning to the extent that the DMV recognizes it. And to really drive home that point, when you sell a car, it's not enough to physically transfer this document to somebody else. One of you has to actually go and register that with the DMV. So there has to be a record of this in the centralized database. That's what it means for a car to change hands. So it's that inherently centralized system controlled by the state. And so we've taken the state out of that whole equation, and we've made it a purely technological process of what it means for a car to have a certain owner. And furthermore, we've done this pretty cool thing, which is to inherently couple the transfer of ownership of the car and the transfer of the payment. And all this is a completely decentralized process in that there is no intermediary anymore. So we've achieved decentralization in the sense of disintermediation. This is one of the types or levels of decentralization that we're going to see in this lecture, and there are going to be several more. So this is the first of many examples that we'll see in this lecture that allows us to use blockchain technologies to decentralize one of any number, any variety of different types of real-world analogs. And we'll achieve different types of decentralization. But two technical features that are going to be common to most or all of these examples are what are called representation and atomicity. And we're going to keep coming back to representation and atomicity. What are these? So representation is the question of how do you encode some sort of complex transaction from the real world into something that can be understood in the blockchain. In the example that we saw, the way that we did this is we took the idea of a public key that the car uses in order to look for the right signature to authorize the owner. And we simply represented that public key as a Bitcoin address. So we sort of used this hack, this equivalence, to solve the problem of representation. Atomicity is the other technical concept, which is how do you couple the different sides of a transaction so that they all have to happen together or none of them at all. Atomicity is an important security feature. It's not the only security feature. We're going to see some others, and this sort of thing can happen without atomicity. But it's a particularly important one. And in general, when we talk about a particular way to use blockchain technologies for decentralization, it's not really going to be viable unless it supports some form of atomicity. All right, so let's put these questions here that we're going to use to frame the rest of the lecture. One obvious thing we can ask is, what else can we decentralize this way? And we can ask, can this be done using the Bitcoin blockchain itself, or does it require an alternative blockchain? And we can talk about what are those other alternatives to atomicity that I alluded to in the previous slide. And finally, something that interests me a lot is it actually a good idea to do commerce like this? What problems does it solve compared to the real world? Does it introduce any new problems? Is it good for society? Is it going to be feasible in a business sense? So these are all questions that I'd like to take up. The first thing to look at, though, is what are the different routes to blockchain integration? So a lot of different routes to blockchain integration have been proposed, and in the Bitcoin community, you'll find people who are quite partial to one way or another. So let's look at 4 different avenues, and let's get a quick look at what some of the advantages and disadvantages of these routes are. The first one, sort of the obvious default one, is to directly use the Bitcoin blockchain itself. And this is the one that we saw in the smart property example as we walked through the steps. The advantage, of course, is that it's easy to deploy. The blockchain is here. It has all this miner power behind it, so we know that it's something that's very secure. The consensus process cannot be easily disrupted. On the other hand, even though we were able to use some hacks in this example to achieve representation and atomicity, it's not always the case. There's no fundamental reason to believe that if you have some arbitrarily complex contract between different parties, that it can be represented adequately on the blockchain and that you can execute it atomically. So to get a better idea of what this might look like and what some of the challenges to atomicity and representation are, let's look at a couple more examples in how you might try to decentralize them directly on the blockchain. So the next one we'll look at is the notion of crowdfunding, Kickstarter style, for example, but without actually having a centralized intermediary like Kickstarter. So in other words, here's what we want to happen. We want a completely decentralized system where some entrepreneur can ask for donations or contributions, but we should be technologically assured, without the existence of an intermediary, that that entrepreneur is only able to spend that money if they collect enough of it to reach a certain pre-specified threshold. So here's how we can accomplish that technically, just using Bitcoin. what the entrepreneur will do is create a single transaction with an arbitrary number of inputs that can vary as the process continues, and a single output for, let's say, a value of 1,000. And they'll send this around and try to collect contributions. And so, of course, any Bitcoin transaction has the property that it's spendable only if the sum of the inputs is greater than the sum of the outputs, or the single output in this case. And what will happen is that this transaction will gradually accrue signatures from people contributing different amounts of money. And each of the parties will only sign her own input and the overall output. And this uses some features of Bitcoin, some little used features of Bitcoin, in order to achieve a transaction where you can produce only this limited form of signature. So the entrepreneur will go collecting these signatures, but the Bitcoin transaction will only be spendable if the sum of the inputs eventually reaches greater than or equal to the output value that's been pre-specified. So this is something that you can actually achieve today on Bitcoin, but already we see that it starts to get into some little-known corners of Bitcoin. It's not the everyday type of Bitcoin transaction. But now let's look at another example, which starts to get even more confusing. And here's what I'm talking about. This is something called paying for a proof, and let me explain it in this way. Let's say that there's a hash function h, and Alice claims to know some input x, such that hashing x results in some constant c that's known to everybody. In other words, she knows the hash preimage of some value. Okay. And now Bob would like to pay Alice in exchange for knowing this value of x. Maybe this number x is the solution to some very valuable proof of work computation. But it doesn't need to be a hash function. It doesn't need to be an input to a hash function that Bob is paying Alice for. It could be the solution to any pure function, really. There is some arbitrary function f. Alice claims to know some input x, such that f of x equals some known value, and Bob would like to pay her for knowledge of this value. But of course, once again, security is a problem. This transaction happens over the internet. We want to make sure that if Bob does pay Alice, then Alice is necessarily forced to transfer knowledge of x to Bob. And one way in which we can achieve that is we can atomically couple Bob's payment with Alice's publication of x onto the blockchain. So here she's not secretly sending x specifically to Bob, but instead she's publishing it onto the blockchain, but maybe that's acceptable to Bob. So this is also something that can be accomplished, but it starts to get quite unwieldy with regular Bitcoin. All right, so now let's move to the second possible route, which I'm going to call embedding, and is also quite popular. And what embedding is all about is it still uses the actual Bitcoin blockchain, but instead it comes up with some sort of arbitrary, maybe quite complex representation scheme for encoding different real-world semantics into the Bitcoin blockchain. So one example of this is colored coins, which you saw in lecture 9. Colored coins are sort of similar to the representation of car ownership and transfer that we saw in the smart property example, but it's a little bit more elaborate in that in the car ownership example, the car doesn't need to scan the entire history of the blockchain. It just comes hard-coded with a particular transaction out of the factory, and then it merely watches each block to see if that transaction gets transferred. Colored coins are a little bit more than that. The color of a coin, as it were, is defined by its entire history and where its genesis comes from. And so colored coins are a little bit more sophisticated to implement, but at the same time, it perhaps gives you a bit more. In particular, one interesting thing that it gives you is that everybody can agree upon what sort of transaction corresponds to transfer of a car ownership, and there can be something else for ownership of some other type of objects, and you can define as many of these colors as you want. So everybody can look at the blockchain and know that a car sale has happened and how much was paid for it, but of course they don't necessarily know the participant identities. This could be regarded as an advantage or a disadvantage. And then there is also Mastercoin, which is also an example of embedding. It turns out there are a variety of ways in which, creative ways in which you can embed arbitrary data into the Bitcoin blockchain. Bitcoin has something called op-return, which is a type of script that allows 40 bytes of arbitrary data to be encoded. You can also use fake transactions with non-existent addresses. You can exploit multi-signature, etc., etc. So these are all possible ways in which you can encode data into the blockchain and thus embed your arbitrary transactions into the Bitcoin blockchain itself. Again, it has some advantages and disadvantages, more complex representations, obviously. But normally one might think that for getting more complex representations, you'd have to use an altcoin, an entirely separate chain altogether that allows those representations. But instead, what embedding allows you to do is combine the idea of getting complex representations with utilizing the security of the Bitcoin blockchain with all the mining hash power behind it. On the other hand, the scripting and atomicity are limited by that of Bitcoin itself. But the scripting could get even more limited than just using Bitcoin, because these new features that you have defined, these new representations, might not interact well with Bitcoin's existing atomicity and scripting properties. Another thing to think about is that it results in unwanted transactions in the Bitcoin blockchain. Now, unwanted is a contentious word. This is a controversial property. Some people say that this is just fine, but some people say that you're using the Bitcoin blockchain for unintended purposes, for purposes other than currency, and so they try to discourage this kind of use. I'm not necessarily taking a moral stance on this, but just pointing out that these are the things that one wants to think about if you're using embedding as a vehicle for decentralization. Now let's move to the third route, which is something called sidechains, which you saw in lecture 10. I'll just summarize what you learned about in a single sentence. These are a sidechain is a merge-mined alternative chain. So it still utilizes some or all of the mining power behind Bitcoin. And the value of the currency represented by the sidechain is pegged in a one-to-one fashion, because a proof of burn in either chain allows you to redeem coins in the other chain. And the typical use that it's been proposed for is a Bitcoin testbed. People want to try out different interesting modifications to Bitcoin, and they want to do that without messing with the Bitcoin system itself, but still have interoperability of currency between these two systems. But perhaps we can use sidechains with enhanced scripting properties, let's say, in order to achieve some of these complex contracts and other things that one wants to decentralize. The advantage, of course, compared to embedding, which it's somewhat similar to, is that you're not polluting the blockchain. But the downside is that in order to even support the notion of a sidechain, Bitcoin modifications are necessary. So who knows if this is going to happen, but if it does happen, it could provide another interesting alternate route. So now let's get to the final route for decentralization, which is having a totally separate alternate chain. And the best example of this is Ethereum, which is really intended from the ground up as a platform, as a general framework for this kind of ledger-based consensus, which you can use for all kinds of things, even creating your own currencies. And what Ethereum does, the key feature is that instead of Bitcoin's limited stack-based scripting language, it provides Turing-complete scripts. So this seems weird at first because it can lead to all kinds of problems. A mining node is trying to execute a script and it could get stuck in an infinite loop, for example. So Ethereum has a neat solution for this problem, which is that miner computation will be paid for using an internal currency called gas by entities within Ethereum. In particular, Ethereum has this notion of a long-lived contract, which is sort of a program with a minimal amount of state that lives within the Ethereum blockchain. It gets activated when a transaction is sent to it, it executes for a little bit on the miner nodes, and then it shuts down. So contracts are these long-lived things that have their own accounts and their balances and so on. And so they use that to pay for computation from miners. Now, if you can achieve something like Ethereum, then it's pretty much a dream situation. For complex representations in atomicity, you can take arbitrarily complex contracts and make sure you can represent them and execute them in an atomic manner. But the concerns, the challenges are more practical. Is something like this even possible? And since it's an alternative chain, will it ever have the sort of mining power necessary to make it really secure, at least in relation to using Bitcoin? And given that you're allowing Turing-complete scripts, what sort of unexpected security problems does that open you up to? So those are the things to think about when one is talking about a totally altcoin-based solution like Ethereum. I should point out that Ethereum mostly exists in an idea stage at this point, so it remains to be seen to what extent it will be realized as a practical system. But nevertheless, at least as a thought experiment, Ethereum is fascinating in thinking about what sorts of powerful contracts can be decentralized using blockchain technologies. Coming back to smart property though, let's think about which of these approaches might be best. Well, from a conceptual point of view, any of these is powerful enough to accomplish what we wanted. But when you start to get to more powerful contracts, then there are going to be a lot of differences between the four approaches and the level of power and flexibility that they offer. But another practical consideration also to keep in mind is that various things like SPV, simplified payment verification proofs, are going to be more or less feasible in some approaches compared to the others. All right, now let's go back to the car sale example and ask what happens if there is a dispute about the sale of a car. Perhaps the seller sold a lemon car to the buyer and now they're not happy with it and they want to reverse the transaction. Recall from one of the early lectures that we learned about escrow transactions, particularly a 2 out of 3 escrow, where in addition to the buyer and the seller, there is a judge or a mediator who's involved. And how might an escrow payment look like? So the buyer is going to transfer Bitcoins not directly to the seller, but instead to a 2 out of 3 address, which is controlled jointly by the buyer, the seller, and some mediator or a judge. And the 2 out of 3 account has a property that if any two of them agree, then they can get the payment out of this intermediate holding address and get it back to either the seller if the transaction goes through smoothly, or back to the buyer if there is a dispute and the transaction needs to be reversed, but in no case to the mediator's account. They can't steal the money. So that seems like a pretty good technical solution that we can use to build some sort of dispute resolution mechanism on top of it. But you might notice that this seems to lose atomicity. This is a 2 out of 3 escrow only for the payment, but as we saw earlier, what we ideally wanted was to couple the payment with the transfer of car ownership itself. That also can be accomplished, but it really starts to get a little bit unwieldy at that point. Nevertheless, let's look at this sort of escrow and dispute mediation and compare that to the traditional real-world solution and see what that gives us. So how would dispute mediation happen in the physical world with an actual dispute about a car sale? It would probably go through the court system. The court system is, again, a centralized state-controlled mediation process. But what this gives you is the freedom to choose the mediator. This is entirely a private contract between these two parties, and they can choose that mediator to be whoever they want. Right? And this could be a good thing in some situations. In particular, you can argue that this notion of an intermediary for dispute resolution, which is the court system, has now been changed from a single entity that everybody must use mandatorily to a market, a private market, where different entities, different intermediaries can compete based on the perceived fairness, for example, of their dispute mediation process, as well as efficiency, low costs, et cetera, et cetera. There are, of course, a lot of challenges. This sort of situation immediately gives rise to huge conflicts of incentive between the mediator and one of the participants. They could be bribed, for example. So those are things to think about. But one key disadvantage I'll point to is that in the escrow process, forget about even how the dispute mediation happens. In the escrow process that you must use in Bitcoin to even enable dispute mediation to take hold, you have to tie up the funds for the period during which either of the parties is allowed to dispute the transaction. And that's a little bit of a problem. It's not a problem that you have in the traditional system. And the reason for that is that in the court system, if there is a dispute and one of the parties refuses to pay up, you have law enforcement. You can go after them. You have their identity. And that's something that's lacking in this system as well as in any of the alternative routes that we've looked at in order to achieve decentralization. And we'll return to this point again. But the broader point I wanted to make here is that while earlier we saw an example of decentralization through disintermediation, completely getting rid of an intermediary, this is also a different form of decentralization, but it's not disintermediation. Instead, we've replaced a single mandatory intermediary with the freedom to choose your own intermediary. And we've seen this before. We've seen this in a different context. In a previous lecture, you saw the notion of decentralizing prediction markets. And what we did in that situation is also we allowed, instead of a single party like Intrade running everybody's prediction market, we said anybody can now start a market. Let's really lower the barrier to entry If somebody wants to run a prediction market for the next presidential election, go for it. Someone else wants to run a prediction market for the Super Bowl, they're free to do so. In fact, multiple people can run different prediction markets for the same event. There's nobody stopping them. So you have this competitive market for intermediaries. So that's another sense of the word decentralization. Okay, so let's put what we've seen in a spectrum. On the one end, in terms of the most centralized system, is a single mandatory intermediary. We also just looked at multiple competing intermediaries. And there's one more intermediate step, which I'm calling a threshold of intermediaries. We haven't looked at that so far. We'll see that near the end. But finally, what we started out seeing with smart property is complete disintermediation, no intermediary. So I would put all of these on a spectrum. It's not completely distinct categories, but it's useful conceptually to sort of think of them that way. Now let's think about another aspect of all of the protocols that we've seen so far, which is security. We started out by saying atomicity is a very important way to achieve security. It's not the only one. We said there are going to be some alternatives, so what are they? So here are some ways of improving security. We've seen two of these, the ones in the middle, escrow with the dispute mediation, as well as atomic exchange, which completely automates the process. But there are others, and in fact, the most obvious one perhaps is reputation, where you don't have any particular technological security enhancing mechanism, but instead, these intermediaries or whoever the parties that you're interacting with build up reputations over the long term, and so they build some trust in that manner. Reputation is okay if in the absence of other security alternatives like atomic exchange, but it has some problems. First of all, the entity has to build up this reputation over the long run. Right? If whoever is the entity you're interacting with is completely pseudonymous or anonymous, then reputation doesn't even apply. And we see this problem even with real-world reputation systems. For example, restaurants or other businesses that obtain really bad reviews on Yelp might close and reopen, maybe in the same location, maybe in a different location, but simply rebranded. Right? So that's a problem in general with reputation systems. Also, for the party to accrue positive or negative reputation, there should be a way for establishing what they did right or wrong that just goes beyond he said, she said. So looking at Yelp again, it does work on a he said, she said model, which sort of works okay because there are real identities in Yelp and people sort of have to use their real names, and of course businesses operate under their real identities. But here we're talking about a universe in which everybody wants to be pseudonymous, and so this sort of a model where it's one person's word against another might end up really becoming a non-starter. There are also problems with escrow and dispute mediation. We saw a couple in the way that escrow is done on Bitcoin. You have to actually tie up your funds and they become unusable during the time when either party has even the ability to challenge the transaction. And of course, dispute mediation leads to conflicts of interest and so forth. We've seen atomic exchange. Whenever it is technically feasible, then it's probably a good idea. And the last thing, another thing that's been proposed is trusted hardware. It's not always applicable, but in some cases. For example, it's applicable when the service that you want to pay for is something that's entirely a software program. And so what the developer can do is publish the code and execute it on a trusted hardware module. And so the people who are subscribing to that service or paying for that service can be assured that the code that they can look at and audit is the same code that's executing and providing them the service. But what is really common to all of these ways for improving security in terms of the blockchain-based decentralization paradigm is that ultimately there is no real-world enforcement, there are no physical identities, there's no law enforcement, there's no going after people, and so that means two things. One is there can be no debt. If we want to do dispute mediation, the lack of the ability for debt is the reason why you have to put in sort of a deposit and lock up those funds during the period when you want dispute mediation to be possible. Also, there are no punitive measures for misbehavior, so this really limits the sort of things you can do. So these are important limitations to keep in mind. Okay, one little thing that I want to point to is that in terms of the vocabulary of security, some people use the word trust minimization. I don't like this term at all. I feel that there's often a confusion between two things. One is the fact that cryptography is often used in contexts where, unfortunately, there's not much trust between entities. And so the lack of trust as a starting point and cryptography as a solution, this often becomes confused with, oh, now we have this hammer of cryptography. Let's try to use this to move to a world where nobody has to trust anyone anymore. And so trust minimization is not the goal. Lack of trust is not the model that we're hoping to move to. It is instead our unfortunate starting point. But really, trust is not really the right lens to look at it. It's not whether you trust the motives of some individual, but whether they're going to behave in the manner that they have specified. And it could be because not only because they're untrusted, but because they got hacked, et cetera, et cetera. So let's not really use the word trust and instead talk about security. All right, so let's summarize a lot of what we've seen so far. One of the things that we want to talk about in terms of decentralization is what is being decentralized. We've looked at a couple of examples, smart property, pay for proof, and so on. But we're going to see a lot more, so we haven't really talked about the first bullet. Instead, the three things that we've talked about in this section are what type of blockchain integration. We saw 4 examples directly on blockchain embedding, side chains, and a totally different alternative chain altogether. We talked about levels of decentralization. Again, we talked about 4 points on a spectrum ranging from completely disintermediated to completely centralized. And finally, we talked about different ways of enhancing security. So a key point that I want to make in this lecture, and you'll see through the next several slides, is that asking these 4 questions gives you a powerful and generic decentralization template that can be used to understand and succinctly represent almost any of the proposals that you see in the Bitcoin community for blockchain-based decentralization. Let's go ahead and see some examples of this. Let's go back to smart property once again. So what is smart property? It decentralizes the notion of property ownership and trading, which are 2 related but somewhat distinct things. And it decentralizes in the sense of disintermediation. You don't need an intermediary anymore like the state or the DMV. And in the example that we saw, it was achieved using the Bitcoin blockchain itself, but you could achieve it using any of the other 3 methods. And finally, the key security principle that we used was atomicity in tying together the payment with the transfer of the car ownership. Now let's look at another example, which is also something we alluded to a bit earlier in the lecture, which is prediction markets. So of course it decentralizes a centralized prediction market like Intrade. And it does so in the sense of competition. It doesn't get rid of the need for some entity to run a prediction market, but instead it allows anybody to do that. It lowers the barrier to entry, and different people can run different prediction markets. And it was done using an altcoin, and again the security property was atomicity, in that the 2 parties to a trade of a share in a prediction market are coupled together using this atomic property that ties together the transfer of the share with the transfer of payment. Now let's look at a quite different example. This is something that's called storage A, proposed by Greg Maxwell, who claims it should be proposed storage, but I'm going to ignore that because it's going to be just confusing if I call it storage. So what this is it's sort of an agent that lives in the cloud. And what do I mean by agent? Or at least what Greg Maxwell means by agent, is that it has some level of independent decision-making ability. It's not full-fledged AI, but it decides some things for itself. What it's going to do is it's going to rent cloud computing services, and it's going to use that to run itself. But the service it provides to consumers is that you can pay this agent to store a file for a certain period of time, say 24 hours. And when you do that, it's going to receive payment in Bitcoins, store this file, keep it for 24 hours, and then delete it unless you keep making payments. It also has some other very interesting aspects, such as reproduction. It can take a copy of the code, spawn a new instance, and try to make improvements to it, pay somebody to write new improvements or modules and so on. But we'll ignore those aspects for now and just talk about this aspect of it. So what is storage A, and can we look at it through the lens of decentralization? It turns out that we can. So storage A decentralizes the notion of file storage and retrieval, which you can do today through Dropbox, for example. It's decentralized in the sense of competition. You still need an intermediary very much, which is this agent. And the payment is done using Bitcoin. And finally, the security mechanism that you have is just reputation. There is nothing in particular in the storage A proposal that, for example, atomically couples your payment for storage with the actual act of retrieving the file. So that's storage A. Let's look at more examples. In fact, we can even consider zero coin, for example, which we saw in a previous lecture through this lens. So zero coin is a way to decentralize the notion of mixing. Instead of having a centralized mixing service where you put in your coins and just hope that you get it back, it's decentralized in the sense of disintermediation. There is no mixing intermediary anymore. The mixing is accomplished purely through cryptography. You don't need to trust anyone. It's enforced just by math and by consensus. And it's done using an altcoin. It's not quite compatible with Bitcoin unless there is a fork to Bitcoin. And the security property is atomicity. What does this mean? The notion of burning a base coin in zero coin and actually getting a zero coin in exchange for it are atomically coupled through the same transaction. And the same goes for later redeeming a zero coin. And that's where the security comes from. That's why you don't need to trust anybody. And that is, of course, accomplished through zero-knowledge proofs. So we've seen this powerful template that incorporates these four factors. And we've seen some examples of how systems that we've already looked at fall into this pattern of decentralization. In the next part of this lecture, we're going to look at a variety of new examples of things that people have proposed can be decentralized using blockchain technology, and we're going to use this sort of template to analyze them. So we've talked a lot about how to decentralize. Now I'm going to give you a taxonomy of the different things that we can decentralize. At least we know technical solutions for how to do these things. And this is where a lot of the excitement is around for using blockchain technologies. So the first category is things that are purely digital. And perhaps the most basic example of this is name mapping. What do I mean by this? Namecoin is a good example. It's a mapping between human readable names and addresses. And so as long as you have something that's purely digital, it's a simple matter to use consensus technologies so that different participants can enter new values into the system, change values, and so on, or read values back, and the blockchain can be used as a record of the current state of that mapping. So the next two are storage and proof, which we've seen earlier in this lecture, storage A and the pay for proof idea that we saw earlier. And these are sort of complements of each other. One is paying for storage, of course, and the other is paying for computation. You can also have random number generation. What does this mean? This is something you saw in a previous lecture, using Bitcoin as a beacon. So a beacon is something that ahead of time nobody should be able to predict, but once the beacon value has been generated, everybody should be convinced that the value was in fact generated truly randomly. So again, Bitcoin is a good vehicle for doing that. And lotteries, at least if you're talking about lotteries where the payment and payout is denominated in the currency of the blockchain itself, then running a lottery reduces to a random number generation problem of picking one of two input addresses of a transaction to use as its output address, basically. That's what it translates to. And so you have centralized Bitcoin lottery systems like Satoshi dice, but certainly it's fairly easy to imagine doing these in a decentralized manner as well. Let's move on to the next category, which is things that aren't inherently digital, but can be represented digitally. This is a big category, real-world currencies of all kinds, stocks, bonds, and other assets, and so on. And this is where perhaps a huge amount of the excitement is of how to use blockchains for other things. And so what does this mean? Let's look at colored coins as one example of the specific mechanisms that you might use for decentralization. If a particular color were to represent a particular currency and some other color were to represent a stock of a particular company, et cetera, then you have all these assets that you can transfer between participants and you can pay for and so on. And so you have a trading of any of these assets, and also you can have atomicity between the trade of the asset and the transfer of payment. That all sounds well and good, but here's the real problem. What is the mechanism to ensure that what you're calling $1 in terms of colored coins is actually worth $1? That could happen if some bank or some consortium of banks agrees that they will back using their deposits to their physical bank accounts, the corresponding colored coin. If there is some entity that promises that one-to-one pegging, then you're good. Similarly, if there is a company that agrees to actually release stock in a digital form, or agrees that they will treat that digital stock as equivalent to their physical or real world stock, then you're good. But otherwise, all that you've done is invented some new thing that you're simply calling dollars, for example, but whose price is floating freely with respect to actual dollars. So in other words, you've just invented a new currency, and inventing a new currency is not an accomplishment at this point. And in fact, we have a surfeit of these things using blockchain technologies. And so that's the real challenge here. It's not so much representation, but this economic problem of actually ensuring an equivalence to the real world analog of this. And most of the proposed solutions for this don't solve that harder problem, except maybe one, which we'll look at near the end. Let's look at the third category, which is smart property ownership and trade, which is what we started by looking at. We can decentralize that using smart property and atomic exchange. And these two are, ownership and trade are related. They're not quite the same thing, but you can't completely separate them either. And hopefully the discussion at the beginning of the lecture has given you a good understanding of how to decentralize this. Now, the fourth category is going to be more complex contracts. Trade can be thought of as a very simple contract. You give me this object in exchange for a certain amount of money, but you can have more complex contracts like crowdfunding, which is also something we've seen, but also financial derivatives, which is another big area of excitement. So what are financial derivatives? Derivatives have an underlying asset, and the value of the derivative depends in some way on the price movements of the underlying asset. The key thing about a derivative, you can think of it as sort of a conditional statement that depends upon the price of the underlying asset, some time in the future, and so forth. And using this kind of language, you can express quite complex statements. An example would be, you can have a contract between two parties that says, for this asset, if the value goes beyond $5 past a certain date, then for every dollar that it rises above $5, you owe me $2. So that would be a way to hedge your belief that the value of this asset is not going to rise beyond $5. So again, you can do financial derivatives using some of these systems, especially some of the more expressive altcoin-based systems are a great vehicle for this. Now, one nuance to note is that these conditional statements depend upon the price of the underlying asset. And so whatever script or other mechanism that you have in your blockchain system that depends upon this price should have a secure way of knowing what this price is. And this is called a data feed that you saw a bit earlier. We're going to see again later in this lecture. But one possible way of getting around this need for a data feed is if the underlying asset itself is traded on the same blockchain using the asset decentralization idea that we saw a couple of slides earlier. And so if that is happening, then some sort of price discovery might be possible. But again, you have to worry about whether this price that you're discovering through the blockchain itself is reliable, or whether it could be hacked by somebody creating artificial transactions and taking both sides of it, for example. So this is all not quite fully understood, but there's a lot of excitement around it, a lot of proposals, and it's certainly possible that sometime into the future this is going to get much better worked out. And we might have some sort of working system for trading in these things. So the next one is something that's even more in the sort of vague idea or proposal stage, but also there's a lot of excitement, which is decentralized markets. So let's talk about markets and auctions for a second. Let's forget about decentralization. Let's look at some real-world examples of things that act as markets and see exactly what features they provide in order to gain a better understanding of what it means to decentralize them. In fact, let's look at 4 examples. A used bike store is basically where you go and sell your bike, and so you have a separate transaction with them selling your bike for money, and then they have a separate transaction with somebody else reselling that bike, and you don't directly interact with the person who eventually rides away with your bike. So that's one model. Another model is eBay, which only matches participants and routes payments. PayPal is a payment processor. They don't match participants, but another function they perform is that they do a limited level of dispute mediation. And finally, you have the Craigslist model, where they're not actually involved in the exchange at all in any way, except for matching participants together. So we've identified several different functions that these markets give participants, and let's see what we know so far about how to decentralize each of these functions and what to do about the rest of them. So the most obvious one is payments, and of course we have cryptocurrencies for doing those. We have transfer of actual goods, which we can use smart property for. And further, we can leverage atomicity to couple the transfer of ownership of goods with the transfer of the payment. And we know how to do a limited form of dispute mediation using this escrow process. But what we've not seen so far at all is how to match participants who want to take different sides of a trade. And that's what I want to tell you about now. So now I'm going to show you a not fully fleshed out idea, but hopefully enough to give you an intuition, an idea for how to do this kind of decentralized matching. Let's go back to the car example. Let's say Alice wants to sell a car. What she's going to do is she'll create a transaction, a partial transaction, not a fully complete one yet, that contains the necessary information for a transfer of ownership, as well as the sale price that she wants, the minimum price that she'll accept, and broadcast it onto the network. It's not a complete transaction yet. It won't get onto the blockchain, but it will get broadcast nevertheless. Now, the counterparty, someone who wants to buy the car, is going to find the transaction, determine that it meets their criteria for a car that they want to buy. Perhaps this transaction has encoded information that has a web page, or just within the encoding itself, all the things you need to know about the car that you want to buy. So as I said, it's not a fully fleshed out idea. So this counterparty completes the transaction, they assign it, and then they broadcast it once again onto the network. At this point, the transaction is complete. It has all the information that it needs to get onto the blockchain, and so the transaction is automatically complete. Of course, this is a bit of a crude idea. It's hopefully enough for you to get the picture. One wouldn't necessarily want to do it this way. For one, it's very inefficient. Every partial transaction that represents somebody wanting to sell something needs to be broadcast to everybody in the network. But other than that, there's not a whole lot of control in the matching process. But it's something. It's a basic way to decentralize this idea of a buyer finding a seller. There is a variant you can use, which is that instead of partial transactions being simply broadcast onto the peer-to-peer network, you can have partial transactions under your chosen representation, but nevertheless are complete transactions in terms of the underlying encoding onto Bitcoin. And so you can have these offers for the car, for example, be an actual complete Bitcoin transaction that gets onto the blockchain. And so only when it gets into the blockchain will it get noticed by potential sellers, and then they will continue to process that and take it to the next stage. A variant of this is the auction, where you create your transaction in such a way that the buyer cannot simply complete the transaction, broadcast it onto the network, and finalize it. Instead, what they'll have to do is they'll have to assign it and then return it back to the seller or the auction creator, who will then further need to sign the transaction in order to be fully valid to then complete that transaction. And this allows the seller to acquire different bids from different potential buyers and pick the one that she likes best. Another interesting variant of this is the double auction. A double auction happens when you're buying and selling stocks, for example, where it's the offers are coming from both sides, the offers and bids. And so what you need is some party in the center that's matching these offers and bids together. So one way in which you can achieve that is you can actually have the miners to match these orders that are being broadcast onto the P2P network. And you can allow the miners to keep the bid-ask spread, which is the difference between the bid and the ask. And one good property of doing it this way is that it avoids miner front-running. What does that mean? It means that when the miner finds a really good offer, then they can ignore the bid that's coming from some other participant in the network, create their own bid, and complete the transaction and get a better deal than they otherwise might have. All right, so now let's move on to data feeds. We looked at this a little bit earlier. Let's look at it in a bit more detail. You've also seen it in a previous lecture. Data feeds are a way for what we'll call arbiters to assert real-world facts into the Bitcoin blockchain. And there are some very natural applications of this. if you have a feed of price movements that allows you to implement derivatives, if you have feeds representing outcomes of events that allows you to implement prediction markets, and so on. So data feeds are not necessarily interesting for their own sake, but for the things that they can help you implement. So allowing these arbiters to to assert these facts is already a step better than having a single designated entity that's going to create all of these data feeds. So this is a form of decentralization in the sense of competition between arbiters. And this is what we saw in the example of decentralizing prediction markets. There are also other means that one can use in order to improve security here. You can use trusted hardware. For example, you can write a script that parses finance data, for example, from finance.google.com and uses that to create a data feed of stock movements. And what you can do is you can put that on trusted hardware so that anybody can verify that the script is actually doing what it's claiming to do. This still leaves other things that you have to take on trust. For example, that Google is not lying to you, or somebody is not tapping the connection between the script and Google. You have to rely on HTTPS for security, et cetera, et cetera. So those are not perfect solutions. There are no perfect solutions here. Ultimately, data feed require somebody to actually do the act of importing from the real world into the blockchain. But here's something interesting we can do. With data feeds, we can have a threshold of different arbiters. And that's particularly useful because inherently there are big incentives to lie for these arbiters when the data feeds that they're putting onto the blockchain affect the outcome of contracts, for instance. So what do I mean by a threshold of arbiters? Let's look at a concrete example. Here is one way to implement a data feed. A centralized version, or a somewhat centralized version where you still have individual arbiters, there's competition between arbiters and so on. How that might work is, let's say there is an event E with outcomes X, Y, and Z, corresponding to maybe the presidential election or something like that. Then this event E corresponds to this transaction in the blockchain. Everybody agrees upon this representation. And when an outcome happens, this transaction will be transferred to one of 3 different addresses corresponding to X, Y, and Z. And of course, it'll be signed, this transaction will be signed by the arbiter A. And by looking at which public key or which address the transaction was then transferred to, you can figure out which outcome happened. So this is one way of implementing a data feed. How can we decentralize this data feed in terms of a threshold of arbiters? Let's say that we want these arbiters to be able to declare an outcome only if 2 of 3 such designated arbiters agree that X is actually the outcome that happened and not Y or Z. So how can we implement that? Recall that Bitcoin has a multi-signature feature. So what we would do is we would make sure that this transaction output is a 2 out of 3 multi-signature address that is controlled by these 3 different arbiters, A, B, and C. Each of them has one of their corresponding private keys. And so if only if 2 of them agree, let's say A and C, then they will be able to create this transfer transaction. So that's a way of decentralizing this notion of a data feed. And so now we can go back to the picture that we had earlier of the spectrum of levels of decentralization. So now we've seen an example of what it means to have a threshold of intermediaries, which is a distinct concept from having multiple competing intermediaries. Let's now move on to another thing you can use blockchain technologies to decentralize. This is something there's been a huge amount of hype about, called autonomous agents. What are autonomous agents? Different people have proposed this, and so in different conceptions there have been different set of features that have been proposed, but here is a good set to focus on. One is that these agents will be able to enter into contracts with other participants. They will have data feeds from the real world as a way of having real world input into these contracts. And these agents might perhaps have shareholders or some other manner in which humans can vote in order to change the rules by which the agent operates. So that's a key distinguishing factor from many of the ideas that we've seen before. And some variants of this notion of an agent also has some idea of reproduction, mutating the code and improving with time, etc. This is, again, a quite hypothetical concept. There are a number of challenges to realizing this in practice. One challenge is going to be, is this agent something that needs to keep private state? Or is it something that will purely execute on a transient basis on the miner nodes? And if it does need to keep private state, where is that going to come from? And how can we decentralize that? Is it even meaningful to talk about decentralizing it? Another challenge is this funny problem of sort of a hostile takeover. If there is this notion of voting to change the rules, then is it possible that whatever constitutes shares of ownership of these agents, somebody could buy it up, acquire 51% of the shares, and then vote to change the rules so that all of the agents of the asset, for example, will be transferred to this party who's doing the hostile takeover? And is this a problem? Should there be defenses against this? So there are a number of open questions here. I will make one point, though. People call these decentralized autonomous agents, the decentralized vision or the version of this. They also call it decentralized autonomous corporation. This is not a technology that I like very much. I feel that this vision of decentralized agents misses all of the important or salient features of a corporation, which is all the legal backing that goes into it. And so gives it a certain kind of rights and responsibilities in the real world, whereas we're in this parallel universe where everything has to be defined and enforced by technology. So I don't feel it makes a lot of sense to call it a corporation. Agent is the term that I prefer. All right, here's the final category that I want to tell you about. And this is quite interesting because at first sight it might look like there's really no way of achieving decentralization here. So what are we talking about? Exchanges. What do I mean by exchanges? It's all well and good to represent some sort of colored coin, for example, as representing US dollars and then to trade that. But ultimately, if you want actual exchange between whatever you're calling US dollars and real world US dollars, you need something more. And that can be illustrated using this problem. Alice would like dollars in exchange for Bitcoins, and Carol would like the opposite. It seems like they should be able to trade with each other. But there's no real way of doing it over the internet in a situation where they don't trust each other, because one of them has to send the other Bitcoins and then hope that this person is going to mail them cash or use PayPal or whatever other way of transferring real money. What do we do about this? Well, maybe they have a mutual friend, Bob. Then this simplifies things a lot. What they can do is Alice can have a separate transaction with Bob. And since Alice and Bob are friends, Alice can send Bob Bitcoins and trust Bob to send dollars over some other mechanism, or even meet in person later and send dollars. And then Bob can do a similar transaction with Carol. So this intermediary has neatly solved the problem. But this still seems to have a lot of limitations because they need to have this mutual friend with each other. What if they're on opposite sides of the world? So here's how we can solve that. First of all, we can make this a bit more efficient. Instead of calling this a transaction where Alice sends Bob Bitcoins and Bob sends US dollars back to Alice, what we can say is that Bob simply sends Alice some kind of digital token representing the fact that he now owes her some amount of money, let's say $100. And we know really well how to do this. This is exactly the same as some sort of digital asset. We know how to represent this in a variety of blockchain-based technologies. And similarly, Bob can have this transaction with Carol. So the only thing that would actually happen is Bitcoins changing hands, as well as this new relationship of debts being represented in the system. So this gives us a starting point. For scaling this up to an arbitrary scale, even to the scale of the whole world, let's imagine a social network that represents the trust relationship between all pairs of friends. And so what could happen here is there could be a complex chain of interactions through which a node here exchanges Bitcoins with a node here in exchange for US dollars or whatever currency, and it would simply be represented in the system as a series of IOUs. And what would make all this work is that in the system, pairs of friends must pre-declare how much debt they're willing to extend to each friend they have. So Alice might be willing to trust Bob to owe her $100 and be confident that he will repay her that amount. She might have a different relationship with Dave and other users and so on. Another neat feature of this whole system is that if there are a variety of these debts that are expressed in terms of the edges of this graph, let's say you have a triangle of users successively owing each other, then you might be able to simply cancel out that debt within the system. And so if you have a reasonable number of trust relationships, And if you have a good amount of liquidity in the system, you might be able to go a long time and keep doing a lot of these transactions and not accrue too much debt overall in the system, because a lot of these debts are going to cancel out in the long run. So that could make the system quite efficient in the long run. So this is a simplified version of what Ripple does. Ripple is what you might call an altcoin, but it's a bit more than that. It has its own consensus mechanism. It's not exactly based on proof of work, but this notion of trust relationships and IOUs is something that's central to Ripple. And what it allows you to do is disintermediate the notion of a currency exchange. So in other words, we've decentralized a currency exchange in the sense of disintermediation using an altcoin. And the key property that we've used, earlier we saw atomicity and so forth, we use none of that here. We use something different. We started with a limited amount of trust, and we use the transitive property of trust to take that up to the level where it can scale to all of the participants in the world. And in Ripple, as it currently exists, at least as I understand it, most of these participants are not individuals, but instead banks and other institutions. But you can certainly imagine the exact same kind of network working for individuals as well. So far in this lecture, we've learned about a fascinating set of technologies for using the blockchain for decentralizing, as you've seen, a whole spectrum of things. And occasionally I've hinted at questions about, when is this a good idea? Is it economically feasible? How does it compare to the traditional centralized system that it's replacing, and so on? But now let's really get into that question. And I've deliberately used the word decentralization and framed it in technical terms and avoided mentioning the political dimension. But now let's be very explicit about that. So what we're really talking about when we say decentralization and replacing these traditional systems is, in a sentence, we're talking about technological, purely or largely technological alternatives to a variety of human institutions, legal and social and financial. Banks, law enforcement, a lot of these centralized service providers for various things, the court system, etc. And so this set of ideas really takes Bitcoin back to its cypherpunk roots. And this was the original dream of the cypherpunks. And now, given that we have the blockchain, a lot of these have started to seem to be much more closely within reach. So let's talk about whether or not this is a good idea. And as usual, let's go back to the car example. And let's ask the question, what are really the problems with car ownership and trade? And when I say problems, I don't mean problems like servicing your car or is your car environmentally friendly, but problems inherent to the notion of ownership and trade that a Bitcoin-based system could potentially improve or conceivably make worse. Right? And so we can identify two concrete things. One is security in the sense of theft. And more generally, we can express this as how to assert and enforce the ownership of the property. And the other one is dispute about the sale terms. Did somebody sell you a lemon car? Or was there a genuine misunderstanding about what you were getting when you bought the car in terms of the condition of the car? And as you might see, both of these, what they have in common is not what happens when everything goes right, but what happens when something goes wrong. And so the real questions that we want to ask are, on these two dimensions, how does the new smart property system or smart property model that we've seen compared to what it seeks to replace? Let's think about this in a bit more detail. Let's talk about the theft problem first. Theft, whether you're talking about theft of cars or in the traditional banking system, security in general has three components. And those three components are called preventive, detective, and corrective. Preventive is when you stop something bad happening before it happens. Detective is when you realize that something bad has happened. And corrective is when you take measures to reverse the bad thing that happened and maybe to also have some punitive measures. So a car alarm system is a good example of what would that be? A detective measure. A preventive system would be your car lock or your steering wheel lock or something like that. And corrective control would be law enforcement and getting your car back and so on. So in the real world, security relies heavily on the latter two, but only a little bit on the first type of control. The reason your car is secure is only in small part because of its locking mechanism, and largely because law enforcement exists and you can get your car back if it's stolen. And there, of course, there is punishment in terms of the law for stealing a car. And this is what makes the whole system tick. If you lived in a completely lawless environment, the idea of parking your car overnight would simply be ridiculous because it would immediately get stolen. So that's the model that we started from. And of course, the real-world solution relies pretty heavily on law enforcement for a number of these things. And we want to move to this smart property-based model, where if you think about it, most of the focus is going to be on preventive measures. Right? Because the notion of ownership becomes almost identical to the notion of who has the right private key to control the car as it's expressed in the blockchain. So it becomes quite hard to imagine how any of these systems would work, at least in the way that we describe things. And this seems like a bit of a problem. We're taking this complex notion of security that relies on several different factors and putting most of the onus on preventive measures. It's actually a bit worse than that, because now we've also introduced the software security problem, the problem of actually keeping your Bitcoin wallet or your Bitcoin key, or the key that controls ownership of the car, secret and protected. So what we have is we have to live with the fact that Bitcoin security is going to be an unsolved problem for the foreseeable future. Why? In part because it's partly a human problem. Software security is partly a human problem because writing bug-free code is something that we've endeavored to get to for decades, but made very little progress. It's also partly a human problem because it relies on users being very careful about security. And what this boils down to is introducing a new problem of software security to the traditional security problem of physical theft of the car. And so if you rely on this excessively, of course, it can cause serious problems. You might end up in a situation where a loss of your key that protects ownership of your car now results in your car turning into a brick. Of course, there are solutions to that. Of course, you can have fallback mechanisms. But inevitably, these fallback mechanisms seem to take us toward intermediaries, toward decentralized systems, and thereby chipping away at the putative benefits of this decentralized model that we moved to. So let's go to the other aspect, which is what happens when there is a dispute about the sale of terms. So as we saw earlier, in the real world, this is resolved through the court system. And this is not only complex, but also fundamentally a human problem, not just partly a human problem, but it's fundamentally a human problem. And the court system has evolved over a long time, and it's really good at this. And I want to tell you a personal story, and I found this out for myself in a very practical way one day, many years ago, when I went to pay a parking ticket. And after I paid the ticket, I noticed a sign that said, "Court is in progress, keep your voice down." And I was curious about that. I asked the clerk what was going on and if I could go and sit in on the court session. See, she seemed a bit amused by the request, but she said, "Sure, it's open to the public, go on in." So I went in, and funnily enough, the court was in session, and it was a case about a lemon card that had been sold. And only the two parties who were litigating the case were in the room, and of course the judge. And I was sitting in the back, nobody paid me any attention. I sat there over the course of the next hour or so, and it was just a fascinating learning experience. The judge went through the details of every single email that the two parties had sent to each other, probed them for the meaning of what they had had in mind when they said something and how the other person interpreted it, and so on, and come to a very nuanced understanding and a ruling of whether or not that sale was legitimate. And I realized at that moment that even legal contract terms, as verbose as they might seem, don't even come close to capturing the complexity of what goes on in a real physical transaction between human beings. And ultimately, you need a very highly evolved dispute mediation process with real experts, like a judge, who are trained to look for these things and study these things to be able to render decisions that everybody is going to accept and be satisfied with. And so in this model, we're proposing that we're going to do dispute mediation in very different ways. And certainly, this new model has certain advantages. You can choose your own mediator and so on. But you have to ask, what are we giving up here? And how big a problem is that going to be? Let me give you one more example of what I mean when I say that security and dispute mediation are human problems. We looked at crowdfunding earlier. And the security property that we wanted was that if a variety of people send money to the entrepreneur should not be able to cash in on that unless the sum total that has been contributed exceeds the pre-specified output amount. Well, that's all well and good, but if the entrepreneur does meet that amount, then they can still take the money and run. Ultimately, if you don't trust them to deliver on their promise, then the system doesn't work, and you cannot technologically enforce that they will actually provide the public good or whatever it is that they promise to give you. And so that seems like a problem, and so the technology only seems to be solving a small part of the problem here, and not even the interesting part of the problem. So let's recap a little bit what we've seen so far. In the smart property way of doing things, it looks like the interesting problems are social problems, things that are triggered when something goes wrong. And technology doesn't seem to solve that aspect of the problem. It's really good at taking what happens when everything is going according to plan and maybe making that more efficient. In fact, it seems to have made some of these hard problems even harder to solve by moving to an automated model where it's quite hard to even layer on dispute mediation and other human processes that we might want to have in the picture. And even worse, it seems to have introduced new problems, for example, software security, in addition to the physical security of your car. Now, let me be very clear. I deliberately picked this car security and car sale example as sort of an extreme way of illustrating why we really need these human institutions. I'm not saying that anyone in the Bitcoin community is suggesting that we should sell our cars this way, although the technical idea has certainly been discussed a lot. And I also want to be clear that this model certainly does have some advantages. Let's look at what some of those advantages are and in what kind of context it might apply. So here are some possible benefits of smart property. The first one is certainly efficiency. And this might be particularly useful for small transactions. If you're selling, for example, your smartphone, your laptop, or something like that, not something as valuable as a car, then if there is a dispute, you're very unlikely to actually litigate that. And so if you have a purely technological enforcement mechanism, that gives you something that's a stronger sense of security than simply shipping goods to someone over the internet and hoping for payment back, then that's a little bit of a win. You also get anonymity and privacy. Maybe it's important for you to ship something to someone without actually knowing their identity, and that's not really possible to do in the centralized intermediated model, because for any sort of mediation you need to have people's identities. And third, this is something we discussed earlier, the freedom to choose a mediator. Now, I contrasted it with the court system, which is this very sophisticated and very trusted process that we've all agreed upon. And judges go through a very rigorous evaluation. They have conflict of interest rules to abide by and so on. So maybe that's not the right comparison. There are other contexts today in which, for example, PayPal acts as your mediator. And they're a private company. And they have a near monopoly over certain types of payment processing. And so you're stuck with this mediator that's a private company, that's not subject to public oversight or scrutiny, but at the same time, you're forced to accept a result of that mediation. Maybe if we take that situation and introduce this notion of competition between mediators, then maybe that's a win. So these are some possible benefits. Let's now take a step back and let's look at this idea of crypto and the state. And what I mean is the traditional way of doing things through human institutions and this new technology-mediated, cryptographically enforced, blockchain-based way of doing things. So one way in which people have explained the emergence of the modern state, really, is that it's a way to scale society past these small groups where everybody knows and trusts each other. The curious thing about that is that it's very similar to the benefits that are touted for the cryptographic way of doing things, in that you can have these transactions over the internet where you don't necessarily trust the other person. So the state and crypto really are delivering a very similar kind of benefit at the end of the day, even though through very, very different mechanisms. Now the thing to realize is that dismantling the state is not an option. And a lot of the discussion around it frames the technological way of doing things necessarily in opposition with the traditional way of doing things. A good example of this is in our smart property discussion. Let's say you redefine ownership to be cryptographic control of activating the car. Now what happens if you sell your car to someone under these new rules, and that person, after having completed the sale, is still holding on to the title because the buyer doesn't care about these old-fashioned way of doing things, now goes to the court and claims that their car has been stolen. So unless you have some way of interoperating with the state, you've not made any progress. Because in a democratically elected society, people want these human institutions and are not okay with dismantling them and moving to this new model, regardless of what the benefits and disadvantages are. And so what we should try to do is to try to make the two work together. And that I want to leave you with as the final thought is where I think is the really big opportunity for these Bitcoin-based decentralization solutions. First of all, we want to find compelling use cases for decentralization. It's simple to say that something will get decentralized simply because the technology exists, but that's not how it happens in practice. You have to have a compelling economic case for it, and in particular, from a political perspective, there are certain use cases that one might look for. When a state regulation of some market is particularly inefficient, for example, or when there's a state abuse of power in certain contexts, or too much inefficiency. A good example of something like this actually happening today is in various countries in Africa, cell phone minutes acting as a replacement for currency, and this happened because the state-mediated system simply became too laborious to use for most people. And so a disintermediated, decentralized system can really act as a hedge against abuses of power in this sort of context. So we want to look for these compelling use cases for decentralization. We want to see how these new automated cryptographic ways of doing things can integrate into existing systems instead of trying to replace them. And finally, we want to co-opt legal and regulatory practices and these traditional defenses that we have in society instead of saying we're offering an alternative to those things. And in fact, if you look at the recent history of Bitcoin itself, I would argue that the new friendliness of the Bitcoin community with regulators is partly a reason for the success, for the commercial success that it's enjoyed recently. So we've covered a lot of ground in this lecture series. We started with the cryptographic building blocks and then some basic underlying concepts of cryptocurrencies, and then built up the technical complexity all the way to the cutting edge. And we also looked at how Bitcoin is a platform for enabling a variety of other things. And we looked at the community, regulation, politics, ethical aspects, and so on. I, for one, am very optimistic about Bitcoin as a technology, and I think I can say this for the other lecturers as well. We've all spent a lot of our time studying and researching and teaching Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. I feel that Bitcoin is going to be more and more powerful the more and more it gets integrated into society. And that's what I'm hoping is going to happen in the next years and decades. In the online accompanying notes to this lecture series, we have a variety of information for you of where to find assignments, how to get more involved in the community, in development, in research, and so on. And I hope you make use of these. Thank you.